Play Nukala. Yes, yeah, we are able to.
YouTube, it's still showing off.
Yeah, it is showing now. Play Nukala. Yes, yeah, we are able to. Yeah.
I need you to turn this off.
Okay. Distraction.
YouTube, it's still. YouTube Live is still offline for me.
Oh no, I thought it was streaming. We could see.
I can't see, so.
It stays offline. So, oh, you need to go into YouTube. Okay. Last thing, I think we got it. Sorry, YouTube. Look where looks at YouTube. Stream.
Oh, go live.
Which one? Okay.
It's an 18-second lag and narrow.
Go ahead.
Is there any settings we need to change? Right. It says click allow live streaming.
Adi chesam, go live annamo.
Okay. Still not coming.
This is
Zoom to YouTube live steps and it's saying under the advanced tab, click allow live streaming of webinars and enable verify the change.
share avana nokkala Janardhan.
No, I think. Let me see.
Satyavani, can you add me also as a co-host?
Yes, yeah.
Saying it is live stream.
Yeah, Janardhan okkasari.
Yeah, it says live streaming, but maybe it is a different link. I think it is doing in a different link. Okay. We just need to go into Zoom and change the link.
Share cheyadaniki chusanu.
Is this the one? Where did you get it? Okay, so go. Okay. So by default, it did this. That's the
Zoom
big issue. Move.
Start share.
No.
What's that?
You make me the co-host. Zoom teaser. Zoom out.
Settings.
Did you make me?
The co-host hosting.
You may have to just start it anyway.
వేరే లింక్ వెళ్తుందండి యూట్యూబ్ మేబీ we can distribute that link instead if it's working.
Link. I'll have to figure this out separately.
Yeah.
Because, don't waste, just start doing it.
Yeah, okay. Looks like we have problems in the streaming. Probably we'll start off. Panini garu, ఏమంటారు?
Yeah, మొదలు పెడతాను.
మనం మొదలెట్టేస్తే
Yeah.
నేను shall we start, Janardhan?
Yeah, go ahead. Start.
Okay, we'll ఒక notification పెట్టేస్తావా? There are some glitches. The meeting is happening. It will soon stream అని. Thank you, Janardhan. Okay, that's it. Recording in progress. We'll start, Andy. Thank you all so much for being here today. Welcome to our very first annual virtual summit, Upaasana-SMRITI, Samaṣṭi, the Connect, Forging Pathways from Sanatana Dharma to Human Excellence and Well-being. Greetings once again to you all. Sabhaye Namaha. Welcome. Panini garu, please.
सर्वेभ्यः मम नाम पाणिनिः अत्र किञ्चित् संस्कृते लघुपरिचयं कारयामि अत्र समष्टि इति नामिकायाम् उपासना-स्मृति संस्थायाः प्रथमवार्षिक अन्तर्जालसभायां सर्वेषां स्वागतम् अस्यां सभायां बहवः निपुणाः सनातन धर्म विषयान् अस्मान् बोधयन्ति। पुनरेकवारं नमः सर्वेभ्यः। महान् सन्तोषेण स्वागतम्।
Thank you all again. Welcome. We'll proceed. A small notification. This is an online summit streaming live on YouTube. Unfortunately, there are some glitches happening on the streaming side. Viewers, please bear with us. The recording will be posted with the full segments covered up. Link is shared in the chat, and please pass on to your family and friends.
सूचना अस्ति, इयं सभा अन्तर्जालमाध्यमेन साक्षात् यूट्यूब् लैव् माध्यमेन अपि प्रचलति, किन्तु तत्र कारणानि तत्र किञ्चित् दोषाः सन्ति। तदर्थमेव इदानीं तत्र रिकार्डिङ्ग् प्रचलति, जूम् रिकार्डिङ्ग्। कृपया बन्धुगणेषु सर्वत्र प्रसारयन्तु इति प्रार्थये।
Focusing on the summit, the agenda, topics for today, as stated prior in flyers and the project, Upaasana-SMRITI, topics covered, Veda, Vedanta, Jnana, Anubhava. Explore effective knowing learning strategies and foster a culture of awareness, understanding the impact of ancient knowledge for successful living and being.
अद्यतनसभायां वेद-वेदान्त-ज्ञान-विषयेषु उपन्यासमालिका भवति। वैज्ञानिकविषयाः, यात्रानुभवाः इत्यादयः आकर्षकाः उपन्यासाः अपि सन्ति। शृणुमः।
House rules. Please all on Zoom here today, mute your microphones. Only speakers during their slot times go live, unmuting their microphone button. Thank you. And one more, as established, we have timekeeping for each speaker to respect all other speakers in the lineup and viewers online. It'll be with a bell and a call out at 13-minute mark, and final bell and gentle reminder to close and end at 15 minutes. Goal here today, achieving synergy at this summit, Samaṣṭi, the connect, prepare to be inspired, get ready to embark on a journey of inspiration and growth. This is a gathering of scholars, thinkers, and seekers of Sanatana Dharma, and today we are unitedly understanding better our ancient Indian Bharatiya knowledge systems. At Samaṣṭi, the connect, we are diving deep into the collective knowledge, sharing invaluable insights and fostering connections that can supercharge us. Let's ignite our awareness and shape the future together, leading to human excellence and well-being. We begin the Sabha with prayer, SWASTI-Vaachakam by Vedala Srinivasacharyulu. Namaskaram Andi.
वेदाल महोदयः स्वस्थिवाचकेन इमां सभाम् आरभत। नमस्ते महोदय। अस्ति वा वेदाल महोदय?
हरिः ओम् श्रीगुरुभ्यो नमः। स्वस्तिवाचनम् सहना भवतु सहनौ भुनक्तु सह वीर्यं करवावहै तेजस्विनावधीतमस्तु मा विद्विषावहै। ॐ शान्तिः शान्तिः। हरिः ओम् श्रीगुरुभ्यो नमः। स्वस्तिवाचनम् सहना भवतु सहनौ भुनक्तु सह वीर्यं करवावहै तेजस्विनावधीतमस्तु मा विद्विषावहै। ॐ शान्तिः शान्तिः शान्तिः। May the Lord protect us both together. May He nourishes us both together. May we both work together with great energy. May our study be vigorous and effective. May we never hate each other. May peace, physical, mental, and spiritual, be on us forever. Om, peace, peace, peace. Bhadram karneभिः शृणुयाम देवाः भद्रं पश्येमाक्षभिर्यजत्राः स्थिरैरङ्गैस्तुष्टुवागुंशस्तनूभिः व्यशेम देवहितं यदायुः. Om, O gods, may we hear what is auspicious with our ears. O holy ones, may we see what is auspicious with our eyes. May we live a life of satisfaction with strong organs and a healthy body. May we praise the Lord during the lifespan given to us by the gods. Swasti na indro vruddhasravaah, swasti na pusha vishwavedaah, swasti na starsho arishtanemi, swasti no bruhaspati dadhatu. Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. May God Indra of great fame bless us. May the omniscient Pusha, the god of sun, bless us. May the protector Garuda bless us. May Lord Brihaspati protect us. Om, peace, peace, peace.
Moving on, thank you for the SWASTI-Vaachakam, Vedala garu. Moving on to the program, we first have introductory talk by the convener, Upaasana-SMRITI, the project repository story.
इदानीम् उपासनासंस्थायाः संस्थापिका अपि च अध्यक्षा काकर्ल सत्यवाणी महोदय सभायाः परिचयं कारयति. महोदय आरम्भं करोतु कृपया.
Desktop.
Where is-
Namaste, welcome all. I stand here before you all with great honor, respect to my parents, to the day we are here. I'm here, traveling the journey. I would like to share how the project
నమస్తే అండి, మీరు మ్యూట్లో ఉన్నారు.
Sorry about that. Welcome once again to Samaṣṭi. I would like to express great thanks to one and all, to our sponsors of this event, Dr. Jatavallabhala Krishna Mohan Garu and Annapurna Garu posthumously. We have another sponsor, Suman and Ramesh Veeragandham Garu and family. They mentioned it is an honor to sponsor the Vedic Summit. And we have respected Dr. Sarada Purna Sonty Garu from Veda Vidya Parishad, Chicago. And also we have Ravi Sharma Garu and Seshu Sharma Garu. We are here at the Yajna. And this is a picture from one of the temples in Kakinada, Andhra Pradesh. Smriti came about like an Yajna. We can see the subsets, how we perform on this earthly plane. And there is a background picture. Yajnas were performed back in those days by the rishis. Just to give a glimpse. The story of Smriti, before that, I would like to share what Smriti is. Project Smriti is an avenue for self-knowledge. It is an endeavor to create a unique service platform to organically build a repository of Vedic wisdom. A repository, a nest, seedbed of Vedic knowledge and wisdom that honors our rishis and scholars to establish a sustained, timeless preservation of knowledge, Sanatana Dharma, eternal laws that governs life process and sampradaya. Upaasana-SMRITI, the project aims to preserve and promote the timeless wisdom, a hybrid platform of information, a repository. The project website, smriti.upasana.net, provides a wealth of resources originated from the scholar members in the Smriti group through articles, audio, and video recordings. It is a bundle of knowledge categorized in Veda, Vedanta, Jnana. Veda, knowing. Experience of knowing is Vedanta through texts and discussions, understanding the experience of knowledge, depth discussions and debates, gain of knowledge and knowing, applications of knowledge, sharing expressions, and personal energy journeys. The process, recollection, there is content curation, dialogue and discussions, documentation of experiences and biographies, spotlighting information and making it easier to understand. The story began in 2013, project Upasana, just Upasana, with the tagline of expressions of life. 2014 to 17, it was pure blogging, personal expressions. For a while, Blogspot, Facelog. Some conventional work-life changes happened, timing hurdles, but deep passion on content sharing overrode all of it. Later extended the idea to create a platform, reaching out to others to curate shared life stories, everyday life stories and expressions, highlighting unique talents. But in 2019, a new shape turn extended the project to Upasana, keeping the original name. It became Bhagavad Gita project. With my father, a dad and daughter conversation sitting, sharing Bhagavad Gita, 700 slokas were curated. It was a 3-month project with 136 audio recordings archived. Here is a glimpse of the sittings in 2019, August through October. The story moved on. In November, a concept of Smriti came into being, another new formation. I conducted a town hall meeting gathering with local scholars in Silicon Valley to organize a monthly on-site group discussions on scriptures. But unfortunately, that did not go forward and there was a pause. In 2020 March, shared Smriti concept with 3 scholars, Chicago with Sharda Garu, she is in our panel today, Tirupati, Rani Sadasiva Murthy Garu, who is the Vice Chancellor of Vedic University, and my father. And after several idea sharing, phone calls, and planning processes with blessings, moved forward with Smriti. Intention setting and formal gathering was on April 4th. It was the Dharma Day, Sri Ramanavami. And today we are in the online confluence, very close to a big milestone happening in India currently, Janmabhoomi, the restoration of the temple of Sri Rama. I do not know how it all is coinciding, but this is all Bhagavad Sankalpa. We are here today. Moving on, 2020 April through June, recordings happened, curation started in the background. 2020 July, the trailer released for the very first time. Public announcement happened on July 4th. Recordings continued with Smriti team, expanding viewers and speakers. 50 YouTube productions were done. 21, the streaming of YouTube was happening. Curation was happening at the Smriti website, but pressures, unsolicited advice on Smriti, subscriptions, planning, non-profit ideas. There was COVID, burnout. There was a lot of think tank, workshops, seminars, courses. How should the project move through an EQ, emotional intelligence project, or a Veda project, or a wellness project? All these happened, and this made me take another organic break. A glimpse of the picture of 2019 November, where the Smriti really originated as a monthly gathering at Sanatana Dharma Kendra, Milpitas. Then came the banner. The scholars appeared from all around the globe, from India, Chicago, US. And this was the curation until 2022. Organic break, Yatra, exploration, 2022 to 23. I started giving some talks at Nadaveda Adhyayana Kendra and elsewhere. That was a beautiful journey, met beautiful people across the globe again. This is in Chicago at a summit at Vedanta Society, in Tirupati with Rani Sadasiva Murthy Garu. Glimpses of all the scholars I met in India. Remella Avadhanur Garu, he's a keynote speaker in the India segment today. We have Dr. VSR Murthy Garu, Durga Prasad Garu, and our very dear Raghuram Garu and Dr. Nagaratna Garu from Bangalore, Svyasa, who have been with Smriti right from the beginning, walking on their campuses, their classrooms, meeting more people. And this is B.V. Raman Garu's, this famous astrologer's daughter, Gayatri Garu, traveling to places, to temples, to universities. This is in UC San Diego. This was in Urbana-Champaign at their podcast center, trying to learn experiences, how learning experiences are being innovated and shared. This is in Boston, walking on campuses at Chinmaya Mission, Boston. All this led to Upasana. Meditating on it, it all means trying to create harmony and health. When knowing becomes being, when knowing becomes life, when knowing becomes nurturing, when knowing becomes well-being. Health is a state of body, wellness is a state of being. We are at the Yajna. Thank you all so much. At Samaṣṭi, please support, subscribe, and share. The project is curated at the websites upasana.net with the Bhagavad Gita in Telugu, Smriti with the extended scholars. We have YouTube channel at Upasana, Facebook smriti.upasana. Please send questions and comments to upasana10@gmail.com. Satyavani Kakarla. Namaste. We now move on to the next segment. As a foundational structure, Veda Patashalas, which are pillars of Sanatana Dharma, to focus a spotlight in the highlights of Veda Patashala session, today Upaasana-SMRITI picked to share about Sri MahaGanapati Vedic School, Shiva Chidambaram, Tamilnadu. We do have the Swamigal, Sarveshwaran Swamigal. Welcome. Please unmute your microphone. Namaskaram.
Namaste. Namaste. Shiva Chidambaram. Ismat sarvam samutpannam chara charamritam chakate itan namo nateshaya tasmai karunyamurtaye. Kuncham slowly and connected to the English also. I not connected to the Sanskrit. Already 9 years untouched on the Sanskrit. Panini is very good on Sanskrit also. I not ungood on the Sanskrit. Today is very, very special day on Chidambaram. Chidambara Kshetra, very, very special. Panchabuddha Kshetrani, Chidambara Kshetram, Swami Nataraja Swami, Shiva Swarupam, Pakkame Shivakami Devi, Ammavaru Swarupam, Chidambaram, first Patashala in Gurukula Vasam, study in Patashala. In Patashala, students also.
Go ahead.
Namaste.
नमस्ते नमस्कारेभ्यः अत्र महोदयः उक्तवान् अस्माकं वेदं परम्परायाः मूलं वेदपाठशालासु अस्ति भारते बहुत्र वेदपाठशालायाः शालाः सम्यक् प्रचलन्ति अधुना तासु तमिळ्नाडुराज्ये शिवचदम्बरे स्थितायाः श्री महागणपति वेदपाठशालायाः लघुपरिचयम् आचार्यः स्वयं दास्यन्ति इदानीं नमस्ते महोदय भवान् स्वीकरोतु You can take it away.
Namaste, namaste. Patashala in Rigveda, Yajurveda, and Atharva Veda connected in Veda Patashala. 3 Vedani Patashala connected in 3 Gurumurtiyan Patashala, 3 Panditan Patashala, plus connected to the Patashala also Sanskrit. Every day connected to the Sanskrit. Panchangam and any somethings and languages translate or the Sanskrit connected. All students are very, very good students are Patashala. Gurukula Vasam Patashala. Satyavani madam, very big help on the Patashala and support on the also very Satyavani ma'am and SMRITI teams also Sanatana Dharma and supported of pillar also your connected peoples also. Very help of Patashala and fund donated and the help and the anytime is supported to the this team. Dhanyavad. SWASTI-Vaachakam. स्वस्ति प्रजाभ्यः परिवारयन्तां न्यायेन माध्येन मखी मखीशाः गोब्राह्मणेभ्यः शुभमस्तु नित्यं लोकाः समस्ताः सुखिनो भवन्तु. शिव चिदंबरम.
Thank you, Swamigale.
Thank you.
Here I am Malladi Srinivas Sastry from Chidambaram. Is Sarveshwar from Chidambaram. Here we are in MahaGanapati order, Veda Patashala in Chidambaram. Just give introduction about a little bit about Chidambaram. And we just want to give a little bit details about our Patashala and objective of our Patashala and future ideas what we want to implement. Now the place where we are is called as Chidambaram. Chidambaram. When you define the name Chidambaram, Chit means wisdom and Ambaram is space, space of wisdom. And this is the place which is identified as the embodiment of ether or Akash. And in Smritis, they define Darshanat Aparasarasi. Darshanat Aparasarasi, the sense that by means of having darshan of Lord Nataraja itself, one can attain mukti. So, whenever possible, you have to get darshan of Nataraja. We belongs to the community of Dikshita who exclusively for performing puja to Nataraja. And we are nearly 400 families are here, and our main primary thing is to do puja for Nataraja, and apart from that, we do the things whichever prescribed on our Sanatana Dharma. And when we talk about Sanatana Dharma, it's a live life as prescribed by Veda. So when you define Veda, and normally Veda, the meaning is to know, or knowledge or wisdom, whatever it is. So here we live the life which are prescribed in Veda. And apart from that, here Sarveshwara Deepchara, he founded a Patashala, which is basically a Rigveda Patashala. And the objective of the Patashala is to impart Rigveda as well as Krishna Yajurveda under Gurukulam systems, to impart the students with the knowledge of Shastras. At Shastras, again, it's going to be Dharma Śāstra as well as Vyakarna, to some extent Jyotisha. Apart from this, to impart the knowledge of other languages to the students who are studying in Veda Patashala, and to equip them for effective communication to the outside world. So these are all the basic objectives of our Patashala. So in our Patashala, we have 5 students now, and among them 4 belongs to Rigveda and 1 belongs to Krishna Yajurveda. And here the schedule starts from morning 4. They are going to wake up by 4, and subsequently next 4:30 to 5:30 Veda Avarti is there. So they are going to recite the things whatever they learned yesterday or whatever they learned so far. And then after that 5:30 to 6:30 Anushthanam, 6:30 to 7:30 Brahma Yajnam, it's a part of Anushthanam, and 7:30 to 8:30 breakfast, and 8:30 to 12 Veda class, and evening again 12 to 1 Madhyanikam, the Anushtanam which has to be performed in the noon hours before lunch, and after the lunch they will take some break, and subsequently it's going to be followed by Kavya and Veda class. The evening they may spend 1 hour for entertainment, playing and other activities. Not only playing, they are also going to clean the places within the Patashala premises. And then again evening, after entertainment, they will recite Vishnu Sahasranama, Lalita Sahasranama and Narayanaswamy Sahasranama. Maybe not 3 Sahasranamas in all days. Subsequently, they go one day they are going to recite Vishnu Sahasranama, the next day Narayanaswamy Sahasranama and Lalita Sahasranama. Routinely they will perform that, and other stotrams like Todakashtakam, Guru Padaka Stotram, like that. And apart from that, again they have Veda classes. Then 8:30 they have dinner. After that, we conducted the other classes like Tamil, English, as well as Maths. Then 9:30 the time to sleep. This is the daily schedule for students. So here we try to impart the knowledge of Veda as well as the things which are required for the future. And apart from that, Here, now only 5 students are there. The future aim is to enroll more number of students, and for that we are in need of raising our fund also. Here only one, the Sarveshwar Dikshidhar, who is the founder, as well as Adhyapaka for Rig Veda, and another one Vignaraja Dikshidhar, who is acting as Adhyapaka for Krishna Yajurveda, as well as the Vignaraja Dikshidhar is acting as a teacher for Kavya, Sanskrit class and Kavya. I am teaching English, Tamil and Maths. So here now we have only 3 people, and since the students is only 5, and we want to enroll more number of students, and we are in need of getting moral support and some form of funds to preserve the things as it is and to improvise. So we just want to develop our institution not only as a Veda Patashala, and we just want to have this institution as the one which is able to give certification for other Patashalas also. So please do give your support to our institution.
सर्वेश्वर दीक्षितः सः एव अस्याः पाठशालायाः निर्वाहकः। सः बहुश्रमेण निर्वाहं करोति, अतः बहवः धनदाः वेदरक्षणार्थं बहूनि धनसहायानि कुर्वन्ति इति प्रार्थयामः।
ओम नमः सभाभ्यश्च वो नमः। ज्ञानान्वागणकाय भवामहे कविं कालीनामोपमश्रावस्तमम्। ज्येष्ठराजं ब्रह्माणां ब्रह्मणस्पदानः शृण्वन्नोतिभिश्रीदसादरणम्। ॐ श्रीमहागणपतये नमः। विष्णुर्गुरुर्देवो महेश्वरः, गुरुः साक्षात् परब्रह्म तस्मै श्री गुरवे नमः। यज्वारीरेशोऽत्रवत्पाणि सुभस्पति पुरो बुधासनस्य धम्। अश्विना पुरोदं शशानराशवीरया धिया कृष्णावनादं गिराः। दस्रायुवागावस्सुदाना सत्यावृत्रवरेशः। आयातं रुद्रवर्धने इन्द्रायाय चित्रबाणो सुखायिने वायवाः। अन्ये विस्तरमा भूतासाः। इन्द्रायाय धिये सुतो विप्रचोदस्सुतावतः। उपब्रह्माणि वागताः। इन्द्रायाय योतो जान उपब्रह्माणि हरिवः। सुसेना विश्वनश्चनाः। ओमासस्य ऋषमे धृतो विश्वे देवासः आगत। दाश्वांसो दाशुजसुतं विश्वे देवासो पुरस्सुतमानन्दतोर्नयः। उस्रायिवस्वसाराणि विश्वे देवासो अस्रिधये मायासो अद्रुहाः। मेधं दुषन्दवन्नायः। पावकानः सरस्वती वाजेभिर्वाचिनी महारुणः सरस्वती प्रचोदयति केतुना धियो विश्वामिराजति ॐ
गणानां त्वा गणपतिं भवामहे कविं कवीनामुपमश्रवस्तमं ज्येष्ठराजं ब्रह्मणां ब्रह्मणस्पदाय शृण्वन्नोतिभिः श्रीदसादनम् ॐ श्रीमहागणपतये नमः ईशमोर्जमस्मासु दत्तं प्राणान् पशुषु प्रजां मयि यजमाने च निरस्तः षण्डः निरस्तो मत्तः अपयुक्तौ षण्डामत्तौ सहामुनाः शुक्रस्य समिदसि मन्त्रिणः समिदसि सप्रथमः सङ्कृते विश्वकर्मा सप्रथमो मित्रो वरुणो अग्निः सप्रथमो बृहस्पतिश्चिकित्वाय तस्मात् इन्द्राय सुतमाचोमि तच्छयो गावृणीमहे गातुर्यज्ञाय गातुर्यज्ञपतये देवी स्वस्तिरस्तु नः स्वस्तिर्मानुषेभ्यः ऊर्ध्वं जिगाति भेषजं षण्णास्तु द्विपदे षण्चतुष्पदे ॐ शान्तिः 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 स्वस्ति प्रजाभ्यः परिपालयन्तां न्यायेन मार्गेण महीं महीषाः गोब्राह्मणेभ्यः शुभमस्तु नित्यं लोकाः समस्ताः सुखिनो भवन्तु
Namaste all again. Thank you so much. Sarveshwaran Swamigale, we wish you all the best with the prosperity of your Veda Patashala, and we will move on to the next in the program. Thank you. Dhanyasmi. We now have the keynote address by Dr. Sarada Purna Sonty garu, a Sanskrit and Telugu scholar, published author, CEO of her own Sapna organization, and holds advisory board roles in Silicon Andhra and Applied Vedic Sciences universities. She will enlighten us on through her topic, Bhagavat Vyasa Valmiki, roles of Rama and Sri Krishna, their essence, which ought to be understood.
Agresaramaha, Idanim Dr. Sarada Purna Mahodaya, Bhagavat Tattvam Valmiki Vyasayoho Ramakrishnayoho cha Patram Ityasya Vishayasya Upari Asman Bodhaishyati. Mahodaya, Krupaya Prarabham Karotu iti Prarthana.
Om Prano Devi Saraswati Vajevirpajinivati Dhinama Mitriyavatu Vang me manasi pratishtita mano me vachi pratishtita ma vira virma edhi vedasya maani stasrutam me ma prahasi anena dhitena horatran sandadhamrutam vadishyami satyam vadishyami tanmamavatu tadvaktaramavatu avatu mamavatu vaktaramavatu vaktaram. Om Shanti. Pranams to everyone. We truly gathered in Naimisham. We know the word Naimisham, what it means. And the rishis performed Satrayaga for 12 years each time. And this is something like that. For this, usually we pray to Saraswati for jnana. During my school years, I was taught this. Sarvaswatmochiteshu stirataradhishanam dehadadyam tadartham Tirnam chayuryasasya tribhuvana viditam papamargam viraktim satsangam satkadhaya shravanamapi sada dehi dhatva krupartaihi vidyam suddham cha buddhim kamala jadayate satvaram pahi mahyam. If we have observed dehadadhyam, that is also we are asking Saraswati. The centrality of my talk is Tattvam, Dharmam, Karmam. 3 words. To propound on that, I will say one mantra from Atharva Veda and 1 shloka from Mahabharata, because these 2 are very relevant to understand what Tattvam, Dharmam, and Karmam means. Naktam jata syoshade rami krishne asakni cha idam rajani rajaya kilasam phalitan chayat. This is from Atharva Veda. You will understand why I have mentioned this at this time by observing the words Rami, Krishna in Atharva Veda. Why these 2 words are used. And the other one is from Mahabharata. Echa Veda Veda Vido Vipraha Echa Adhyatma Chetasaha Devadanti Mahatmanam Krishnam Dharmam Sanatanam. And what is that Dharma, Sanatana, and Krishnam? And what is that Echa Vido Veda Vido Vipraha Echa Adhyatma Chetasa? What did Veda say? What did Adhyatma say? These 2 are very important for my talk. Happy greetings and gratitude to Smriti, Upasana personal, and Miss Satyavani Kakarla, a wonderful, very lovely, very graceful, very deep, intense human being. And my fellow panelists and esteemed speakers, namaskaram to everyone. As I mentioned, my presentation holds 3 parts: Tattvam, Dharmam, Karma. And Dharma word we use, Sanatana Dharma. It's a Hindu perspective about the laws that governs life. Dharma is the laws that govern life. And Bhagavatattvam, the other word. Bhagavatattvam, today we worship Lord Sri Rama, Lord Sri Krishna. The centrality of Bhagavatattvam. And Lord Sri Rama's Bhagavatattvam was proved in Ramayana. And Lord Sri Krishna's Bhagavatattvam is proved in Mahabharata. That means they are the centralities of Maharshi Valmiki and Maharshi Vyasa. They are the 2 divine rulers of mortal world who represent Dharma and Karma, the primordial duties. The Karma, the Dharma, the Karma are the centrality of Vyasa and Valmiki. In my presentation also, the linga of Veda, Vedanta, Upanishad, Kavya, Purana, Itihasa, Laukika Saraswata, Vangmaya Saraswata, they all are based on Tattva. And when we read those, when we go through those, that Saraswata, we need to understand everything through Tattva. So what is Tattva? The essence of which, for which we give Nama and Rupa, name and form. Please remember, this is almost the definition of Tattva. The essence for which we give name and form. And I find it is necessary to bring forth a a model to explain this concept. How would I explain this? The reality and the real world, the unmanifest and the manifest. Ritam cha swadhyaya pravachane cha, satyam cha swadhyaya pravachane cha, satyam and ritam. Conceivable and manifest truth is rhythm. Perceivable, manifest truth is satyam. We need to understand those two. I'm using the definitive article for all the words. The dharma, the karma, the Brahman. Why? Why do we do that? It means it's absolute, ever-growing, ever-expanding, etymological meaning, right? And ultimate and unconditioned philosophically. These words, please remember, Brahman, Dharma, Karma, Satya, Ritam, Tattvam, all those are unconditioned and ultimate words. I think that after the vast study, we are devoting to Hindu thought. These are Hindu thoughts, as the world says. Let's go to the word Hindu. It's necessary to add a definite article again, the Hindu. We have to say the Hindu. Why? Because there are many meanings, explanations, theories, derivations from every angle possible. I take the Aksharartha for these words, especially for Hindu. I can say that the people of Sindhu civilization, or in Persian, Hind means jnana in Persian language, wisdom. We can give many number of meanings, historical, social, linguistic, all words, but I would take Aksharartha. According to the Aksharapatiyam theory, developing based on Vedakshara of Samhita. Here, Vedakshara Akshara itself is unitary sound syllable. It's unitary. That means Hind, Ha plus Ind. Hakara and Indu. Hakara has a meaning. How do we say that? Kah Prajapati, Indrasyakaraha. In Veda, every Akshara was given meaning. And the Ha, the sound, represents the sun. Solar energy. Aspirant alphabet it is. And Surya, Prabha, light, Prakashamana, Surya. The Vamsha itself, the Hakara, stands for Prakasha, Kanti, Bhasamana, Bha, light. Light comes from Surya. So Ha stands for Surya. And Indu. Indu denotes moon, Chandra, indirect. Indrasyakaraha. And Indu is, as Shanti Suktam in Rig Veda says, Manaso Jataha, it causes manas. That means when Surya gives life and the body, Indu gives the manas, which makes human a whole. So any jiva that has life and mind is Hindu. That means the entire human race, we can call them Hindus. Not particularly lived only in India or people who practice Vaishnavism, Shaivism. No, every human is a Hindu. As I said, it's Aksharartha that I'm trying. And also, Hakara and Hindu stands for Ahas and Rahas, day and night. Hakara means Ahas. Rahas is Chandra. Ahas and Rahas. So how do we explain this? Ahoratrani, they are together. So soul and self, mind and body, light and darkness, both denote Hindu. So let's go back. The Hindu word it should be applicable to mortal world, not just human world. My heart feels very full and accelerated because Today, I completed Likhita Japam of Srimad Ramayanam of 24,000 slokas with Srimad Arya Vyakhya for few parts. And this is Uttarayanam, Shobhakrutu, Hemanta, Pushya, Shukla, Dashami, Shanivaram. And we gathered here to propound on Sanatana Dharma concept, contemporary values, and methods of practice. And how do we do that? Vedic principles wholly depend on pramanas because Veda is a science. It is personal opinions, it doesn't matter anymore. It doesn't stand at all. Laws that govern mortal lives are named as Sanatana Dharma. We have to prove that. That means we need to give a scientific explanation. These laws of all life entities, we human perceive that with a human perspective. So Sanatana Dharma laws are the human to expand to limitless, seamless, boundless state. And how do we say that? Veda is a Shastra. Shasanat iti Shastram. Vidhi Nisheda Jnapakam Shastram. One that, because the Shastram is one that orders, governs, rules, dictates, guides, directs, inspires, indicates, and reveals. These are the natures of Shastra. And Veda does it. Veda is Shastra. Pramayaha karanam pramanam. Kim Shasti? Pramanam Shasti. So what is pramanam? Yadardha jnanam prama. Pure knowledge. And Shasanat, Shastram, one that dictates pure knowledge. So pramanam is one that gives pure knowledge. Yadartha jnana karanam pramanam, as we said, it is a tool. It is a tool to know the primordial principles that dictates pure knowledge. So that's how we need to define Veda. Shastram, Vidhi Nisheda Sutrani, it has do's and don'ts. It's a book of do's and don'ts. Veda Swata Pramanam, and it has 6 folds. And how do we prove a Pramanam? Pratyaksha, Anumana, Upamana, Shabda, Arthavati, Anupalabdhi. These are the 6 components of any sutra, any Shastra Pramanam. Direct inference, or no, the first thing is a perception, and then inference, analogy, testimony, circumstantial evidence, cognitive proof, and non-perspective, that means negation. These are the conditions for any pramanam. Veda has all this. And it is Navanidhanakam Shastram. That means it's 9 folds. So what are the folds for 9? For Veda, the 9 folds. Vedam with its 4, Vedanga with 6, Upaveda and Tantra, Shaiva, Shakti, those are 3, and Darshanas, and all those put together, and then goes to Darshanam, and Laukikam, Paramarthancha, Jivanam, Sukhena, Sadhayata, Margam, all those 5, and Smriti, Purana, Itihasa, Prasthana, Trayi, these are the 9. Vedas can be understood by these. So for this, how do we understand this? Let's go back to the 2 shlokas that we gave. Mahabharatam says, Eja Veda Vido Vipraha, Eja Adhyatma Chetasam, Te Vadanti Mahatmanam Krishnam Dharmam Sadatanam. So as I mentioned before, Hindu, the word itself with Aksharartha is a Sanatana word. That means it is from the beginning, from Adi. And here, Yecha Veda Vido Vipraha, that means the people, the scientists as we call, Veda Vida are the scientists. And Yecha Adhyatma Chetasam, the Vedantins, the Dharmikas, the Upasakas, Ye Vadanti Mahatmanam, those Mahatmas said, Krishnam Dharmam Sanatanam, what we practice. And today, Rama and Krishna. Rama stands for Dharma and Krishna stands for Karma. And these 2 are the human perspectives. And we need to understand what that dharma is, what the karma is, and what Krishna taught in Bhagavad Gita, what Rama said in Maharamayana. And in that, in Yuddhakanda, if you know, Rama was praised by Brahman just as it is Vishwarupa of Rama. Those are 33 shlokas in Yuddhakanda towards the end. Please don't forget to follow those. Rama's Vishwarupa was given in Ramayana itself in 33 shlokas in Yuddhakanda. And Sri Krishna's Vishwarupa was given in Mahabharata, in Bhagavad Gita. And these two propound, those two explain what the dharma, the karma are. These two are the tattva. The tattva means when we say, I mentioned one shloka in Atharva Veda, Naktam Jata Rami Krishni. The word Rama and the word Krishna stands for Ahas and Rahas, as I mentioned in the beginning. That means Rama is the Prakashamana. Dharma prakashes. And Krishna stands for Rahas. That means it is not darkness. Darkness is what? The light that we cannot see. And once we see, that means Indriya are applied. We need to understand every word in Veda or the other 9 Vidhanaka, as I mentioned. Everything should be learned from the tattva. The tattva, again, as I said, it is the principle for which we give, the essence for which we give name and fame, name and form. Nama Rupa. Nama Rupatmakam. We are making that. To understand Rama, Krishna, Dharma, Karma, and the Tattva, Ahas, Rahas, Prakashamana, Andhakara. These words, it takes us to Sanatana. Again, Sanatana is the beginning. It's an English word. Beginning is an English word. Sanatana means it is there. It has no kala prabhava on that. It's always there. So is Ahas and Rahas. So is Dharma and Karma. So is Rama and Krishna. These are all, to understand this, we need to know the tattva. Tattva is the essence for which we give name and form. Nama, Rupa. So these are the words, the centrality of what I have been trying through Aksharapadiyam, that means Akshara Samhita, starting from Veda. Veda itself gives Vedanta and Upanishads. And every Akshara, every unitary sound syllable a human announces, human can pronounce, has a meaning. Full-fledged, Sampurna Maryada. And Panini Garu, Vani, I'm not sure if I have few more minutes time, but I am very grateful to you for what you have been doing for this endeavor. Excellent, very inspiring, very proactive, productive endeavor. And this is what is needed. Panini Garu, I get very overwhelmed when I hear that taking Sanskrit, the language, taking it forward, because the word Rama, Krishna can only be understood in Sanskrit. The other worldly languages are for the real world models, not for reality. Reality is very different. Reality is the tattva. Real world are the manifest material. Manifest material is only a model that we create to understand in our own limited mind. We need to make our minds expansive. For that, we need to understand tattva. That means for what we are giving name and form, nama, rupa. This is understood. And bringing in Sanskrit language, and bringing all the scholars to one platform here. As I said, it certainly feels like Naimisham, where a Jnana Yajna is being performed. And Ms. Satyavani has been working for quite some time to start this. And she has brought many, many celebrated scholars. It's very humbling to be on the same platform, to be able to say the few words that I wanted to say. Again, as I said, the centrality of what I wanted to say are, one time, Sri Parivrajaka Mahacharya, Kanchikamakoti Pitathipati, Swami Varu, he said something. We need to stand on four-legged table. That means Vedam, Dharmam, Shastram, Karmam. These are the four legs. Even one leg is broken, we will be standing on a kuntikalu. That means we become handicapped. So we need to practice all four. Vedam, Dharmam, Shastram, Karmam. These are all interrelated. We need to understand. To understand this, the tattvam, we need to understand of all these four. And I'm very grateful for this opportunity given to me to say these few words. Namaskaram.
Thank you so much, Sarada Garu. You're so dear to me. Thank you for traveling, giving that support, shadowing me, teaching me so many things. Really appreciate everything. And today's wonderful, exhilarating, eye-opening talk is so graceful. Thank you so much. And I'm very, very sure everybody will benefit from the words of your wisdom. Thank you. Namaste. Beginning our series of talks today, starting off with the Balavakya. Now, Pranav Ghatraju, the young engineer in the summit, is going to present a talk on topic, lean into what makes you, you. We all have a role to play in society. Let's listen.
Nantaram Yuvakah Ghatraju Pranavah Antah Visleshanena Katham Vayam Samajakaryam Sadhayama Ityasmin Vishaye Asman Prereshyati Pranava Krupaya Arambham Karotu.
This is a recording that he made for us. Unfortunately, he could not attend, so I will go ahead and play the recording. Thank you all.
Namaste, everybody. My name is Pranav Ghatraju, and I'm joining you all from Boston, USA. Thank you very much to Satyavani ji for giving me this opportunity to speak in this forum. Today, I'll be talking about Dharma and looking at it from a lens of a youth growing up in a foreign country where Dharma is not taught to us in school. Growing up, Dharma seemed very abstract to me. Of course, all the elders would tell me that Dharma is the path to righteousness. You should know your Dharma. This is your Dharma. These are all things that were thrown at me. But it was only up till maybe the last few years that I actually gave it some thought of what is my Dharma? What does Dharma mean to me? And personally, Dharma is the journey of going from person A to person B. It's the journey. It's the journey towards who you want to be at the end of the day. So in order to understand who you want to be, you need to understand who you are now. And especially with so much information out there, whether it's through social media, WhatsApp, YouTube, the news, we're just barraged by so much information thrown at us. And a lot of these are just unverified, and many of them we don't get the full story. Yet we let these experiences and let these stories infiltrate our mind and disturb us from pursuing our path. So in this talk, I want to talk about how the last few years I focused a lot on becoming that narrow focus of becoming the person I want to be through the lens and through the introducing dharmic principles. So the first point I want to talk about is understanding oneself. Self-awareness is something that gets talked about a lot today. And where does self-awareness start with? It starts with self-reflection. How many of you at the end of your day do self-reflection? How many of you actually ask yourself, did I achieve what I wanted to set out to achieve today? And if I didn't, what stopped me? And if what's stopping me, what could I do to get help? How many of you are doing that? Now, by any means, I didn't do this right off the bat. It took me a long time to understand that I needed this. And I figured this out quite recently, actually, in the last couple of years. I play tabla myself, and I was going through an intense period of practice during COVID. And there was one particular composition I was playing on tabla that it took me almost 6 months to get it well. And not just like presentable, but to at least, get the fundamental down. And I would go at it, practice for almost 45 minutes, the same thing. And I felt that I was not seeing any progress. And finally, I realized, okay, I keep on doing everything the same way every day. Why isn't that working? I keep on practicing per se. But that introspection was never there of, am I actually getting better? So taking that same composition, what I did was I broke it down piece by piece. That, okay, today we're going to work on this portion of the composition and get that down. At whatever speed, slowest speed, but get all the wording down and slowly pick up the speed, get that fluency. And over time, I started to see that improvement. And it all started by asking myself, am I getting better? Eventually, this composition that I was working on, it's now something I play in all my concerts. It's because that joy, that adrenaline rush of finally achieving something, finally gone through struggle to get there, I have no other option than to share it with the audience whenever I perform. That is the power of self-reflection. It's because we have the ability as humans, the cognitive ability to go back and reflect. That's one of the many traits that separates man from animal. It's the ability to reflect and say, okay, I did this. Now what can I do? So tying this back to Dharma, every day we need to ask ourselves, am I progressing? Am I getting 1% better? You see, 1% better doesn't mean 1 times 1. It means 1 to the power of many. If you're just doing 1% better every day, compounded over so many days, that's called compound interest. And I cannot do the math off the top of my head, but if you keep on doing 1% better every day, I guarantee that you're definitely going to be better than where you were last year. So at the end of the day, start by saying, am I getting 1% better? The next aspect when it comes to Dharma is understanding your life experience. It's understanding that I myself am a culmination of my unique experiences. Because there can only be one Pranav Ghatraju. And that's me. I am special. Because I am a sum of my experiences and nobody can take that away from me. This is something I struggled with growing up in the US, is because I felt that in school with my friends I was one person, and when I came home I was a different person. In school I had to be in touch with the latest trends, whether it was the latest music, the latest video games coming out, whereas at home I had my own environment. We talked about a whole different set of movies. We had a whole different lifestyle altogether. But why not bridge the two? This didn't come to me until I was in college, where I realized that, okay, I don't really need to silo myself in these two identities. I can just be myself. And whoever likes me, whoever, as we say, vibes with me, I can attract that into my life. And whoever doesn't vibe with me, well, There's billions of people on this planet. Other people will come into my life. So it's very important to understand what are the experiences that have shaped your life, especially the negative ones, because those are the ones we learn from. Those are the ones we go back and do self-reflection on to say, okay, this happened to me. Where can I go from here? And finally, when it comes to self-reflection, is the idea of mindfulness. Dharmic practices emphasize meditation. Why? It's because we get clarity as to what matters, and what matters is the present. One thing I learned is that there's no better time than the present, because the present is the only thing that we can never get back. I've been speaking for almost 8 minutes at this point, and the previous 8 minutes are gone. But in those 8 minutes, I'm fully immersed in this moment. So you may ask yourself, I don't have time to meditate. Personally, I don't meditate every day. I meditate when I'm in the mood for it, honestly. But how can we incorporate the principles of meditation into our lives? And that comes by being one. Some people say, for some people, meditation will be sitting in the corner, observing breath, doing pranayama. That is one side. But I'm here to tell you that you don't have to be doing that to meditate. Take one thing and give your 100% attention to it, and I tell you that that's the same as meditation. And where does this take you? It takes you to be immersed in the present, because only in the present do you get the clarity of where can I move forward? Where can I go traverse this path of Dharma? If you're not taking the time to be in the present, you're never going to reach your future goals. And that's something that I'm working on myself, is understanding that not everything has to come to you now, but you have to make the effort. And you can only make the effort if you are aware in the moment that you are struggling. So I want to move on to the second part when it comes to righteousness and Dharma, especially in the Western society, is about righteousness. What is righteousness? When we're young, we're told that there's so many things that are wrong. You cannot do it. But then once we leave home, we realize that, I now have the freedom. I don't have my parents behind me. Then we see all these people, indulging in activities that we thought were growing up were, frowned upon. But at the end of the day, they're still good people. It's for me, I found it mind-boggling that there are people, personally I'm vegetarian, but people that eat non-vegetarian. Growing up, they say you shouldn't eat non-vegetarian, but we don't understand why. And we don't understand that just because you eat non-vegetarian food doesn't mean you're not a good person. Because at the end of the day, everyone has their own sense of righteousness. And one thing that I grew up was the fear of sin. And there's so many things that are wrong. But then over time, I've learned that it's not black and white, sinner and non-sinner. It's more of the fact of understanding and having the aspect of having the idea that it's okay to be ignorant, but making the same mistake twice is not good. That's sin. Sin, to me, is when you know you are doing wrong. And how does that come? It comes by going through those negative experiences we talked about before. So when it comes to pursuing one's dharma, it's very important to understand, to be aware of what is right and what is not. Always listen to your gut. That's something that I learned, that I had to learn, is that sometimes it's okay to make mistakes. Sometimes you have to put yourself out there to know what you don't like and don't like. But at the end of the day, if you don't like something, or if you make something wrong and you do it again, that is sin. So I want to conclude by saying that traversing this path, it all comes down to one thing, and it comes down to understanding where you want to go. And where you want to go comes from understanding who you are now. So the main takeaway I want to have from this talk is that at the end of the day, before you go to sleep, ask yourself, am I getting 1% better? And if I'm not getting 1% better, what's stopping me? And if there are things stopping me, how can I seek help? Thank you all for listening to my talk today, and have a wonderful day. Namaste.
Thank you so much, Pranav. What a wonderful talk coming from Balavakya. And as you said, we all have a role, and you have taken upon your role very well. Thank you for the beautiful message. It was just nice reminder, gentle reminders for all of us. Age doesn't matter. Thank you so much. And now moving on to the next speaker, we have Dr. Malladi Srinivas Sastry garu, psychiatrist by profession, practicing in the UK, and founder of Soham Vidya. His topic for today, Snippets of Psychology through Indian Scriptures. Namaste, Malladi garu.
Yeah, namaste. Thank you so much for giving me this opportunity. Let me just share my screen.
ఒక్క నిమిషం అండి, పండిని గారు ఒకసారి మిమ్మల్ని ఇంట్రడ్యూస్ చేస్తారు.
Yeah. अग्रे डॉक्टर मल्लादी श्रीनिवास शास्त्री महोदयः अस्मान् उद्दिश्य वक्ष्यति। महोदयस्य अंशः भारतीयपरम्परायां मनोवैज्ञानिकांशाः इति। महोदय कृपया प्रारम्भं करोतु। धन्यवादः।
धन्यवादः महोदय। एतत् मम सौभाग्यः, एषः मम सौभाग्यः अस्ति। भवान् सदृशः अत्र अस्ति। भवतः भगिन्याः अपि श्रद्धायाः विषये अहं प्रेरितः अस्मि। धन्यवादः। Okay, so given the time limitation, I'll be as quick as possible. Snippets of Psychology through Ancient Indian Literature, and I call it snippets mainly because I'm actually making a fresh journey myself in understanding the various nuggets of wisdom that is there. Obviously, it will take an entire lifetime for me to go through this, but whatever little I am able to kind of appreciate, I'm trying to put them together here for our benefit. So let me just start. I'll go straight into the topic. I would have liked to do an introduction, go into the topic, but I think I would rather focus on the time limitation here. I'll start with Rasa Siddhanta of Natya Shastra. So where we normally understand Natya Shastra is typically about dramaturgy, which is how a play is conducted and what are the various aspects that go on there. But before that, I'll give an equivalent in modern days of cognitive behavioral therapy. Here I'm trying to show a video, and while the video is, I'll play it again. What we need to look at is, let's imagine a situation where this particular lady is fearful. So that's the feeling, right? That's the emotion. And there is a situation, and imagine she's seeing something very distressing. Let's imagine a vampire there or a demon that she is seeing, and she's extremely frightened. So that's the feeling. And if I can just ask any of you, what are the thoughts which may be going through her mind at the time? If we can be very quick about it, what are the thoughts you would expect that she would be having at this point of time when she is so frightened?
Fearful. Fear.
Yeah, fearful. Well, that's not a thought.
Danger.
Okay, so the thoughts I'll give as examples. I'm in danger. That's the thought. I am in danger. How do I escape? I want to run. I need help. Okay, so these are the various thoughts that are coming through at that point of time. Action would be trying to run away from the place, looking for an exit door, finding ways to protect self. All those are actions. Okay. Now, interestingly, there is another thing that we need to look at, which is what are the physiological responses. So when somebody is afraid, what do you think is going on in the body?
Blood is shunted to larger muscles.
Sorry, what happens with the muscles?
Blood goes to the larger muscles. It is
Yeah, I
shunted.
know, but what happens then? How does it show up when you see somebody fearful?
Pale face.
Or when okay, they may be sweating, their heart is racing, yeah, they're trembling,
Pale face.
legs are shaking, yeah, so eyes are dilated, all those things. Okay, so let's look at the connection with Rasa Siddhanta. In Natya Shastra, there are a few concepts that are enlisted. Vibhava, which is the situation, just like how we have seen it earlier. So the situation there is she has seen a demon or a vampire or whatever it is. So that is vibhava. Now there are two types of vibhavas. One is alambana vibhava and uddipana vibhava. Alambana vibhava is the actual situation or the actual trigger. So seeing the demon is the actual trigger. Uddipana is which is complementary and adding to the mood of that situation. Like for instance, flashing thunder or the door slamming all of a sudden. All those are adding more to the entire situation, to the fear. Anubhava is the action. So on the stage, the actor is actually demonstrating it through the same things. Just as the lady looks, she is kind of moving, heaving with breath, trembling, possibly sweating, trying to run, and all that. Vyabhichari bhava can be a psychological state, and it is either an emotion or a thought. Most of the times we'll be here interested in thoughts. And thought could be chinta, glani, smriti. So these are the kind of thoughts which are described. Some could be emotions itself. Now, what is interesting is Rasa Siddhanta makes it a point that we all have latent emotions underneath somewhere. We are programmed to feel those emotions when time comes, when time is ripe. But it doesn't come out of thin air. So it is there already in all of us, and it's called sthāyi bhava. That's the latent emotion. Now, all these things put together, they interact like a chemistry. So the vibhava, anubhava, and vyabhichari bhava, they come together and they ignite the latent emotions, sthāyi bhava, to manifest itself as a fully developed emotion called rasa. Okay, so Sringara is a rasa, hasa is a rasa. So these are all the various rasas that we know of. So it is fully developed. Where is it fully developed? There are two possibilities, and there are actually three theories. We will not debate about the theories. So one theory is that, let's say Rama is the one who is being played as a character. One concept has been that the rasa is actually developed within Rama himself, and it is then kind of understood or relived by the actor. Another says that no, it is actually the actor who actually lives that, feels those emotions. So it is the interaction of the situation, their actions, whatever they are demonstrating, and the kind of psychological states that they are creating leads to them exhibiting fully developed rasa in them. That is the actor. So if that is the case, we see it in the actor here. The other possibility is that they are being actually experienced by the audience. So the audience are the ones who are actually experiencing it. So therefore, we can see them all laughing. They're living that experience. Sometimes we move with a situation. We actually have tears, just as the other person on the screen is having tears, and so on. Irrespective of whether it is the actor who experiences it, the fully developed rasa, or if it is the audience, what we see in common with modern psychology is that there is an interplay of the situation, the feelings, or the feelings are of course the latent ones, but they are fully developed at a later time. So we have the situation, we have the actions, and we have the psychological states, the thoughts. They're all interacting and leading to a fully developed emotion or rasa. Now, this model is not necessarily the same as is described in CBT or the cognitive behavioral therapy model, where it is said situation leads to the triad of thought, action, and feeling. It's like a triad, they work together. But in Rasa Siddhanta, this is what I have done so far. Mind you, this is work in progress. I do not have any reference of anybody's work to compare with, but I believe that I have done as well as I can to demonstrate in this form. So we have the latent durable emotion, or the sthayi bhava. And then what do we have? The alambana vibhava and uddipana vibhava, as I said. Let's say the lady is seeing a demon there, that is the alambana vibhava. And uddipana vibhava is, in a movie, director enhances the whole situation by slamming of the doors, thunders in the background, some loud voices elsewhere, all those. So these are naturally instigating the latent emotion to develop into rasa. But along with vyabhichari bhavas, there could be various thoughts which could memory, like for instance, smriti, chinta, worry, then shankha, which is the doubt, or dainyam, misery, examples. And we have consequent actions, the anubhava, and that leads to the fully developed rasa. Why am I talking about this? Because cognitive behavioral therapy is a model which we use to treat patients with depression, anxiety disorders, phobias, and so on and so forth. And one wonders if there is scope for us to work on the whole idea of Rasa Siddhanta as well, to see if we can develop a model for to benefit our patients. Okay, so I'll skip through these slides because we haven't got time, but these are part of a larger presentation which I'm developing simultaneously. As I said, these are snippets. So the second snippet is, I call something, I call this dynamic dharmic algorithm, becoming Rama. Dharma, I think we just heard beautifully the earlier speaker talk about the importance of dharma. I believe that dharma sankatas or dharma complexities of dharma are multidimensional and momentary as well. Just because I have had a situation, like for instance, I'll give you an example, as absurd as it may sound. Sorry, if it sounds cinematic, because my examples tend to be cinematic. Let's say you are a very nice man, supposedly, and but you follow dharma. Yeah, okay. Now, there is a particular person who is actually in need of help at that point of time. At that point of time, you have helped the person and they are supposed to leave. But then they come back again a few moments later asking for help again, let us say asking for more money. You are immediately using a different dharma there. The first dharma was possibly helping the person, maybe came out of love, unconditional love. Second was obviously exploitation, that person. You are not sticking to the same and repeating the same again, right? It is a momentary, that momentary dharma has now given way to a different dharma where now it is the kind of, what do you call it? They are not deserving of the dana. Okay, I forgot the name now, what it is called. But so they are not deserving and you're not giving them anymore. So dharma is very dynamic and it's momentary as well. When you train yourself, and I believe Rama was an expert in that kind of dharmic dynamic algorithm. Why do I call it algorithm? Because it's very algorithmic in approach. You can train yourself in dharma in such a way that you pick up, you in your mental mapping, you can actually kind of overrule one after the other, one for the other, and so on. It's very multidimensional and it is also algorithmic, is how I look at it. So if you actually develop your expertise on dynamic dharmic algorithm, you can actually equip yourself to be able to be quick with your decision making, relatively fair, and probably right in decision making once you train yourself, while accepting responsibility for the decision you have made and accepting the consequences and absorbing the fallout from the displeased camp, because we don't have people always agreeing with you, especially when they are tough decisions. But you are still able to kind of absorb those consequences because you are taking responsibility for your decision. And then the benefit of it is you stay content with balanced emotions and you then continue the life journey unfettered. So we need these kind of people actually in the world, particularly those following. Earlier I was hearing to the lady, Dr. Sonty Garu. So she was also talking about how Sanatana Dharma has to be practiced. And I believe Sanatana Dharma practice is not being pacifist. Sanatana Dharma is to be practiced as somebody who is courageous as well as loving, and following the Satyavak all the time. So it's a combination of all these things which has to be performed. And I believe Rama represents that. That is why we have valor, courage, Satya, Ahimsa, everything that you can think of, it is there. And he nicely uses the algorithm to work on it. So we'll see an example how possibly Rama had exhibited this, demonstrated it. If you look at the second Ayodhya Kanda, in Ayodhya Kanda, when Rama hears of his exile, Ramasta Brushamaayasto Nishwasanniva Kunjaraha Jagama Sahito Bhratra Maturantahpuram Vashi. You can see that the way drama is being described here, just like how we have seen the actions, thoughts, and emotions. Rama is deeply pained. How does it feel? He's actually experiencing the pain. Heaving sighs like an elephant. So that's the anxiety or the disappointment, whatever is coming through. And went towards the inner apartment of his mother along with his brother. So those who may think that Rama wouldn't have, just like how in television serials, Rama would have been shown just standing still there, not feeling anything, not doing anything. That is robotic. That is plasticky. It doesn't work like that. Anyway, Valmiki has given this description very clearly that Rama was heaving sighs like an elephant, as troubled as that. So he was having the physiological reaction of fear and anxiety, and it was painful, to say the least. Why is it important? We'll look at it in a little while. So first thing is, he was definitely experiencing it. Now, we'll look at two scenarios. First scenario is, Vanigaru, please tell me when it is time, so I'll stop whenever you tell me to stop.
Yes, our Sreedhar Chintalapaty garu will notify us. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So the way we look at two scenarios. First scenario is fictional. Please don't brand me as being blasphemous by any means here. So I'm just giving it as a fictional scenario, and the second scenario will be itihasic scenario. So the fictional scenario is if Rama was not following Dharma, or if Dharma is not being applied, or the Dharmic algorithm is not applied by Rama. So if Rama was angry towards Kaikeyi, considering her to be the culprit for his exile, how would he respond? So then he would be saying, Ramasya Vanavasam Bharatasya Abhishechanam is Kaikeyi's dialogue. Then Rama says, Kaikeyaha Karanena Mama Vanavasam. Because of the Kaikeyi, who is the culprit, am I being exiled? Is his response, his thought. He's heard that, that's a situation, and he's had this thought, she is the culprit. And how is he going to feel? He has the emotion, which is anger. And possibly his actions are going to follow that accordingly. Okay. So this is the first scenario. If Rama considered Kaikeyi to be independent, to be the independent reason for the exile, mind you, it is fictional. So it is important to understand the human experience of Rama, so we can also observe it is our cognitive learning and application of concepts of, okay. So now we will, I think there must be a slide missing. I don't know where it is gone. I'll come to this. So this is the second scenario. If Dharma is applied as per Itihasa, which is the case. So what does he say here? Karma karanena Kaikeyi nimittam asti. See, because of karma, Kaikeyi is an instrument of karma. Now, what has he done? He's applied dharma. What is the dharmic knowledge? Dharmic knowledge is that there is an entity, or there is a concept of karma, and according to karma, people react. Oh, okay. So that's the dharmic model. That is why Kaikeyi is acting like that. Now I understand. Therefore, she is not to be blamed. It is the karma siddhanta which is to be kind of considered here. Hence, I am not going to exhibit anger towards this seeming instrument who has no other powers apart from playing her role. Okay, I will forgive her. This is exactly what has happened in Rama's mind. This is what, as per Itihasa, is mentioned. Now, I'll just kind of give you how does he work it out. He works it out this way. So let's say there is an unfavorable situation leading to distress. It leads to initial distressing emotions. We have seen how he was heaving high like an elephant. Initial distressing emotion. Then there could be initial distressing thoughts. But then you apply the strategy, the dharmic knowledge comes into play, your cognitive exercise of learning those dharmic principles, recollecting those dharmic principles, and practicing those principles. When you do all that, then the result is you are keeping your emotions in balance. Your cognitions are therefore working in the right way. You come to terms with the situation and you deal with it better in such a way that final result is you're coping well with the unfavorable situation. That situation is not going to change. Kaikeyi still stays the same. Rama still has to go to Vanavasa. Nothing has changed. In fact, maybe things get worse. Like Sita wanting to come along, Lakshmana wanting to come along. Now he is responsible for two other people taking decisions. Unfavorable situation is not going to be moving away anywhere. Nobody is going to have sympathy. The situation is not going to have any sympathy for you. You are the one who is actually learning how do you cope with the situation better by exercising the cognitive part of the dharmic model, dharmic algorithm. Okay.
Time.
Yeah. So I'll just finish with a couple more slides. Now, is it me who is saying that Rama is actually the one to utilize this? No. It's Rama himself who says in Valmiki Ramayana. And he says, Sarvam pratyupabhogam yasmad purushasya sadhayati buddhihi saaiva cha vishinashti punaha pradhana purushantaram sukshmam. So he basically says that, do you know how I am able to kind of exhibit this? He says, it is by processing this and exercising my intellect. By exercising my intellect, I am actually able to follow these dharmas and handle and cope with these situations. Okay, Rama himself says that. So when you do that, what happens? The buddhi is actually helping us process the information through the sense organs. We can also see it through another shloka, which is from Bhagavad Gita. I'll stop with this slide, which is Indriyani paranyahu indriyebhyah param manah manasastu para buddhihi yo buddhev paratastu saha. In this, we know that more than the body, sense organs are superior, mind is superior to sense organs, intellect is superior to mind, and superior to all of them is Saha, which is the Atma. We'll not touch about Atma here as such because we don't perceive it. But it is the knowledge of the Atma, Vidya, and a lot of dharma associated with it. You are using the intellect to process that knowledge and using mind and sense organs as the tools to kind of work on the dharmic knowledge for your own betterment in your life. Okay, thank you so much for giving me the time. I'll stop here.
Thank you so much, Malladi garu. That was so wonderful. Everyone, really, it is such an honor that we are all keeping time here. And thank you, Sreedhar garu, for your gentle reminders. This is a 15-minute talk. At 13 minutes stroke, Sreedhar garu will give us a bell. And also, please, on YouTube, people who are watching, leave some comments, any learnings that you want to make during this conference. We can exchange post-conference. We would really appreciate some resourceful comments that can go in YouTube. Please, thank you. Moving on to our top three. We now present Dr. V. Subbarao V. Jayanti garu, professor, researcher, consultant, bringing light on Indian knowledge systems. His topic, using IKS, stories for management and personality development.
इदानीं डॉक्टर सुब्बाराव जयन्ती महोदयः भारतीयवैज्ञानिकशास्त्राणि सामाजिकव्यक्तित्वविकासे तेषाम् उपयोगः इत्यस्मिन् अंशे अस्मान् प्रेरयिष्यति। सुब्बाराव महोदयः, कृपया प्रारम्भं करोतु।
Please unmute Subbarao garu.
Is it okay?
Yes, thank you.
सर्वेभ्यो नमः। शारदा शारदां भोजवदना वदनाम्बुजे सरोदा सरोदा अस्माकं सन्निधिं प्रियात् श्रुतिस्मृतिपुराणानाम् आलयं करुणालयं नमामि भगवत्पादशङ्करं लोकशङ्करम्। So my topic is using IKS stories for management and personality development. Now, management education is vital for our economic development. The present management programs based on Western models, theories, and case studies are producing managers who are disconnected from ground realities. So in the words of Macaulay, this system is creating a class of persons, Indian in blood and color, but English in taste, in opinions, in morals, and in intellect. If management education is Indianized, then managers can better understand and better serve the Indian customers.
But one of the challenges in introducing IKS into the curriculum is how to make it enjoyable and relevant for the students. So my suggestion is to use the stories from IKS. The storytelling method is one of the most exciting and impressive techniques developed by our ancestors in the teaching and learning process. A number of stories available in our Itihasas, Puranas, Panchatantra, and other similar literature have multiple layers and multiple dimensions, and hence are amenable to in-depth analysis. In Ramayana Balakanda, Vishwamitra Maharshi narrates many stories to Rama, like Gangavatarnam, Kumarsam, and stories. Mahabharata is full of a variety of stories, short and long, to explain complex concepts. Incidentally, Vyasa Maharshi is the first one to introduce stories based on animals. In Mahabharata, we find many stories based on animals. That is more than 5,000 years before Walt Disney created the Mickey Mouse. Similarly, Panchatantra and Hitopadesa, they tell stories of animals and birds to teach Rajaniti, and those texts became world famous. Many subtle concepts can be explained through stories in an effective and exciting manner. An entire course can be designed with 25 to 30 stories selected from various Indic texts. These stories should be contextual and carefully selected so that they can illustrate one or more management concepts. Some suggested examples of new courses are strategic management course, dealing with the strategies of Rama, Ravana, Yudhishthira, Duryodhana, Chanakya, Shivaji, Sardar Patel, and other such exemplary personalities. Leadership, Indian perspective, human relations from Ramayana, like that. These stories can be recast as case studies, thus effectively integrating Indian thought with Western management techniques. The IKS should be linked to present-day situation. Then students feel that IKS is relevant in modern times also. Dharma is an indispensable aspect of all IKS tests. Hence, whatever the context or course level, the Dharma aspect should invariably be discussed. This will help in developing business ethics in future managers. Now, I will give a couple of examples from IKS to show how these stories can be analyzed from the management perspective. So the first story is the story of Amrita Mathana, popularly known as Ksher Sagar Mathana. It is an exciting story in Srimad Bhagavatam, composed by Vyasa Maharshi. The story has many powerful messages related to management. The story goes like this. Once, due to the curse of Durvasa Maharshi, the three worlds along with Indra lost their glory and splendor. Seizing this opportunity, the Asuras attacked Devas. On the advice of Brahma, all the Devas went to Bhagavan Vishnu. And Bhagavan said, as long as the prosperous time has not come, you make peace with the Danavas, because they are favored by time now. To achieve essential objectives, even mutual enemies have to come together. Once the task is accomplished, one may act according to the logic of snake and mouse. So Bhagavan suggested to them to churn the Ksher Sagara to get Amrita. And he also advised, you agree to any kind of proposals of the Asuras, as everything can be achieved with patience and peace, but not with anger. So as per the advice of Lord Vishnu, the Devas approached the Asura king Mahabali both parties agreed to join hands together for the sake of Amrita. They brought the Mandala mountain with the help of Bhagavan Narayana and used it as a churning rod. Vasuki, the king of serpents, was bound around the mountain as a churning rope. They started churning the ocean with great effort. Then the mountain started sinking into the ocean. And once again, Vishnu helped them by carrying the mountain in the form of Kurma. After a violent churning, Hala, the most potent poison, emerged first from the ocean. Looking at the dangerous poison spreading in all directions, everybody started running here and there. Bhagavan Shankara took pity on them and drank the poison. The Devas and Asuras continued their journey, and a lot of things appeared from the ocean, like a Kamadhenu, Kalpavruksha, Airavata, Uchchasrava, all those. Finally, Dhanvantari appeared carrying the pot of Amrita in his hand. Then the greedy Asuras suddenly snatched the pot and started running away. Even doing so, they could not taste the Amrita, as there arose a heated quarrel among them, as everyone wanted to have it first. None of them wished to share it with others. Then Mahavishnu appeared in the form of Mohini, a beautiful woman. She took up the responsibility of distributing Amrita. Asuras were enticed by her beauty, so they did not say anything to displease her. Mohini surreptitiously distributed the Amrita to the Devas, and Asuras lost the opportunity because of their lustful attitude, greed, and disunity. This fascinating story offers many valuable management lessons. It talks about the partnership or joint venture. In order to achieve our goal, we should never hesitate to join hands with enemies. When the situation is unfavorable, one should wait for the right time. When one undertakes a major project, a lot of impediments tend to happen, but the person should not be discouraged by those obstacles. Here in the story, the Mandala mountain could not be brought to the ocean. Later it started sinking. And then came the poison. At last, when the nectar appeared, the Asuras snatched it away. However, ultimately, the Devas emerged as winners because of their calm and never die attitude. Similarly, as warned by Lord Vishnu, they were not allured by the objects like Kalpavruksha, Kamadhenu, and other things. One should be very focused on achieving the final objective. Small incentives appearing in the middle should not deter one from the ultimate goal. This is another management lesson. Thus, the story is capable of imparting many valuable lessons on management. This story can be taught as a lesson on joint venture or partnerships with the attendant risks and rewards. It can also be related to consortiums formed by companies when the investment and risks are high or too high for one company to bear. For example, the consortium of European countries to develop the Airbus, which involved huge investment. It can be related to strategic management course and discuss the strategies of Devas and Asuras. To achieve important objectives, even mutual enemies have to come together. A contemporary example is that of USA and USSR, two bitter enemies joining together in World War II to defeat their common enemy, the Nazi Germany. And after the common enemy was defeated, the USA and USSR became enemies again and started the Cold War. The story can also be taught in the personality development course. The need to focus on the ultimate goal without being distracted will ensure success, as in the case of Devas. On the other hand, Asuras lost because of their greedy and lustful attitude. From this example, we can see that IKS stories are multidimensional and can be analyzed from different perspectives. A thorough analysis of a story will broaden the knowledge and analytical skills of the students. Hence, the teachers should use imagination in selecting suitable stories and present them in an effective manner. In this story, Mahavishnu played the role of a consultant for Devas. His effectiveness and usefulness can be discussed. Apparently, Asuras had no such guide. In a business ethics class, it should be discussed why Mahavishnu deprived the Amrita to the Asuras. This leads to the discussion of Dharma perspective. In the beginning, the Devas and Asuras started Amrita Mathana project as a joint venture. That is a contract. Both sides toiled very hard. When the project was successful and Amrita appeared, the Asuras forcefully seized it. Thus, they broke the contract, and that is adharma. That is why Mahavishnu, the arbitrator of dharma, punished the Asuras by depriving them of Amrita. The story teaches that greed is not good. In the same way, Duryodhana stole the kingdom of Pandavas in the dice game. As per the terms of the game, the Pandavas spent 12 years in the forest and 1 year incognito. The Pandavas fulfilled their part of the contract and demanded the kingdom back. But Duryodhana became greedy and refused to honor the contract. Then Sri Krishna, the incarnation of Mahavishnu, saw to it that the Kauravas are punished for their adharma and Yudhishthira became victorious. So in this connection, the teacher can ask the students, what would have happened if the Asuras got Amrita? So different answers the students will get. So linking that to contemporary times, the teacher can ask, what would have happened if Hitler had got the atomic bomb first? Isn't it? There was a race between USA and Germany at that time to produce the atomic weapon. But Hitler could not succeed. What would have happened if he had got the bomb? So like that, this story can be analyzed from different perspectives and angles. How much time I got?
5 minutes more, please.
Pardon? 2
5
minutes?
minutes.
5 minutes. So the next story is the story of Abhimanyu. Abhimanyu's story in the Mahabharata contains valuable management lessons. The story goes like that. Abhimanyu, the son of Arjuna and Subhadra, was trained by Pradyumna and his great warrior father Arjuna and brought up under the guidance of Sri Krishna. During the Kurukshetra war, Abhimanyu also played a vital role. So on the 13th day of the war, Arjuna was tactically challenged by a group of fierce warriors called Samsaptakas. So Arjuna was engaged in a fight with them on another front. And using this opportunity, Dronacharya arranged the Kaurava army in the form of Chakravyuha or Padmavyuha. And Arjuna is only capable of breaking that formation. Abhimanyu knows how to break the formation, but not learned the art of exiting from it. So as the Pandavas request him to break the Chakravyuha and assure him that they will closely follow him for his protection. So Abhimanyu need not worry about coming out of the formation. And Abhimanyu entered the Chakravyuha. The other Pandava brothers and allies tried to follow him inside the formation, but they were effectively stopped by Jayadratha. Consequently, Abhimanyu got stuck and he was killed by the Kauravas, ignoring all the courts of the war. So this here the lessons are: exit strategy is essential. Half knowledge is dangerous. So even though Abhimanyu was a brave warrior, he was killed because he did not have complete knowledge of Chakravyuha. This is easily relatable to management lesson that one should never start a new venture without an exit strategy. And in contemporary examples, the Vietnam War waged by US. And in that war, the USA started with 1,000 advisors, and the commitment became more and more. And finally, the US got defeated, and many people lost their lives. So the problem is that the US had no exit strategy in the Vietnam War. Similarly, the two Afghan wars fought by these two superpowers, the Soviet Union for 9 years and the USA for 20 years. In both cases, the invading powers have spectacular victories in the beginning, but as the war progressed, the enemy recouped and inflicted a humiliating defeat on the superpowers. So that is the lesson from a human news story. The principles enunciated in IKS texts are universal in nature, applicable for all times and all places. Sarvakalinam and Sarvajaninam. Hence, management curriculum based on IKS can be used in other countries also. For example, Bhagavad Gita in management is taught now in Western business schools. So just one more minute, I will finish up. So why should we tell the IKS stories to the younger generation? The reason is, for a long time, the British, the Western scholars, and presently the US universities, the Christian missionaries, and our own leftist scholars, the Dravidian parties in Tamilnadu, etc., have distorted and misinterpreted these stories to promote their nefarious agendas. The result is that our minds are so poisoned that Hindus feel ashamed of their religion and culture. And I will give you an example. The British, in order to consolidate their empire, created the story of Aryan invasion. The Dravidian parties took that and claimed that Rama is Aryan and Ravana is a Dravidian. So they celebrate Ravan Leela. And the Dravidian parties, they hate our scriptures, they hate Sanskrit, they hate Sanatana Dharma, and celebrate Ravan Leela. There cannot be more stupidity than that. Ravana is a Brahmin. He is well versed in Vedas and composed the famous Siva Tandava Stotram. He is from North India and he saw the beautiful city of Lanka and snatched it. So that is how this story got distorted. That is why there is a great necessity to tell these true stories and true analysis for the youngsters. Thank you, and I thank Satyavani Garu for giving me the opportunity to present my ideas to you.
Thank you so much, Subbarao Garu. He is a diaspora scholar currently in India. He's speaking from India. Thank you so much that you took time to be part of this yajna. Thank you very much. And thank you all. It was very difficult to come up with this 15-minute slots. It is a day-long yajna, and even for the organizing and as well as for the speaker side, 15 minutes cap was diligently made to bring as much of resources in the Sanatana Dharma composite, and we can always take away something from here, and for depth knowledge, we can go beyond, reach out to the scholars, go through sources. So 15-minute, we thought, could be something right and more impactful. So please bear in mind about it. And thank you all speakers for honoring this for us, for viewers on YouTube as well. Next, we have Sri Narayanaswamy Sankagiri Garu, Founder President, Hindu Community Center of Council of Michigan, Hindu Community Council of Michigan, bringing insights on social media resources for dharmic spiritual discourse, pros and cons, very essential. Narayanaswamy Garu, please take on.
Namaste, everyone. Can you hear? Oh, sorry. Panini Garu.
Oh, sorry. Panini Garu.
Ahamapi vadami. इदानीं श्रीमान् शङ्कगिरि नारायणस्वामी महोदयः धार्मिकविषयेषु सामाजिकमाध्यमसामग्री तस्याः लाभनष्टाः इत्यस्मिन् विषये व्याख्यानं करिष्यति। महोदय कृपया आरम्भं करोतु।
Dhanyosmi. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Can you please allow me to share my screen? Is the PowerPoint visible?
I can see.
Okay, thank you. Namassavabhyasavabadabhyascho namaha. Thank you. My name is Narayanaswamy Sankagiri. I am based here in Michigan in the Metro Detroit area. And I serve as the founder president of the Hindu Community Relations Council, HCRC, Michigan. Before I get into the main portion of my presentation, I want to share a couple of minutes of my experience and my self-assumed qualifications for appearing in this. I am not a scholar of Hinduism or the Sanatana Dharma in any fashion. If anything, I am a very, very low-level, humble seeker, still struggling with my own search and paths and various pursuits. And also, let me also tell you, I am an engineer and technologist by training and profession. I work in the automotive industry for my daily bhojanam. But for the last 10 years or so, I have been volunteering at our local Bharatiya Temple of Metropolitan Detroit. It is the oldest and largest temple in Michigan. And I have been honored to serve as the chairperson of the outreach committee of the temple. And this temple started in mid-70s. And from the very beginning, our founders realized the importance of the Hindus interacting with the outside community that surrounds us. So they have constituted among all the various committees, which are all volunteer committees, they also constituted an outreach committee. And the duties of the outreach committees are basically threefold. One, interact with the local authorities like the city governments and police department and other elected officials, other officials, in the process of helping the temple. And secondly, to offer instruction, offer knowledge about what are the basics of Hinduism to the general public. And thirdly, Metro Detroit, if you're all, I'm sure all of you are familiar with Swami Vivekananda coming here to the US in 1893 to the Parliament of World Religions. The basis of the Parliament of World Religions is a concept called interfaith prayer. And this was originally started within the Christian church and then expanded to include Jewish and Muslim, basically Abrahamic faiths. And Swami Vivekananda broke onto that stage to first introduce the dharmic perspective in a very forceful way. So along with Chicago and several other metro areas in America, Metro Detroit is also very active in this interfaith arena. So there are several organizations working to bring together multiple religious perspectives, multiple religious practitioners onto one platform and collaborate, discuss, and discourse. So the outreach committee members from the Bharatiya Temple go to these meetings, whether it be prayer or reflection or a discussion, and offer the Hindu perspective on whatever is being discussed. So these are the three areas we were working on. And I have been honored, blessed to call to duty about 10 years ago to take up the responsibility for this committee at the Bharatiya temple. And over the course of this activity, I discovered that there are many gaps in how we serve our own community, as well as how we try to serve the general American community. And especially in the last 5 years or so, the rise of internet use through smartphones and the rise of social media, and the dharmic spiritual discourse has its share in this whole activity. So I wanted to take an opportunity to examine this from a very, very low level. I'm not a scholar of any of these shastras. I salute the speakers before me and the speakers that will come after me. I looked at the agenda, very, very qualified people talking on very high level intellectual stuff. What I'm talking about is at a street level, base level approach to how can we understand and tap the dharmic spiritual resources in the social media, the pros and cons. And because I myself am part of the audience, I am offering my own subjective evaluation of what are these pros and cons. So without further ado, I will go into the presentation. So this gives you an overall picture of what are the resources that are available. Broadly, there are 5 kinds. They are the text-based, which are books, papers. They could be academic papers or personal papers, and then blogs and magazines and stuff like that. Then there are the audio podcasts, which are primarily auditory in nature. Then there are video podcasts. There are conferences, events, audio and video recordings of those. And then there are these video shorts. So this is the primary view of the resources that are available to us in the dharmic knowledge systems. Text-based books, actually, that's not books. It is Wikipedia. I should have titled that better. Wikipedia, I'll be honest with you, on a daily basis, I use Wikipedia more than I use Google search. It is everywhere. It is very comprehensive. And especially within English knowledge, it is very, very strong. It's a great resource of instantaneous text-based information. Popular dharmic concepts are represented and explained in simple English. The cons are as follows, right? The authors are unknown. Their knowledge, the level of their knowledge, the authenticity of their knowledge is doubtful, and their intentions are also doubtful. So these cannot be independently verified. So the reader has the responsibility to verify the content in comparison with other sources. But the pro is that it is instantaneously available. And also I have been using Wikipedia for this purpose for the last 5 to 7 years or so. I see that with the Hindu dharmic systems, the quality is improving because our own people are taking more interest in providing the proper inputs. To the extent I understand, the organization is very democratic. So we need more people to input the proper authenticated, verified knowledge into this thing. The con, as far as the dharmic systems are concerned, it's primarily in English. The availability in the Indic languages is very, very limited through Wikipedia. Other text-based, archive.org. Oh my God, I cannot stop talking about this. This is a great, great resource of old and rare books. One example I give you, please note these two names. He had written and presented in the name of Arthur Avalon. His real name is Sir John George Woodruff. He has been basically a legal expert, lawyer, solicitor, whatever, in the British colonial administration in India. And he came across and became interested in yoga and tantra. And he studied Sanskrit, he studied these sciences, and then wrote very authoritative translations on some of the seminal Sanskrit works on puja, tantra, yoga, and so on and so forth. You cannot get these books anywhere else. Similarly, many such wonderful collections of books, old and rare books. The advantage is it's direct, it's original source, no tampering, no editorial invention. It's a direct scan of the original book. The book is available to you. You read and you study it. English books as well as many Indic languages are available. The con is that the scan quality is not always good, but in general, this is a great resource for anybody who wants to study anything with respect to dharmic knowledge systems. Google Books, it's very similar to archive.org, but Google, being a corporate company, has its own limitations. For any copyrighted material, it shows you only a snippet. It is like a little bait it puts for you and directs you to the copyright holder for purchase. But anyway, it is there. But archive.org is wonderful. Text-based. Oh, sorry. Yeah, it's running. How do I stop this? Okay, there you go. Text overview, text-based. Text-based books, we covered this. Okay. Text-based organizational websites and magazines. Examples are kamakoti.org or ramanuja.org. The advantage with these websites is that it's an authentic source that's based on that particular acharya's teachings, very high reliability, right? The website and the content are guided by the vision and mission of the sponsoring organization. It's specifically useful to a reader that is in that particular tradition. So let us say you're in the Kanchi Kamakoti type of path, or if you're in the Sri Vaishnava Ramanuja type of path, or any of the maybe Chinmaya or more modern, more contemporary organizations, dharmic organizations. So if you're already in that path, these sources are excellent for you. And for others, it gives you a chance to sample what are the various teachers offering you, right? Cons are as follows. Sorry. The language offerings tend to be limited. Mostly these are in English, maybe one or two Indic languages. And also the language tends to be jargon filled. You already got to know something about that path. They are jargon filled and esoteric. Text-based blogs, these are highly individualistic, diverse, pluralistic. All these are good. These are all nature of the path of Hinduism itself, the Hindu practice itself. So in that sense, they're representing the diverse practice of Hinduism all over the world. And it offers opportunity for divergent viewpoints, discussion, discourse, all that is good. And it's also an opportunity for two-way and multi-way communication. If so, like you go to a blog, it offers you an opportunity to offer comments there. And once you start commenting and some other reader comes or the author comes, and they can engage with you in a conversation. So it could be a two-way or a multi-way communication that's possible. The cons are obviously it's highly opinionated and biased. It's not, may or may not be based on any particular thought process or theology or any Shastra. So these are the things we need to be aware of, right? Audio, video, podcast. Okay. Apart from text, who has time to read even a 100-page, 200-page book these days, right? So we all want instant gratification. We want, quick solutions. So audio video podcasts started filling this need in the recent years. Audio resources, things like Spotify, Apple Audio, etc. There are various platforms. Within this, you have organization-based podcasts. There is the Hindu American Foundation, and there's Chinmaya Foundation, several other. There's the Vedanta Society of New York, so on and so forth. The usual format of these is in terms of like an interview, a conversation, which is very engaging. Most of these are in English, but Indic languages are also available in some limited offering. They're engaging because they're conversational, they're informative, they're stimulating. And because it's conversation, they don't go into too much jargon. They try to keep it close to a common person. The con with this is you're listening, and most of the time, maybe you're driving, you're exercising, you're doing something else. Your attention may not be fully there. So you'll be catching snippets. So if you really want to engage with the serious conversation, the listener needs to be engaged. They need to take notes. They need to do some follow-up research. They need to verify what the author is saying or the speaker is saying. Again, we don't know exactly the authenticity of the author from which they're speaking, right? Video resources, very similar pros and cons. YouTube is the dominant platform. There are a plethora of channels, organization-based, individual guru-based, individual reporter-based, a variety of them, right? And they're like literally exploding. Like new ones are starting every day, literally. And these are more crucial. Sorry, the spelling mistake. They're more crucial due to its prominence, widespread popularity, and ease of sharing in social media. We will explore this video thing a little bit more in the next slide. There are organization-based podcasts like Bhandarkar Oriental Research Institute. This is really, really good. The Vedanta Society of New York, those videos are extremely good. There are individual contemporary guru-based like Isha Sadguru, Art of Living Sri Sri Ravi Shankar, etc. And there are individual pravachan-based. In Telugu, there are Samavedam Shanmukha Sarma garu, Chaganti Kodeshwara garu, Garikwadi Narasimha Rao garu, and several other Vadipati Padmakar garu. All these are very popular pravachankars. I'm sure there are in Tamil there is Dushyant Sreedhar. I'm sure there are several other Indic pravachankars. There are individual reporter-based. There's a show called The Ranveer Show. There's a Reflection Telugu channel. There's a Niravi Telugu channel. All these are, then there are political action-based. There's a channel called Sangam Talks. They're not talking particularly about electoral politics, but they're talking about the dharmic idea contribution to the overall political environment. Just like Subbarao Garu ahead of me talked about management practices that can be learned from the dharmic instruction. Sangam Talks and such channels are talking about political action and interaction. To the extent I have seen them, English and Hindi seem to be dominant, but I have also seen quite a few sources in other Indic languages. These are the cons. These are very, very important cons I want to highlight doubly more. The responsibility is on the listener compared to any of the other resources, because the medium is fleeting. You catch this in a running sequence, and you catch it with half attention, and you tend to take away the wrong message more than the right message. So the responsibility is definitely more on the listener. Second, the responsibility is even more important due to the ease of spread and availability. You can just distribute these, and people tend to distribute these very quickly through WhatsApp, Messenger, blah, 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 like one click and it spreads to 1,000 people. So it's even more important for the individual listener to pay attention and to own their own responsibility. Another con is the incendiary and instigating nature of the verbiage they use and the clickbaits they use in the description of the videos. You know, things they'll say, this will shock you, this will fire you up, this will do this, that, other, you know. It's okay, you know, calm down, get all these things under the rug, but listen to the content and make sure and filter what is the message being that's driven. At the end of the day, this is the most important thing that I believe in. The listener's responsibility is insist on Shastra Pramana. Several speakers ahead of me already talked about this. The Hindu dharmic theology, Hindu dharmic pravachan, Hindu dharmic message, Hindu dharmic lesson is always based on Shastra Pramana. So people need to have some kind of a basic understanding of what is Shastra Pramana, who is speaking, from what authority they are speaking, and what is the message they're conveying.
Narayanaswamy garu, we are up. Other speakers are waiting. Just a quick recap.
Yeah. I will just go to my last slide. So in a nutshell, COVID pandemic had produced a big blessing in terms of online meetings and conferences. The current conference is an example. You know, people from all over the world can join without any limitations and have these conversations. Moderation of conversation is always a difficult balance. Audience participation is not consonant with the proceedings. Sometimes they go to, you know, other types of you know, outside the talk, outside the topics. So I thank you so much for this opportunity. There are lots of resources available, excellent resources available. But the point remains that the consumer, the listener, the viewer have to exercise caution, insist on Shastra Pramana to take those lessons home. So namaste, dhanyawada.
Thank you, Narayanaswamy garu. That was so wonderful. Please make a note of it. He's brought several resources, and let's benefit from his. And well, we are in this forum. Upaasana-SMRITI is also creating one platform where we can talk about all the depth details. Please feel free to contact Upaasana-SMRITI project as well. Thank you. We now move on to the next presentation, Talk 5, Dr. Shive Kumar Chaturvedi, Associate Professor, Ohio State University, Columbus, Emeritus, Adjunct Graduate Faculty, Biomedical Engineering, Department of Comparative Studies, Humanities. His talk on the Rig Veda, a brief thematic introduction, our most sacred treasure of visionary wisdom, accepted to be the oldest living scripture for all humanity. Thank you, Shivegar.
Dr. Shive Kumar Chaturvedi Mahodaya, Rigvedasya Laghu Parichayam Kare. Mahodaya, Krupaya Svikuru.
Thank you, Namaskar. Could I share my screen, please?
Yes, you are allowed to. Just go ahead and start sharing. It should show up. Please. Yes.
Om Sri Gurubhyo Namo Namaha. Om Angirasaya Namo Namaha. Om Gargaya Namo Namaha. Om Kapilaya Namo Namaha. Om Vedavyasaya Namo Namaha. Om Veda Purushaya Namo Namaha. Om Dharmaya Namaha. Om Vaakyadevyai Namo Namaha. Om Saraswatyai Namo Namaha. Om Maya Devyai Namo Namaha. Om Sri Radha Krishnabhyam Namo Namaha. My deep gratitude to Srimati Satyavani ji for giving me this opportunity to share some of the ancient wisdom with all of you. And I bow down to this distinguished audience and speakers. It's a great privilege and honor for me to speak on something that is very unique wonderful, beautiful in the whole world tradition. I consider myself honest and dedicated, devoted a student of the entire Vedic wisdom tradition, and how does it relate to modern contemporary human experiences and wisdom in various fields of knowledge. So let me start with the cautionary note. Pollution, corruption, uprooting of Vedic wisdom through blind translations into English on one-to-one basis. And that created for me and many others serious issues of dealing with contemporary worldviews and their interrelations. For example, Atma Purusha is not the soul or spirit or ruh. Paramatman, Brahman, Purushottam, Bhagavan, not God. Prakriti, not nature, nature an aspect of Prakriti. Maya is not illusion. Maya does create illusions too. Vigraha, not idol, a false god. Yoga is not mysticism. Dharma is not religion. It's a great tragedy. Spirituality is full of contradictions and confusion, not Adhyatma Yoga. I am not spiritual, but I am spiritual, not religious. Is a popular notion and cultural iconic description, but strangely muddled and meaningless with reference to Adhyatma. I have identified working on hundreds of such technical terms, and based on that, interrelating, correlating with contemporary wisdom tradition. Let's look at the Rig Veda. Since Rig Veda, it's almost impossible to even spell out simply all the beauty, wonder, and principles hidden behind the Rig Veda. So I have selected a few of them within the time period I was given 15 minutes. There it has 1028 sukta or hymns, 10 mandalas, and 8 astakas. Number of mantras 10,580, with 432,000 slavas, which is also age of the Kali Yuga. Mantras in each sukta, one mantra through 58 mantra. Branches, there have been 2 branches recognized, Sakal branch and Sankhya branch. Please also note, Samveda has 1875 mantras. 1800 of those mantras are found in Rig Veda. They are taken out from Rig Veda. Atharva Veda, similarly, 16% verses are from Rig Veda. Birth of the Veda. Several interrelated ideas can be presented, and they exist in our ancient literatures. Rig, Yajur, Sam, Atharva Veda, Ishwara's breath. Brihadaranyaka Upanishad, Yajur Veda. In the very beginning, only one Veda, Om, and only one Devata, Narayan, then expanded and divided into Rig, Yajur, Sam, and Atharva Vedas from Bhagavatam. Anadi and Anant, no beginning, always existed, but periodically remain unmanifested and eternal without end. Apurushe, non-human origin. This is the something very, very debated about, controversial about, that I will put a small note on it. Similarly, Atharvaveda states, from whom the riches or mantras of Rig Veda were extracted in fine form, and from whom the yajas or mantras of Yajurveda were squeezed out and tested, from whom Soma mantras come out automatically as hair come out of the human body, and whose mouth is the Atharvaveda of Angira. The Rishi gives a full description. Who is that one? Call him Skambha, or pillar, on whom the whole edifice of creation rests, the Supreme Being. Rig Veda itself mentions about it, talks about it. From the great general yagna started by the Purusha or the Supreme Being, Richard, Samveda hymns were born. Therefore, Chandas and hymns of Atharvaveda produced, and Yajurveda had its birth from it. Historically date for written form of Vedas, according to recent archaeological findings in Rakhigadi in Kurukshetra, in the Vedic Saraswati River region, date has been pushed back to 6000 BCE. Normally, many scholars in the past, including some Western scholars, have dated it 1000 to 1500 BC. Now, this is really pushed back to 6000 BCE. We are talking about the written form. My concluding thoughts, Apurushe, non-human origin, means that the Vedas manifested directly from the Supreme Being to the gods and rishis endowed with the supranormal visionary faculty called Dhi. Then they manifested through the highly organized structure of transcendental sound vibration as Vak Devi. And that became the Sanskrit language, the perfect one. This organized structure is the original Veda, which was further categorized and expanded into the four Vedas. Rig Veda has some unique characteristics. Some of these, couple of those I will mention here without any rigorous logical analysis. Secret of error-free preserving. Stunning achievement by Vedic priests from very, very ancient times. Chanting each mantra in various patterns and combination by changing the order of words through various permutation combination while maintaining strictly the swaras, sound pattern, as Vak, Pad, Kram, Chita, Mal, Shiksha, Shikha, Rekha, Dhwaja, Rath, Ghan, etc. Example, Krama recitation, order of word is 1, 2, 2, 3, 3, 4, 4, 5, and so on. In Jata part, 1, 2, 2, 1, 1, 2, 2, 3, 3, 2, 2, 3, 3, 4, 4, 3, 3, 4, and so on. This also in the modern context represent geometric series. It's a very, very unique. Every sukta identification is Devata, Rishi, and Chand. Different reams, different dimensions, different layers in each of the mantras almost. Adi-Devik, Adhyatmik, Adi-Bhautik, and Adi-Yagnik. That was what I have been working on these identification, encompassing the whole existence, and they are intertwined together. Language does have pre-Pandi grammatical construction. Another very important aspect that one can encounter seriously looking at the language itself is highly contextual. It's called quantum logic. So the thematic categorization classification, I will propose these. Sanatana Yoga Dharma Kshetra, it has 4 Dharma Kshetra, and they are intertwined, they overlap. Adhyatmik Yog Dharma Kshetra, Adi Yagnik Dharma Kshetra, Adi Bhautik Dharma Kshetra, Adi Devik Dharma Kshetra. The very first and the central image of the Rig Veda and Vedic Sanatana Dharma is Yagna. And very first Devata is the Agni Devata. And the very first actions, karmas, are the Yagna. Here is one of the images where Yagna is being performed. Invocation to Agnidev, the beginning, the very first mantra in the Rig Veda. I sing lauds to Agni, the Purohit priest, and Devata, the Hotra, chanter, the Ritvij, the performer, who brings all wealth and blessing. Now, if you analyze this particular verse only, for me, it is going to take hours and hours, but I have mentioned some of them here. Agni as Devata, Purohit, Hotra, and Ritvij, all in one yogic personality. One became many. Here it's for Agni Devata. He is all in one personality. Chandas. It says a Gayatri Chand, 24 matra. It is whenever you talk about the Chandas, when you talk about the matra, this directly relates to Major, Ganesh Shastra, and Chanda Shastra. Why it has been that way, how it has been categorized in different matras and different chandas, and how these individual tandas relate to the particular devatas and rishi, that's something very wonderful, unique to talk about. Sangeet, music, sound vibrations. Bhat, language structure. Ratna means all kinds of wealth, including Vidya. All are together in this mantra. This is a kind of a compressed file in modern linguistic terms. What a wonder and beauty is the yogic multidimensionality. Yogic mantra built in integration of digital and continuous times, sound vibration, meanings, language structure, measure, yogic Shakti, invocation to Agnideva, pervading the three worlds and entire cosmos, internal as well as external, the human Sarira and the nature world. The very first mantra is really wonder. And similarly, Kabi, in this mantra, the very first time the word Dharma appears, it for the Agni Devata. Agni Devata has about 200 mantras in the Rig Veda. Yagna, Yog, Kshetra, experimental aspect. The Agni Chain ritual arena, northern altar, 10,800 biks, which is also the number of mantras in Rig Veda. Professor Frigistal in 1975 was the first non-Hindu to be participating in this yagna, and it was performed by Nambudri Brahmins from Kerala. There are other also smaller scale and different kind of yagna were performed, and the most ancient uniquely performed tradition has been banished. And what is so interesting recently, that contemporary AI, artificial intelligence, logarithmics can be tracked back to this yagna. If you want to look at more, look at this recent paper published in 2019 by Matteo Pasquinelli, a professor in in philosophy, media philosophy, artificial intelligence. So without going into much of details, the bricks and the layers, the way they are formed, constitute various geometries and geometrical structures that one can go back all the way to these Agni channel rituals and expand upon them to really talk about artificial intelligence.
Time check, please.
Okay. Then the one pervasive power of Brahman, the universal multidimensional word of God is Vak, and timeless universal harmonious order of Veda. Maya is not mithya. Just I want to re-emphasize, Maya is not mithya. It is most powerful Shakti carrying other 15 powers in her mouth. It is a power through which creation, sustenance, and dissolution of the existence take place. It initiates the creative process, providing the measured limiting condition for the structural and organizational framework at every level of existence, divine human nature. It can also create illusions of various kinds and degrees. Ritam Satyam, two most important foundational concepts. Rita is a dynamic, cosmic, ordering harmony at divine level. These are the invisible dynamic principles. Satyam is the manifested reality of Ritam and the phenomenal existence, truth, holiness, and social order. That's how they are related to. One is abstract, invisible. Satyam is visible. Satyam is pragmatic. Satyam is manifested reality of Ritam. There are two images here. I will present here just the images. One on the spider web, which is for the Srishti Yoga Dharma, and other one on Sthiti Yoga Dharma. Two words on one tree. From these two images, one can talk about the Dvaita, Advaita, Dvaita, Advaita, or all kinds of configurations and ideas in the Vedic domain, Vedanta domain. Two words with fear brings inseparable companions have found refuge in the same sheltering tree. One necessarily eats from the fig tree, the other not eating, just looks on. Just beautiful. They require really whole series of lectures on each of these. Vak, similarly, is a divine sacred sound. It has 4 layers, 4 realms, 4 dimensions. From Para, Pashyanti, Madhma, and Vaikhari. Then this is the famous Gayatri mantra. Tattvaturvarenyam bhargo devasya dhimai dhyo yo naha prachodayat. Mantra has 24 matras. It's called Gayatri Chanda. Now it's very interesting, those who really claim, the Vedic Pandit, intellectuals, common people, oh, you cannot change, make any addition or subtraction in the Shastra. I fully disagree with them, because the Shastra themselves have done and have been doing continuously. For example, Bhur Bhuvaswa, Tattvatur, Bhur Bhuvaswa were added in the Shukla Yajurveda. Now it has what he called it became what he called Usnik Chanda. So Gayatri Chanda has been changed to Usnik Chanda. Similarly, if you keep on going here, Om was not initially added, later on it was added. And in fact, if you look at the Maharana and Upanishads, there are Om Bhu, Om Bhuva, Om Subha, Om Maha, Om. All these 7 levels of existence have been added. So without going into translation, the term and prachodayat are very, very unique, wonderful, and pregnant terms. Extraordinary, supranormal, hidden deep in human is called visionary faculty. A sudden divine impelled wisdom. Prachodhyat is many words: to impregnate, to transplant, to penetrate, to germinate, to make manifest, appears only once in Veda. So I'm not going to go into all this because I think I'm running out. I will simply present the last slide and the invocation, what you call the last mantra. The strongest statement made by Professor Antonio de Nicholas about the Rig Veda. He says, for all those who believe in Alfred North Whitehead, he was the last great disciple, Platonic philosophy from Harvard, that all the philosophy of the West is but a footnote to Plato. And behind Plato and considering Plato's background is the Rig Veda, to which, if the great philosopher for Vedic wisdom, New York University, Antonio de Nicholas is correct, Plato and the West are themselves extended footnotes to Rig Veda. Patrick Heelan made this statement, and he died a couple of years ago. Both of them, Nicholas is, I think, no longer living, and an authority of quantum logic, Professor Emeritus, and he is making such a statement. Compare this statement from the Charvak philosophers.
Thank you.
Just the last one here.
Okay.
Let us go together, speak together, understand together. Just like they were sharing the offerings together, we also share our fortunes together. Let your thoughts be alike, let your hearts and minds be alike, and let your thoughts bring prosperity to all. This is the last mantra of the Rig Veda. Om Shanti, Shanti, Shanti. Thank you so much. I apologize for a few minutes of delay. I sincerely apologize, and I ask for your forgiveness and my humble pranam to all of you. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Shive Chaturvedi ji. Such a beautiful, you brought in beautiful insights, and many of us will go in depth, I'm very sure. Thank you again. Now, in the Veda series, we have listened to Rig Veda. Now we have Dr. L Prabhakar Garu, Professor, Director, NVAC, Nada Veda Adhyayana Kendra, Bangalore, to bring focus on the next Veda, the Yajurveda. Thank you. And I just want to extend my thanks to Panini Jannabatla Garu for doing such a beautiful co-comparing. Please introduce CL Prabhakar Garu.
धन्यवादः. अनन्तरं डाक्टर् CL प्रभाकर महोदयः आधुनिककाले यजुर्वेदस्य प्रामुख्यस्य विषये लघुपरिचयं दास्यति. CL प्रभाकर महोदय कृपया स्वीकरोतु.
श्रीगुरुभ्यो नमः. हरिः ओम्. अग्ने नयसुपथाराये अस्मान् विश्वानि देव वयुनानि विद्वान् युयोध्यस्मज्जुहुराणमेनो भूयिष्ठां ते नमभुक्तिं विधेम. ॐ शान्ति शान्ति शान्तिः. So fortunate to participate in this big Gnana Yagnam proposed and conducted by Satyavani. She's Vani Satyam. So whatever planning she has been making it true, and so the compliments to her and all her people who are supporting her. So I have given the topic by her only. I have not chosen that you speak on Yajurveda. Then okay, Yajurveda, a quick glimpse for today. Because all Vedas are really large. Generations together, people are going with it, but still the meaning of the Veda is always a mystery. And so people are trying to explore the meaning. And now Yajurveda comes to my lot. And what are the advantages of all that? I just want to say, Yajurveda means worship. Yaj means to worship. And it has got the power to increase the Dharana Shakti, namely the power to remember, skills in conversational and communicational activity, and also store a good stock of memory inside. and all that. So to say what is the use of the Veda, Valmiki Maharshi, in the words of Rama complimenting Hanuman, says, "Non-Rugveda vinitasya na yajurveda dharinaha na samaveda vidushaha sekyam evam prabhashitam." That's the conversational skill. Unless one has thoroughly mastered or at least familiar with the Rigveda, which will give the Vinitatvam, and familiar with the Yajurveda scripture, it gives you Dharana Shakti, Dharani, and Samaveda makes him very much intelligent, interpretational skills comes to him. And these three Vedas knowledge would influence the human brain, human personality, and human achievements, and trying to bring out divine resource development onto our work. Next, we have got to note that what is this Yajurveda? It contains knowledge, general, and also it gives you also the formulas, the yajus, what you call to perform a good number of important sacrifices, major sacrifices, and they are all beneficial to the mankind, and they are all aimed to fulfill the targets and the requirements of life, and not only here but also hereafter. And it is also promised, ya evam Veda ayatanavan bhavati. So anybody knows it, he becomes ayatanavan. The ayatana is twofold, one here, one away. But for all people, as Yajnavalkya Maharshi says, the dream is the link, Sandhya, which will connect the present and the future or other world. Therefore, this is what is expected from Yajurveda. And also, we see in the Aswamedha Yaga a most important, expensive, which requires more money, manpower, money power, and association with so many. There, the national anthem, before any national anthem thought of, there is a Rashtra Veda is there in our Veda that begins as Brahman Brahmano Brahmavachasi Jayatam Rashtre Rajanyaha. Like that it goes on. Nikame Nikamena Parjanyo Varshatu Phalavatyo Navoshadayaha Parchyantam. Mainly Yogatshemo Naha Kalpetam. So these are all the important targets or goals that any Veda Yajna will aim. And again, any Yajna is regarded as Sambhuya Samuthana, where there is the cooperation, coordination, and support, etc., of God's men and all people. So that is a wonderful job that has been given to us through Yajurveda. And moreover, whenever you want to perform Yajna, you have got Dravya Sekarana, Devata Ahvana, and Dravya Tyaga. That Tyaga is a very important thing. 60,000 sari in Purnahuti we offer. People should not think of 60,000, but feel so happy. When you bring Ganapati to your house, you never ask what is the price that Ganapati you paid in the shop. The moment you look, you simply say Namaskar. And now, by Yajurveda, Yajnas, we have got a lot of material and spiritual benefits. And whatever Siva Chaturveda spoke, all that is valid even for Yajurveda and other Vedas also, because he has just introduced what could be from the Veda for us. But what we want is a smooth life, healthy life, and not only for the sponsorer, at the same time, those who support them. And that is being achieved by performing Yajna. So to say, the gods pleased will give personal and impersonal benefits. That is helping the Yajamana and his people, and they also get improved of their own powers. Tanno Vishnu Balam Pravardhatam. So the prayer is, due to my act, puja, Vishnu Balam should increase. And again, the Vedic knowledge, such a vast, voluminous thing, you can memorize all that. There are people who remember all the 4 Vedas in their head. And my guru was telling Madavaram Subramanya Shastri, see, 40 years to learn Rigveda, 40 years to Yajurveda, 40 years Samaveda. 120 years done. That is the scheme of life for which we have been granted and all that. But still, whatever little you learn, that itself is a great gain. And more important is that when you perform, apart from the memory and intelligence and other comforts, everybody is born with some ego, ahankara, garvam. And that has got to be surrendered or given up day by day. Shankara says, aharharva garvam parityajyata is Shankara's teaching. And so there is a scope for us to give up the ego, anger, which are the factors which will modulate and in all individuals in the world. And if that is being surrendered before the feet of Paramatma, then you are free. Kama, Krodha, Lobha, Moha, Mada, Matsarya, all will disappear when you drop that Matsarya, which is the fear for all. And now, another important point is the entire Yajurveda will have a bird's eye view of the world, knowledge, practicality, and experience and anubhavam. Therefore, this is a very interesting thing that, moreover, we observe this Veda is not at all limited to only Samhita. Its wings are spread. Suparno Sigarutman in Agnichena. Just now we saw that photograph displayed by, I think, Siva Chaturvedi, that Agnichena sacrifice. The fire altar is built in the form of a falcon. Garuda is ultimately the final form. So that's Vayasam. Every point I am telling is worth expansion, but I am just trying to constrain because of the time constraint given to us by this Sabha. And Krishna Yajurveda, and moreover, we have 2 branches. No Veda is divided. And this Yajurveda is divided to Krishna and Shukla Yajurvedas. And there Shukla Yajurveda came into being, I am looking at the watch, came into being because of the student, Yajnavalkya Maharshi, to Vaisampayana. And he considered his guru is not good enough to in scholarship and all that. So he tried to criticize the guru. Nobody can criticize the guru from whose signature is important. He will not get PhD. And but Yajnavalkya is different. He criticized his guru and students went and complained. Then guru became angry. You just split up, vomit all that knowledge of Yajurveda which I told you. Then Yajnavalkya is a Maharshi, so he just vomited all that out. And Titiri, a student in the form of birds, Titiri birds, he just grabbed all that. And so Krishna Veda became Yatayama, and it is very... And among the 4 Vedas, the Rigveda is the reception desk. Yajurveda is the auditorium, laboratory job, or trying to help the guest worship and please all those who visit us. And Samaveda is to give them entertainment. How long you can feed them? After feeding, you should give them tamburam, some tea, and some chocolate. So Yajurveda does this job with more swaras, 7 swaras. And then Atharvaveda is the patrolling, defense, protecting that any untoward incident will happen. In fact, one of my friends, when we organized a conference in Srisailam, we have kept 2 ambulances and other things, facilities, because old people attend only. For all these conferences, you see only senior most people sit in the front chairs, while the youngsters sit at the back chairs. So we have to take care of them also. That arrangement also was done. That kind of arrangement is all 4 Vedas. And Yajurveda, the structure and arrangement of the Veda is very interesting. Yajnavalkya understood very well Rigveda structure and arrangement and style and all that. So when Surya Bhagavan appeared to him, I want such Veda which is not, whose formulas are not found elsewhere. So, and moreover, it should be of the model of the Rigveda. Poor Surya Narayana, he's a Veda Parayana and he's a Mahak scholar. So he just obliged Yajnavalkya, gave Shukla Veda. But when I took to study of Shukla Veda for my PhD thesis, my guru, Dr. Shende, told, Prabhakar, you try to eliminate all the common portion from Rigveda and Atharveda. See how much precipitating, how much Shukla Veda is there. So that was one of the important works which I had taken as a part of my work. Then I was able to say there are only 975 mantras which are not found in other Vedas, which are unique to Shukla Veda. And the remaining 1,001 are here and there brought and borrowed, not borrowed, common to other Vedas and other places. So thereby, to study the structure of the Yajurveda itself is an interesting concept, and we understand. Moreover, the interpretation of the Vedic knowledge also contrast. They are always revealed texts. Therefore, in Satapada Brahmana, the only important Brahmana for the Shukla Veda, that gives you the technology, know-how, how best you can interpret the Veda mantra, whether they, depending upon the word present in that or the meaning communicated to you. There are more. I also presented a paper on the interpretation of the Vedic mantras from the viewpoint of the Satapada Brahmana. And now the interesting thing I want to mention in this big audience is that we have got a wonderful scholar by name N.C.B. Nath in India. He's now 94. And Nath Garu will be very much obliging he is doing a tremendous work like Rishi, modern days. And he told me, Prabhakar, I turned to study Shukla Veda when I turned 80 years old. People will be in the hospital at that age generally. But he has such a beautiful health and all that. So from then on, he has been working so vigorously, able to unearth 19 Upanishads for Shukla Veda. Actually, we know only some 2 or 3 Upanishads belonging to Shukla Veda and also Krishna Veda. So like that, Samhita, Brahmana, Sutra, Aranyakas, Upanishads. And again, when you come to Ramayana and Mahabharata, again they belong to the Rama is a Yajurveda Purusha. So Yajurveda Vinitasya, he is a worker, always bow in his hand ready. That is why it is not. And Krishna Veda, and moreover, the structure is one is in prose, another is in metrical, and Atharveda is champu, metrical and non-metrical mixed together. Therefore, when it is in Yajurveda, announcements are there. That's what the very beautiful, clear, understandable announcements are also there in the Yajurveda. And therefore, we notice Yajurveda itself is a big subject. Very convenient, is a laboratory job. Yajurveda is a practical manual for a priest at the sacrifice. So when you want to perform a sacrifice, how do you perform? So you must want all the necessary formulas and material, yajna sambharas, yajna formulas and everything. Everything is given. We should, because all these scholars are quoting others also. Of course, the Western scholars and are very important to bring up the value, greatness, and continuity of the messages, and also ways to follow it. The German scholars, American scholars, English scholars have worked a lot. Egling is there, one example. MacDonald, Max Muller. In fact, our Shiva Chaturvedi quoted Agnimile Purohitam, the first mantra of the first mandala of the first sukta of the Veda. And that is the mantra which Max Muller uttered when gramophone was prepared by Edison to record the human voice. So he was invited, and he chose Agnimile of all the literature. He chose that Agnimile Purohitam to be the first human voice to be recorded in the gramophone. You can imagine the respect that some of the great devoted scholars outside India, and see, for example, in 1825 or so, first history of Sanskrit literature was prepared by Max Muller, Weber, and all that. And looking at all that queue, in India, we have got C.V. Vaidya, who prepared a history of Sanskrit literature for the first time. And like that, actually the research temperament, research pathways have been given to us by the European scholars also. And therefore, it is really a great contribution that for the study of Veda, Yajurveda or Rigveda, it's a global participation. Just like Satyavani is doing a global activity of Jnana Sabha, people from all over the countries. And moreover, she is very clever. She made people outside India and within India, two segments, very much complemented, because not mixing everybody who is who. So, and ultimately, I want to say that simple definition in Yajurveda for a god is Yava istuyate savai devata. Whatever you take to your work or to your help, that is your deity. And that is the Yava istuyate, Yava Savai Devata. Therefore, even a blade of grass is a god. Even the Krishnajana is a god. And anything, any vessel you take it God. Therefore, that kind of reverence spirit is being inculcated by Yajurveda. And therefore, whenever we take the Yajurveda, Apyayadhvam Adhriyaha. See, the cows are very important. Without cows' milk and ghee and all that, you have no God is the, or nothing can be possible in the world. So, Ghrutam by Aharam Devana Devanam. Therefore, the very opening mantra of the Yajurveda is Ishetva Urjetva Vayavasthopaya Vastaha. So, Isha, Urja, these are the only two things are available upon this earth. So, I am going to be asked to stop my talk. So, thanks to all the group from working from California, and we are working from North now. And well, every topic is worth a research topic. A thesis could be prepared, and the topics are not very much simple. So anyway, a small time has been allotted to me, and within that framework, I don't know whether I could do some important points. But anyway, Yajurveda is a very important practical manual helping to improve our etiquette, manners, and customs, habits to keep up our good health, prosperous health, to live Shatamanam Bhavatu Shatayuh Purushaha Setendriya Ayushi Indriye Pratitishthati is a Yajurveda contribution. See, Ayushu Indriya, these are the two important things. Long life, at the same time, active life, not hospital life or anything like that. So, with all this, we are very much happy. And let us all study Yajurveda. Let's all study Veda and be practical. Even in this modern time, so much of, say, management principles, whatever you want, everything is available. That's why Veda is a gnana of all, covering entire scope of requirement for easy life for human beings. Om Shanti 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 Sarve Janaah Sukhino Bhavantu. Om Swasti. Thank you.
Thank you, Prabhakar Garu. Such a beautiful, insightful talk. Next in the Veda series, we will move on to Atharva Veda. Dr. Vedala Srinivasacharyulu Garu from Oklahoma. He's a scholar, poet, priest, Pandit in Agamas, published author, and in academia, adjunct professor of Central Oklahoma University. So be present, and unfortunately he's unable because he runs a temple in Oklahoma. I have a recording of him. I would be playing it right after the Sanskrit announcement.
अग्रे गच्छामः. डाक्टर् वेदाल श्रीनिवासाचार्य महोदयः अथर्ववेदस्य लघुपरिचयं कारयिष्यति. महोदयस्य रिकार्डिङ्ग् इदानीं महोदये अत्र दर्शयिष्यति.
Ouch.
The Atharva Veda, a brief introduction. Veda is knowledge. The very word Veda means knowledge. It is derived from the root of Vedajnane, which means to be, to know, to think. So whatever is Veda, the very word of existence is Veda. The knowledge of the word existence is Veda. The extension knowledge through thought and research further is Veda. And to use that knowledge for the benefit of mankind with the protection and preservation of nature and the environment without hurting any from of life, that is Veda. Without hurting any form of life, that is Veda. There is a Vedic language must be interpreted and understood according to the laws and techniques of its own structure as stated by seers such as Aska, Panini, Patanjali, the great saints. In short, Veda is an eternal communication of wisdom, the voice of God. Vedic knowledge is classified into three: Shruti, Prarthana, and Upasana. Shruti means praise, a sincere, respectful remembrance and description of the attributes, nature, character, and function of divine powers. Prarthana means prayer, is expressive resolution to realize our limitations and rise above those limitations by calling on divinity for aid and blessings. The third one, Upasana, that means meditation, the surrender of our limited identity to participate in the divine presence. Shruti implies knowledge, jnana. Prarthana implies humility and action, karma. And Upasana implies total love and surrender, bhakti. The consequence of formally Vedic knowledge is divided into four. Rigveda is the Veda of knowledge, Yajurveda is the Veda of karma, Samaveda is Veda of bhakti, and Atharva Veda is Brahma Veda. Authority knowledge of existence, both Murta and Amurta, real and abstract, manifest and unmanifest. The Atharva Veda contains the knowledge given by sage Atharvana. It consists of 731 hymns with 6,000 verses. Atharvana, who is mentioned in Rigveda, was regarded as the eldest son of Brahma, the creator. The Atharva Veda was also known as the Brahma Veda because it was used as a manual by the chief sacrificial priests. This contains many magic charms and incantations. The large number of Upanishads actually originated from the Atharva Veda. It is the knowledge of Prakriti, Mother Nature, as well as Purusha, the soul, the individual Jiva, as well as the cosmic soul, Brahma. It begins with celebrate description of Prakriti and prayer to Vachaspati, Lord of nature and the word of knowledge, to bless us with the strength, energy. It covers the word of humanity from the individual to the total collective personality of humanity, including social structure from the family, community, the nation, and international unity in diversity. It pays homage to divinity, supreme presiding spirit, and power, immanent and transcendent, which creates, sustains, and destructs the world existence in each cycle of creation eternally. Towards the Atharva Veda pays homage to Brahma, the gifts of good health, longevity, vital energy, noble progeny, abundant wealth, fame, lasting achievement, and divine luster of life. These are the gifts of Vedic knowledge in life. Brahma itself, the mighty, mysterious, awful silence, smaller than the smallest conceivable and greater than the greatest imaginable. Some of the importance themes of Atharva Veda are Kala, time, Karma, and desire. God is one, and Supreme God, about worship, and Brahma Vidya, and creative evolution, cosmic self-organizing organism, cosmic dynamics, holy cow, metaphor for the universe, sun, metaphor for divinity, cosmic peace, Mother Earth, human soul, birth, rebirth, and brahmacharya, love, marriage, and family life, hospitality, social organization, and nation, war and peace, victory, freedom, paradise, and bliss, and the goddess Saraswati. There are many other themes such as health and age, cure of diseases, including depression, and sun and moon, night and day, full moon and dark night, and etc. So many personal, familial, and social managements are described in this Atharva Veda. Om Shanti Shanti Shanti.
Thank you so much, Vedala Garu, for bringing us insights, giving us intro on what Atharva Veda is. Now we will move on to our next speaker, Dr. Seshu Sharma Ravi. She is an MD, retired associate professor of obstetrics and gynecology at Howard University College of Medicine, Maryland. Will walk us through the essence of Ishavasya Upanishad on quest. Where is God? Why don't I see him? What does he do all day? Let's listen to her.
Chalamah, Dr. Seshu Sharma Mahodaya. ईशावास्योपनिषदेः परिचयम् अपि च मुख्य प्रश्नावलोकनं करिष्यति. महोदय कृपया स्वीकरोतु.
Namaste. Thank you very much for having me today. Satyavani, I really appreciate it. I want to tell you I don't belong in this August gathering. Can you see my PowerPoint?
Yes, we can. Yeah.
So, first of all, Guru Bhyo Namaha. Pranams to my Guru, Shri Sampurnanandagiri ji. And how come I don't see the slides? Yes. What's happening? You see my slides?
We see your desktop. We see your desktop. You can open.
We are able to see your slides. You can explain. Yeah.
I don't know.
No, we see on the desktop. You have to share your document, I guess.
Please reshare.
I shared it earlier. I don't know what happened.
Yeah, we saw them earlier. Please try once more.
Maybe reopen.
Reopen it. Yes, we are good now.
Okay, you see now? Okay, good. All right.
Don't go to slideshow. I think it will.
Okay, that's what is happening. Okay, all right.
It will jump to a different space.
So that's probably what happened. So let me go on. I want to talk about Ishavasya Upanishad, what I understand. Okay? And I'll start it with a story. In ancient India, there lived a most virtuous Brahmin who was considered by all to be an authority on philosophy. One day, the local king ordered him to appear before him. And when he did so, the king said, I have 3 questions that puzzle me. Where is God? Why don't I see him? And what does he do all day? And I said, if you can't answer these 3 questions, I will have your head cut off. So the Brahmin was terrified because the answers to these questions were impossible to formulate In other words, he did not have the answers for the king. So his execution date was set. On the morning of the execution day, the Brahmin's young son appeared and asked the king if he would release his father, if he, the son, would answer the questions. The king agreed, and the son asked that a container of milk be brought to him. It was done. Then the boy asked that the milk be churned into butter. That was done too. And then the butter was ready. The first two of your questions are now answered, the boy told the king. The king objected that he had been given no answers. So the son asked, where was the butter before it was churned? In the milk, replied the king. In what part of the milk? Asked the boy. In all of it. Just so, agreed the boy, and in the same way, God is within all things and pervades all things. Then why don't I see him? Pressed the king. Because you do not churn your mind and refine your perception through meditation. If you do that, you will see God, but not otherwise. And now let my father go. Not at all, insisted the king. You have not told me what God does all day. To answer that, said the boy, we will have to change places. You come and stand here and let me sit on the throne. The king complied, and in a moment he was standing before the enthroned Brahmin boy, who told him, this is the answer. One moment you were here and I was there. Now things are reversed. God perpetually lifts up and casts down every one of us. In one life, we're exalted. In another, we are brought low. Oftentimes in a single life, this occurs, and even more than once. Our lives are completely in his hand, and he does with us as he wills, based on our accumulated karmas. The Brahmin was released, and his son was given many honors and gifts by the king. This story was taken from Upanishads for Awakening by Swami Nirmalanandagiri, previously known as Mr. Abbot George Burke. God, Brahman, Ishvara are the terms that are used interchangeably, and the term Brahman is often used in the Upanishads. The theme of Upanishads is the one who is many. If all the Hindu scriptures happen all of a sudden to be reduced to ashes, and if only the first verse in the Isha Upanishad were left in the memory of the Hindus, Hinduism would live forever, said Mahatma Gandhi, paying tribute to the Isha Upanishad. Ekam Sat Vipra Baudha Vadanti is an Upanishadic statement meaning one God is worshipped in different names. The Isavasyopanishad or Ishopanishad or Isha Upanishad belongs to the Shukla Yajurveda. It is a very small Upanishad containing just 18 two-line verses, and there are two recensions or revisions. Kanva revision has all the 18 verses, whereas the Madhyana version has 15 verses, and this particular version follows the well-known Vedantic tradition, and there is unity of thought with the first shloka and the 15th shloka, which is the end one in this particular version. The verses in Isha Upanishad contain the entire spectrum of Hindu philosophy, religion, and metaphysics, so precisely and so succinctly that it is probably the most often quoted Upanishad. The essence of Isha Upanishad is God pervades everything. One should not covet another's property. One should be content with one's own lot, as whatever happens to us is divinely ordained. One should spend his lifetime doing action, nishkama karma. Inactivity, according to this Upanishad, would be the canker of the soul, say Belwalkar and Ranade in their book called Creative Period. A man who sees all beings in the self and sees self as existing in all beings ceases to be affected by the common foibles of humanity, say Belwalkar and Ranade. What does Isha Upanishad say? The verse 1 teaches that those who are fit for realizing self should give up all worldly desires and obtain liberation. This is the path of renunciation, a path of jnana. Verse 2 talks about the performance of nishkama karma for those who are still enjoying the samsara, and this is the path of action. Verses 3 through 8 describe the real nature of the self and the consequences of realizing or not realizing it. Verses 9 through 18 talk about simultaneous practice of karma and upasana or jnana marga. The Shanti Mantram for Isāvāsya Upanishad is Om Purnamadam Purnat Purnamudachyate Purnasya Purnamadaya Purnameva Vasishyate Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. This Shanti Mantra appears in Brihadaranyaka Upanishad also. The meaning of this mantra is the supreme reality is a homogeneous one entire whole. Since the multiple plurality are nothing but superimpositions upon the truth, they also constitute nothing but the whole. Certainly, this whole rises from that whole, explains Swami Chinmayananda. Verse 1 of this Upanishad is Om Ishavasya Medagam Sarvam Yatkincha Jagatyam Jagat Tena Tyaktena Punjitha Magrudha Kasya Siddhanam. The name of this Upanishad derives from these beginning words, Isha Vasyam. This entire visible universe is to be considered as clothed, covered, or inhabited by the Lord, Isha in Sanskrit, the ruler, the creator. This transcendental unity underlying everything in the phenomenal world is the one stable spirit inhabiting and governing the universe and all forms of movement. The indwelling immutable spirit is the Brahman, the Lord, the Bhagavan, the Ishvara, that permanently resides within, according to the 61st sloka of the 18th chapter of Bhagavad Gita, Ishvara sarva bhutanam hruddeshejuna tishtati brahmayan sarva bhutani yantra rudhani mayaya. In the second line of the verse, the first verse, we are given the rule for a daily divine life. Enjoy by renouncing it. Here, it refers to the Jagat or the world. Renunciation and self-realization meant for those who are ready for the path of knowledge. This renunciation is not negligence of duties. Renunciation is of desires and not necessarily a physical renunciation of one's possessions or obligations. So the sense of possession is wrong. I possess this. This is mine. Such attitudes have to be won over. The world in which we live, or the things of the world, none of it is ours. Once we have that conviction, we can enjoy our life. So it is the attachment that is to be renounced. So the meaning of the first sloka is, all that is moving and not moving is Brahman. Know the truth and practice renunciation of attachment and non-covetousness of any possessions of others. Ma grutha kasya sviddhanam. If you look at the second verse, second sloka, kurban neveha karmani jijivishet shatagam samah evam tvai nanyate tosti na karma lipyate nare. In case you're not able to live the life achieved through renunciation, you can live a full life through selfless work. The importance of work is emphasized here. Thus, this Upanishad has glorified sweat and toil to the highest pinnacles of recognition as service, says Swami Chinmayananda regarding the second verse. For those who cannot walk the path of knowledge and want to enjoy and live a full life, path of action is prescribed. We humans do not have the freedom to sit quietly without doing anything. The mind and the body form part of a cosmic whole, and therefore they always move in the direction of that whole. So everyone is impelled to work, says Swami Krishnananda of Divine Life Society of Rishikesh. We cannot ask for freedom from work. We cannot work in the manner we want to. It is a prescribed form of attitude that has to be maintained during work, says Swami Krishnananda. The discipline of action is not a means to some other goal that is to be attained. The very essence of Karma Yoga is that action is an end, not a means, says Swami Krishnananda. So summary of the second line of the verse 2 is, if all the work is done in the name of Brahman, all work automatically becomes the nature of worship. The individual agent has gone off and he has evaporated into the supreme agent. Nobody individually does anything. So there is no accumulation of karma leading to the cycle of repeated births and deaths, says Swami Krishnananda. Now I want to end my talk with focusing on the 15th and 16th slokas. Hiranmayena patrena satyasyapi hitam mukham tatvam pushanna pavrunu satya dharmaya drushtaye. Pushanne karshe yamasurya prajapatya vyuha rasmim samoha tejo yatte rupam kalyanatam tatte pashyami yosavasau purushah sohamasmi. This is a prayer to Sun, the Lord in the sky. Prayer in Vedanta is only an attempt of the ego center to attune itself to the supreme consciousness, says Swami Chinmayananda. The meditator here is looking at the sun and cries out loud, "The face of the truth hidden is covered by your golden lid. Remove, O sun, the covering for me, the practitioner of the truth, so that I can really witness the truth hidden behind you. O nourisher, O soul seer, O controller of sun, of all, Surya, son of Prajapati, disperse thy rays and gather up their burning light. I behold the Purusha within thee, he am I, Sohamasmi." When the ego ended, the roar of the sadhaka is not "I am he" or "Aham Brahmasmi," it is "He I am, Sohamasmi." So in the 18 verses, the Isha Upanishad sums up the significance and purpose of human life and with what attitude one should live upon earth and depart from here. The knowledge of Brahman or self and selfless performance of obligatory duties are important for liberation. This is the central theme of Isha Upanishad. And then finally, the seeker, once the ego is dissolved, he realizes, Saha Aham Asmi. He and I are one and the same, Soham Asmi. Thank you very much. I appreciate you for giving me this opportunity. Satyavani, thank you very much.
Thank you so much. That was just beautiful. So nice. And really, we felt the sun rays hit on us. And let's all become true devotees. Thank you so much. We now move on to talk 9. Srimati Lalitha Ram, an author, producer, founder of Devulapalli Krishna Sastry Foundation, is going to talk on topic Sanatana Dharma, Glimpses from Mahabharata.
Agde Chalamaha, Srimati Lalitha Ram Mahodaya, Mahabharate, Sanatana Dharmamshanam Laghu Parachayam Karishyati, Video Mudranam Prishitavati Mahodaya, Tatta Vayam Chalishama. Prarambham karo.
Namaste. This is Lalitha Ram. Thank you for giving me this wonderful opportunity to participate in Upaasana-SMRITI annual meet. Satyavani Kakarla garu. Greetings to fellow speakers. My thanks to the authors of my reference materials, Sanatana Dharma from Banaras Central Hindu College, Bhagavad-Gita Vachanamu from Malladi, and Vyavaharika Andhra Mahabharatam from Puripanda. Dharma Vishwasya Jagata Pratishtataha. Dharma is the foundation of the universe. Sanatana Dharma, or the eternal prescribed code of conduct, encompasses a universe that is more galactic than an unadorned adherence to a set of carefully formulated theories. Kalpa Vriksha. Dharma is an abundant Kalpa Vriksha, or an exalted, multifarious tree that nurtures, preserves, and sanctifies. Veda Vyasa, Rishis, Manu in Satya Yuga, Yajnavalkya in Treta Yuga, Shankha and Likhita in Dwapara Yuga and Parashara in Kali Yuga are the authorities that prescribed the Dharma Śāstra, or the Hindu laws that govern national, political, social, religious, family, and individual commitments and rights. The founders of the laws and the sages that adapted the principles to the evolving needs of time are a celestial garden that nurtures the Kalpavriksha of Dharma. From their intellectuality and universality spring the roots of the 4 Vedas, with Brahmanas, Aranyakas, and Upanishads. The tree is enriched with the complex branches of Puranas, Upapuranas, Itihasas, Nyayas, Mimamsas, Dharma Śāstras, and the Angas. Accessing the Kalpavriksha, the metaphysical, ideational, and esoteric language and concepts of the Vedas and Vedanta are not easily grasped by the human mind. Aprapte Shastramarthavat, Mimamsa Sutra 1.5. This indicates that the matters in Vedas cannot be simply understood by perception and inference. Adikavi Valmiki's Ramayana and Vedavyasa's Mahabharata, the Panchama Veda, provide a graphic and complex insight into Dharma Śāstra, enriched by a symbiosis of profound contemplation and nativity of characters. Indians and global scholars are familiar and resonate with specific aspects and characters of the above 2 itihasas through hearing, reading, viewing theatre, television, films, or through sheer osmosis. Purusha and Purushottama. The primary objective of a dharmic path is to attain oneness with the Almighty. In Shruti, Smriti, and ancient Indian literature, the self in man is identical with Brahman or Paramatma. In Bhagavad Gita chapter 2, Lord Krishna coaches Arjuna on self-realization. Dukkeshvanud vignamanaha sukeshu vigataspriha vitaraga bhayakrodhataha stitadhirmunirudhyate. A person who does his duty with no expectations or does nishkama karma, who is unsusceptible to adversity or advantage, who does not experience anger, fear, or attachment, is called a sthitaprajna. Man is not a transcendent creature, here today, gone tomorrow. He is immortal, growing through births and discovering his essential powers and true nature. The Bhagavad Gita is the essence of Sanatana Dharma and Vedas. Jagadguru Lord Krishna's concepts of the 3 gunas, tamas appearing as resistance, rajas appearing as motion, and sattva manifesting as rhythm and vibration, are conquered with knowledge. The Lord explains his true nature in chapter 14. Brahmano hi pratishtaha mamruta sya vyayasya cha sasvatasya cha dharmasya sukhasthayi kantikasya cha. He is the one that has no beginning or end, no birth or annihilation, is not touched by good or evil, is the eternal apotheosis of Dharma, and the unfluctuating, unchangeable Ananda or bliss. The finest example of Sthita Prajnata in Mahabharata is Devavrat, acquiring the name Bhishma. The eighth Vasu, Prabhasa, named Bhishma later, is born to the mighty Ganga and King Shantanu. At a tender age, he renounces his kingdom, waives marriage, and performs the duties of an unimpeachable son like Sri Rama. Bhishma fills the epic with his resplendence as he lies on his bed of arrows. In the Shanti Parva, Lord Krishna states that the world has turned into a dark night without the moon, while Bhishma awaits his fate. A man well versed in the intricacies of the four Vedas, the four ashramas, the four castes, and the 24 tattvas and the Shastras, he gives a long discourse to the Pandavas on the creation of the world, the facets of time or Kalaswarupa, Niti Shastra, Varnashrama, Raja and Samanya Dharma, Yoga, penance, strategies in economics, war and crime, and punishment. He delves into Brahma, Harita, Hamsa, Vritta, and Parashara Gitas. In the Anusasanika Parva, he describes the attributes of Lord Vishnu and originates the Vishnu Sahasranama to enlighten the Pandavas. Virtue and Vice. In chapter 16 of Bhagavad Gita, Lord Krishna segregates the moral and ethical propensities of man into two classifications: 26 Daivi Sampat or pure and divine qualities, and Asuri Sampat or satanic and subterranean qualities. Sattvic purity and austerity, constant quest for jnana, control of the senses, mercy, honesty, intrepidity, and being free from hatred, pride, and attachment are the qualities of people born with Devamsa. The Pandavas, in youth and adulthood, are endowed with divine qualities. They forgive the atrocities and murder attempts of Duryodhana and siblings. They are constantly aware of the samskaras, runas, ashramas, pravritti and nivritti margas, designed to train people to move towards the highest selves. Draupadi is the lawful wife of each Pandava during the course of a year. Arjuna transgresses from this code of conduct and imposes a Tirtha Yatra on himself. The Pandavas, with their followers, practice harmony and samatvam, a key concept, and live in a blissful ecosystem complete with rishis and sages during their Aranyavasa. Draupadi, with her Akshaya Patra, is a symbolic of purity, forbearance, charity, and sacrifice. A path to realization is fraught with flaws in character and the thorns of the results of karma. Dharmaraj and his irrevocable weakness lie in gambling away even his wife. Bhima has fits of anger, and Arjuna is tainted with doubts and fears as he stands in Kurukshetra, facing his kith and kin and gurus in war. Excelling in Kshatriya Dharma and valor, the five brothers are constantly learning from the Lord himself, and sage Narada, Vyasa, Markandeya, Bhishma, Indra, and learns Seva Dharma from Dhaumya while they enter the 1-year Ajñātavasa. They practice virtue towards the young, elderly, family, peers, subjects, each other, and in society. The 5 warriors are the sons of Devas who work within the law. Prayers, dhyana, tapas, yajna such as Rajasuya and Ashwamedha prescribed in the Vedas, and the 12 forms of yajna described in Bhagavad-gita, chapter 4, form a system whereby the energies of the gods are bestowed upon people that are born of them or pray to them and acquire similar qualities. Such persons travel towards a natural evolution of realizing their highest potential. The Lord instructs in chapter 16 of Bhagavad Gita, Kama krodha stadha lobhatasma detatrayam tyajet, and tasma shastram pramanam te karya vyavasthitau jnatva shastra vidhanoktvam karma kartumi harhasi. He advises Arjuna and the universe to give up desire, anger, greed, and follow the magnitude of standards prescribed in Shastras when making decisions, momentous or trivial. The Kauravas practice Asura qualities abundantly. They make several attempts to kill Bhima, burn the house of wax where Pandavas reside, form a scheming liaison with their uncle Sakuni, who in turn secretly plots their destruction, and in an unheard of attack on womanhood, disrobe the mighty princess Draupadi in the royal court.
Check,
Filled
please.
with envy and pride, they thwart all attempts of peace. Duryodhana foolishly attempts to imprison Lord Krishna when he visits Hastinapur. As an ambassador of peace, the Kauravas, killed in Dharma Yuddha or war, do reach the heavens initially. The mystification of Dharma. In the Anusasanika Parva, sage Narada unfolds Shiva Parvati Samvada upon the request of Lord Krishna himself. Lord Shiva states unequivocally that Ahimsa is the undisputed crown of Dharma. Daya samam nasti punyam, papam himsasam nahi, teaches Devi Bhagavatam. Lord Shiva states there are 5 kinds of dharma pertaining to jati or class and rank, desa or country, gana or community, kula or caste, and paramount of all, apad dharma, due to functionality, time and duty. After a human being completes his duties of Pitru, Guruvu, Rishi, Atidhi, and Devata Runas in the Grihasthashrama, he or she must learn Sankhya and Yoga through a Sadguru. He must learn the benefits of Nishkama Karma. The person must conquer dualities such as Raga and Dvesha, focus on his supreme self, and strive towards Swadharma and Moksha Dharma, oneness with Brahman. Parvati, then along with river goddesses, Ganga, Godavari, etc., defines some specific aspects of Stri Dharma. The Sanatana Dharma is many a splendid thing and a philosophy unparalleled in the world. Its special characteristics are that it satisfies the spiritual needs of every Hindu, contains unique teachings, and does not draw from any other sect. Ocean. One can wade in the coastal waters or dive deep to catch its pearls of wisdom. Thank you all. Dharmo rakshati rakshitaha. Yato dharma, tato jayaha.
Thank you, Lalitha Ram Garu. That was so beautiful. And now we have talk 10, Sreedhar Chintalapaty garu, an engineer, will present on the purpose and perspective of the Dharma Śāstra and nothing to do with the caste system is a message he's bringing on to dispel popular misconceptions in Dharma Śāstra, but also to emphasize that it is possibly as enlightened as any modern framework, if not more. Thank you. Welcome, Sreedhar garu.
इदानीं श्रीमान् श्रीधर चिन्तलपाटी महोदयः धर्मशास्त्राणां मुख्योद्देशं वक्ष्यति. महोदय, कृपया आरम्भं करोतु इति प्रार्थये.
Namaste sarvebhyah. I'll get straight to the topic. Now, traditionally, it was mandatory for any Shastra Grantha to lay out its Anubandha Chatushtaya. That is, the Granthakara would have to specify the Vishaya, that is the topic, the Prayojana, the use of learning about that Vishaya, Adhikara, the prerequisites that one should satisfy in order to be eligible to learn it, and Sambandha, how all these are related to each other. Now, the Sambandha part is often left to be inferred. So, all in all, it seems to make sense to talk about the Anubandha Chatushtaya of this talk as well. Why, of all things, should you care about Dharma Śāstra when there are much more glamorous topics such as Vedanta, Advaita, its interplay with quantum physics, and so on and so forth. So, that the Dharma Śāstra has nothing to do with the caste system is the Vishaya of this talk. It's a topic that I investigated as part of my work for my master's thesis, and it's a topic that has become pretty much my daily obsession now. Now, in answer to the question of why you should care, you should care because no one ever left or abused Hinduism for its exalted philosophical ideas. When you read about the Veda controversy in the late 17th, 18th centuries, and the genesis of Manusmriti Dahana, you'll see that the caste system has been the bludgeon with which adversaries bash Hinduism, a bludgeon that Hindus sometimes unwittingly hit themselves with, a bludgeon to which Hindus are yet to present the shield of factual, unambiguous, unapologetic, scriptural argument. And this has gone on for at least 200 years now. It's long past time, I think, that we developed such an argument to shake off this monkey of caste system of Hinduism's back. The intention of this talk is to present just such an argument. Now, you might disagree with parts of this argument, but I hope you will give it a full hearing and investigate the topic for yourself. That is the intended prayojana. Now, anyone who is truly interested in knowing whether the Dharma Śāstra and by extension Hinduism really created the caste system has the adhikara. Now, what are our pramanas here? Our pramanas, the primary pramana is the Dharma Śāstra itself and the Shastras that it depends on, namely Vaisheshika and Mimamsa. A secondary pramana is the inferences we draw from putting together this information. And a final third pramana used to corroborate these inferences comes in the form of Buddhist Vinayas, how they describe the society in their time. Now, if it looks like a duck, maybe it's a hare. This is the thought I want you to keep in mind. The ideas that have been drilled into our heads ever since childhood, open any textbook, Hindu caste system is what it starts with when it talks about Hinduism, right? We have to unlearn these ideas in order to understand the argument. So, I would like you all to keep an open mind, give me a full hearing. Where it is reasonable, please take it. Where it is not, please let me know offline. So with that, let's get into the topic proper. The sole purpose of Dharma Śāstra is to facilitate the pursuit of Dharma as the Varnashramis see it. Now, what is this? Apasnamba says, the purpose of the Dharma Śāstra is to explain the norms, conventions, rules, and regulations stipulated by Vaidika Dharmajñas for a specific samaya. He uses the word samaya. Athata samayacharikan dharman vyakhyāsyamaha. The samaya that he is addressing here is one devoted to Varnashrama Dharma. Now, samayas are like medieval guilds of the West, right? Every samaya had its own norms, customs, so on and so forth. And just like the guilds of medieval West, there used to be different kinds of guilds in ancient India. You had occupational guilds, trade guilds, and religious guilds. Religious guilds are called Pashandis. You can see in the second quotation there, Pashandi Naigamadinam Sthitihi Samayaha. That is Yajnavalkya. Now, Pashandis are not lay followers of any religion. No, they are not lay followers who have their own other livelihoods and may pray according to the procedures and methods of a given religion. These are committed practitioners of the religion who forego having a livelihood in order to devote their entire time to the pursuit of the religious ideal. The third one there, Dharmo Dharma Sadhanam, tells us what Dharma in Dharma Śāstra means. Dharmas of the Dharma Śāstra are merely instruments to aid in the pursuit of the Dharma that the Vedas speak of. The Dharmas that the Vedas speak of, if we go by the standard definition of Dharana Dharma, those Dharmas are said to uphold the universe. The dharma specified in the Dharma Śāstra are meant to uphold the universe of the Varnashrami, his loka, his field of experience, so he can pursue his dharma in peace, unmolested by others. Now, Varnashrama Dharma is just one of a myriad of dharmas, right? As you all know, dharma is a distinctive feature of Indian thought. There is no school of Indian thought that is not dharma-centric. Whether it's Vaidika, Bauddha, Jaina, whatever, whether it's sacrificial, devotional, rational, it still has dharma at its center and dharma as the prime directive, right? Dharma is also the word used to designate any dharmic school of thought. So in that sense, Christianity, Judaism, Islam are not dharmas. They are religions, not dharmas. Now, Hinduism, we are used to hearing about it as a way of life rather than a religion. And that is true. It is a set of culturally related dharmic traditions, of which Varnashrama Dharma is one, right? And dharma can also be used to refer to a set of dharmic traditions, such as when we say Vaidika Dharma. We can in fact go ahead and say all dharmic traditions of India are culturally related, and therefore the division of them into Hinduism, Buddhism, etc. is arbitrary and inconsistent. That could be a topic of a different talk, but there it is, thought. Now, of all the myriad forms of dharma, Vaishnava Sampradayas, Shaiva Sampradayas, Ajivaka Sampradayas, Bauddha Sampradayas, and so on, Varnashrama is one. Now, what is their model of dharma and how to pursue it? Chodana Lakshanortho Dharmaha, that's the first sutra of Jaimini's Mimamsa Sutras. Dharma is what the Veda has laid down in the form of instigative statements. Ajñātārtha-jñāpako Veda bhago vidhihi. Now, for example, when the Veda says Swarga kamo yajeta, it means a man desirous of Swarga should sacrifice. The Purusha Sukta says that the first thing that the Virat did in the sequence of creation, Yajnena yajnamayajanta devaha tani dharmani pradhamanyasam. Therefore, that is the first, the primal dharma. So although there are other means of pursuing dharma, Varnashrama dharma regards yaga as the primary way. That's why you see yaga dinameva shreya sadhanatvam tad anushthayinyeva dharmika shabdam prayanjate. Now what is yaga? Yaga is sacrificing dravya to devatas. Devatodeshana dravya tyagaha. Now, the dravya tyagaha typically happens in the form of a homa, which in the form of homa that we all know is offering into fire, but it can also happen as an offering into soil, into even water in the hands of a brahmana, and so on. Now, accruing dharma by performing yajnas. This is the prime directive of Varnashrama dharma. Through performing this, one attains shreya. Shreya means swarga, brahmaloka, etc. The definition in the Shastra is Brahmadiloke Vishishta Sharira Praptihi. Now, what about moksha? When one performs yagas without karma phala asakti, this is what Krishna means when he says Nistraigunyo Bhavarjuna. One eventually understands the true nature of things. That is Tattva Jnana. That is also called Abhyudaya. One who has attained Tattva Jnana, if he is also a mumukshu, he will eventually attain moksha. So this, in short, is the model that Varnashrama goes by. Now, in terms of the structure of the Dharma Śāstra, here's an illustration that I put together based on the contents of Apastamba and Yajnavalkya. You can see that up here, there's your king, the Laukika Prabhutva. They have their constitution, laws, and ordinances, which are based on Artha Shastra. The king's government enforces the law. The king then makes agreements, or rather, I should say, groups of people interested, motivated by a common goal, make agreements with the king. These agreements are called Samvid. Sometimes they are actually documented as Samvid Patras. Oh, sorry. Now, what is in the Samvid is basically an appeal for a certain level of autonomy, right? So Samayas secure a level of autonomy under the king's rule through a negotiated agreement. And under the Samvid, the king grants this negotiated autonomy to that guild, right? We'll just use guild or Samaya interchangeably here, and undertakes to protect the Samaya from undue interference by others. And as you can see, there are religious Samayas, there are trade and professional Samayas, but there is the bulk of the population doesn't necessarily belong to any Samaya, especially any religious, any Pashandi. Now, the fact that Varnashramis needed to form a Samaya in order to ensure that they could conduct their yagas in peace could probably mean that they were a minority in need of protection. There are reasons to think that even amongst those of Vaidika persuasion, by the time the Dharma Shastras came to be written down, which is following the, during the ascendance of Buddhism, yaga seems to have already become obsolete as a means of dharma. After the Kurukshetra war, Yudhishthira asks Krishna, what is the dharma for all of us to follow, for humanity to follow? And the same Krishna who had earlier advised Yudhishthira to perform Rajasuya now says simply, Dadasvanam, 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 Yudhishthira. Feed the people. So the Varnashramis may thus have been a dwindling community of followers of a fading tradition, but certainly they were not a majority. At any rate, not a group that had the clout to divide the entire society into castes. Now, what about Chaturvanya, the Varna system, you ask? What is it if not a fourfold division of the society? The answer to that is that Varnas, when we peruse Dharma Shastras in the light of this realization that they are the norms of a group, not for all followers of the Vedic fold, then you'll see that varnas are just marks of distinction given to individuals as a way of indicating what roles they are eligible to play within the guild. So anyone who is eligible to help the guild but not conduct yagas themselves is assigned Shudra Varna. Okay. Now, since guilds cannot expel their members into other guilds, right? I cannot expel somebody from my company into your company. I can expel him out of my company, and that's that. So therefore, it is clear that Varna does not travel across guilds. And it's also clear that an individual's Varna itself could change. And this is clear from the Dharma Śāstra itself. Now, one has to be a Brahmana in order to be a Ritvik, says the Dharma Śāstra. What does Brahmana mean here? Does it mean a caste? Does it happen by birth? No. Because according to Sayanacharya, Stuti is one of the meanings of the word Brahma. So Brahmana is one who is adept with the Stuti. What is this Stuti that we are interested in? It is the Veda, right? Therefore, a Brahmana is one who is well-versed with the Veda. It is not that only Brahmanas could study Veda. It was that only those who studied Vedas were Brahmanas, right? Big difference. Now, this is the reason why there is so much emphasis on Swadhyaya in the Dharma Śāstra. When they say, if you neglect Sandhyavandanam for 3 days, you will become a Shudra. What they mean is somebody who neglects Sandhyavandanam is probably not doing his Swadhyaya, which means he is getting rusty when it comes to reciting the Veda, recalling the specific kriyas to perform along with specific mantras. Such a person would not be the right person to be a Ritvik because it's an extremely exacting job, right? So this is basically another way of saying, don't ever neglect your Swadhyaya. It's an Arthavada, right? Now, the Shudra, by the way, will either remain a member of the same Varnashrami community or be expelled into the general populace, depending on the severity of his transgression. Either way, such a person may not necessarily be called Shudra by members of other Samayas. They may have their own different classification. You can see in Dharma Śāstra, for example, that Shudras are instructed to send their children to Brahmanas to learn the Vedas. Because obviously the Shudra became Shudra on account of neglecting the Veda. So, from this, what we can see is that there was certainly a path for the children of Shudras to become Brahmanas. Now, some Shastrakaras, in fact, allow Brahmanas to eat food prepared by Shudras under supervision. But in contrast, pretty much all Shastrakaras forbid dining with a physician, which when I first read it, I almost flipped out of my chair. Now, Savarna gets misused these days. It does not mean having a Varna. It just means being born to parents who are both of the same Varna. Why does that matter? It matters for the simple reason that the child of a man who is of Brahmana Varna and a woman who is also of Brahmana Varna is likely to have better atmosphere at home for learning the Veda than somebody who is born to parents of different Varnas. Nothing more than that. Now, all of this is internal evidence to show that the Dharma Śāstra does not talk about castes, leave alone create a caste system. Now, let's see if we can find corroboration of this outside the Dharma Śāstra. So what we see is, we know that the Dharma Śāstras began to be written as Bauddha gained ascendancy. We also know that Varnashramis coined the word Grihastha. Before that, the word was Grihapati. In the Veda, that is the word you find. You don't find Grihastha. They had to do this because, one, unlike Buddhists, they believed that one doesn't have to become an itinerant monk, a parivrajita, to pursue dharma fully. And two, the word grihapati has been kind of co-opted and has now come to be used to designate rich landlords and business stewards who would make, these great big contributions to the Sangha and to the Varnashrama. So this picture of the society based on the Bauddha Vinaya is a valuable second source of information. So let's see what they say. According to Narendra Vagle's book, this is where I got this information from. The book is called Society at the Time of the Buddha. According to him, this period in India's history is of rapid urbanization, leading to a growing tendency of people of similar occupations and professions to group together, organize as samayas. Obviously, great period of urbanization means a great thrust towards earning money. You'll notice, as by the way of a contrast, that Varnashrama specifically prescribes poverty. A Brahmana has to be kumbhi dhanya. He cannot save even grain for more than 3 days. Now, Jati and Varna, Narendra Vagle informs us, according to the material in the Vinayas, Jati and Varna were purely theoretical concepts. They were used only to grade an individual's abilities. They were not used as criteria for designating social groups. And there was, in those days, absolutely no correspondence between Varna and Jati. Okay? The closest thing that Vagle found to castes in the society at the time is extended kinship groups, right? But these extended kinship groups lacked the two defining features of caste. One is endogamy and two is commensality. So what this means is there was no caste system. There was nothing that had any of the defining features of caste system at the time that the Shastras were written. Now, despite the intense competition between the Sangha and the Varnashrama, we know from, Vagle informs us that both the Sangha and the Varnashramis depended on Brahmana Grihapatis. Notice the compound word, Brahmana Grihapatis, for funds. The Buddha apparently called his most accomplished monks Brahmanas. So clearly one did not have to be a Varnashrami to be a Brahmana, and supporting the Sangha did not damage a Brahmana's status. So what we see here is, in my opinion, clear evidence that caste did not even exist. Given that it would be absurd to claim, as Ambedkarites and others do, that the caste system was a diabolical invention of the Hindu Dharma Śāstra. So now that you know that the Dharma Śāstra has nothing to do with the caste system, act like it. Let's not make excuses for the Varna system. There's nothing wrong with it. It did not create the caste system. It did not result in the caste system. And it's a whole other effort to explain how the caste system we see came about, how it became a social level, yada, yada, yada. But what is clear is this. It did not come from the Dharma Śāstra. It did not come from any of the dharmas, least of all Hinduism. So let us stop letting others smear Hinduism with the caste canard. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Sreedhar Garu, for such a beautiful, hair-raising topic, very, very much relevant to the present days. And you have created an initiative of responsibility and accountability on all. Age doesn't matter here. Thank you so much. And you brought us the knowledge system, how to reach the knowledge body. Now we have in the next talk, Sri Ram Bhaskar Nauduri Garu, a database architect, speaking on ancient relationships between a teacher-student, guru-shishya, preacher, observer. That's the listener. Welcome, Ram Bhaskar Garu.
श्रीमान् राम भास्कर नवडीरी महोदयः इदानीं भारतीय सनातन गुरुशिष्य परम्परायाः वैशिष्ट्यं कथयिष्यति। महोदय कृपया आरम्भं करोतु।
Oh, he is not on the call here. Oh, yeah. Okay. Excuse us, just a minute.
He didn't join.
MJ Garu, please, I would like you to bring you upon here last minute. Sorry for the change. We now have MJ Tatipamala Garu, data science professional. His topic is Science in the Age of Sanatana Dharma. He draws importance on the philosophy on science. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks Satyavani Kakarla garu for arranging this and for giving me an opportunity. I'm sitting among all eminent scholars. It looks like this is the first session I am attending as a participant, trying to talk after listening to previous people who talked on all the Dharma and Sanatana Dharma and Vedas. So my topic, I'll try my best, and excuse me if there are any mistakes or misunderstandings from my side. I was trying to understand what kind of science and other things have gone into in the era of BC, before and then AD, early ADs. So I will try to. I made some points, and then I will try to talk out of those points. I didn't make any PowerPoint presentation as such. There is no particular format I came up with, except a series of points I noted down. So this is the talk about the eras of BC and early ADs. In those times, the philosophy was known as first principles of knowing. So this could be considered as a science before science or science of the past. If we consider the modern science as science, then this the philosophers, whatever work they have done, is the science before science or science of the past. The prominent philosophers in those belonging to those times, they had that eagerness to explain how the world is looking like than just as the other common people see it. What is the intricacies of that world that they are trying to see? So, but what is the common between the philosophers and the scientists that we call today? Because the word scientist did not exist till few centuries before the Newton. So there was no word called scientist as such. Everything was philosophy. Because we know that even now we have the PhDs is the doctor of philosophy in botany, in chemistry, or whatever hard sciences we say. So everything was philosophy in those days. So what is the commonality between a philosopher and a scientist? Is that it was the way of thinking. The modes of doing could be different. What today's scientists are doing to the modes of their experiments that were done or observations that were done or the conclusions that were made could be different of those eras of the philosophers' work. So what exactly, why philosophers try to do this work in a different way, try to look at the world in a different way, is that it is out of the curiosity. Like the scientists today question what and why, they were also trying to do. There was a sense of wonder, deepness, the depth of the wonder, what they see in the world or in the universe, and then that's what exactly initiated their work. These are all my conclusions out of reading all those books that I was trying to read, not just for this topic, but while preparing in general, going to the library, reading on the science, mathematics, how it evolved. So how exactly, the only difference between the scientists and philosophers was that today we have the labs, we have the tools, we have the experiments, and we have the results that that the scientists that try to document them and then present to the other scientists, and then they take it forward. We don't know exactly what kind of labs or experiments or tools they had, but definitely they had that curiosity and then different way of looking at the universe, and then they try to document their observations in those literature that was available, maybe in the form of verses. And unfortunately, I mean, most of the literature, the detailed documentation of their observations, scientific findings were not available, but definitely there are references of them wherever we find some Vedas and then other Vedic material that followed later on. So, as I said, there was no like the kind of a scientist word before 1600 AD. So all the prominent philosophers, it doesn't mean, I mean, if you see the commonality between the philosophers across the world, across the different cultures, and we see that those philosophers are not just viewing it and then trying to say something, but they have used the math and the science that was available, whatever we call it, together to make the conclusions and then to spread their knowledge. So what we have seen is that here I am trying to cover only the prominent philosophers of that in those whatever we call it, the Indian subcontinent. It's more bigger than whatever we see now as an India country. The Indian subcontinent was a very bigger one. So I'm trying to cover a few of them in my talk. So the earliest thing that philosophers, I mean, we call Vedas as Apaurusheyas, but the earliest mention of the world or the universe was mentioned in Rig Veda, which dates back to, I think, easily 5000 BC. So there are shlokas and gitas. I mean, everything, all the Vedas were written in some chandasu, so they need to be sung, not just read. So all those gitas will talk about how the world was observed and then understood in those times. So in the very famous one sukta is Purusha Sukta in the Veda, which is trying to explain the cosmic, the vastness of this cosmic universe. And it is called Purusha. And then it says that Sahasra Shirsha Purushaha Sahasrakshas Sahasrapat Sabhumim Vishwato Prutva Atyatishta Dashangulam. Here everybody is a prominent, well-versed scholars are here. I don't need to explain, but in gist, we can say that what is this? Even though the Sahasra is a number now, what we know it as, but it is an innumerable number in those times. So then that means that is the vastness of that Purusha, cosmic being. And then he is ever expanding, and then he is always above, at least 10 finger lengths above Atyatishta Dasangulam, that the what universe that we see. So that means that what generally we talk is that God is there in the universe, in every particle and each and every being, and he's there, whether it is living being or non-living being. But what some scholars will say that it is not that God is filled this entire universe, because God is well above this universe. So it is justified to say that this universe is there in God, not the other way. That means that the cosmic being is above all, which cannot be confined to some boundaries. The same way, so that is how our Vedas were trying to explain the universe, that at least now it complies with that, yes, it is ever expanding. Nobody knows the boundaries of it. and nobody knows where it is expanding to. That's what our telescopes are saying. And at the same time, in those days, there is a Mahasankalpa. And then some people try to visualize the universe in a different way. And then they have seen, they saw the earth they are living on, and they see the moon, they see the sun, they see the stars and all that. And then try to visualize that what exactly this setup is made. So if we see the Mahasankalpa, that is, a few other scholars might have given it, that Mahajala Mache. So it is in between. This earth is in between the big ocean. Paribhramananam, it is revolving. So that means that it is moving. It is not static. And Aneka Kota Koti Brahmandanam Ekatame. So that means that this is not just one. There are so many other universes. It is one. Enno Kotla Brahmandalu. That is what is called in Telugu. And then what it says is that there are 7 universes above. There are several lokas above this Bhuloka, and then 7 lokas below this Bhuloka. So we know that Atala, Vitala, Sutala, Tala, Atala, Rasatala, Mahatala, Patala, Saptalokanam, Uparitale. That's what we tell in Sankalpa. And then at the same time, there are lokas that are supposed to be inferior, that just below the Bhuloka. And then how this earth was supported, that was what was the imagination that was made, that it was supported by Ashtadikajas, Airavata Pundarika, Vamana Kumudanjana, Pushpadanta Sarvabhauma Suprati. So this is all like the 8 of the names of the Ashtadikajas will be there. So, but that is how they treated. Rigveda says that it is revolving, and then it is innumerable. There is no boundaries of it. But in Mahasankalpa, somebody was trying to visualize this as a static one supported by 8 Dikajas. But going back to what the other things are saying, that as the time evolved, the philosophers were trying to use, trying to read, trying to study the movement of the moon and sun, and the moon, how is going through the stars. They try to gauge the stars and how the moon is making round through the constellation of the stars, and then they try to give some meaning to that. So that is where all this Apastamba Sutra, Surya Siddhanta. So this is supposed to be the work of the Surya, the sun god. So we see that those Siddhantas coming in 400 AD. So then that is where the astronomy started evolving, and that is when the Jyotisha Shastra, that is which has the 2 crucial components of studying the stars and then the movement, that is time, of those heavenly bodies. So then that is where then all these grahas were named, and then we see the nakshatra, 28 nakshatras were also identified, and then they were given the names like Ashwani, Bharani, Kritika, Rohini, and it goes so on, that are very prominently used in Jyotisha Shastra. But in those days, that was the starting point, at least to my knowledge, that so the time and the science were started picking up, and then all these identifications of the constellation of the planets and the constellation of the stars were being named. And that is during that time also we have seen the signs of zodiac, like Rasulu we call it. So Meenam, Mesham, Vrishabham, Mithunam, Karkatakam, Simham. All those things, based on the way they see the shapes of the stars, the constellations, all these zodiac signs were given. But it is well known that they were able to study how the moon is traversing through this Rasulu and or the stars that the constellations they name. But this is what we study. We know so far. But later on, I think as the philosophy evolved and then more knowledge was gained, and then more knowledge was shared from the different cultures, the number system started developing. That is when people were traveling, crossing their boundaries, going to the other parts of the continent. That is when they shared the knowledge. And but one thing with Indian subcontinent is that all other cultures were having the numbers evolved from the very primitive format to the now known 1, 2, 3, 4 up to 9. But the credit always goes, if you refer to any book on mathematics, the credit goes that it was the Indian philosopher Aryabhatta who lived in the centuries of, I think it is 400 AD. That is when he introduced the zero to those. He added that to 1 to 9 and then a 0, because till that time there was no representation how to represent a shunya that is not there in numerical system, because which is very much necessary to represent the place value of the numerals. So he introduced the number 0. So that is a known fact. Everybody is agreed on that. So then the credit also given to him, because he is not only an astronomer, he is a mathematician, and then he found the necessity of the trigonometry, spherical geometry, and because to study the exact placement of the Surya or Chandra, and to find out the seasons how they are coming and going. So because that was the necessity for the people, for the rulers, for the common people, that they should know that how the seasons are coming, when it's going to come, what next, and all that. So then that was the necessity to study to introduce the spherical geometry and trigonometry to study the planetary motion. And then he was the first person to calculate the value of pi to 3.1416. That was very much closer in those days, the very finest value. And then the only thing is that although in those days all the philosophers were also attached to Veda and the Dharma, because their pursuit of the knowledge is always connected to the ultimate Dharma. And then they always write their writings in verses. So then this is called Aryabhattiya, wherever his stanzas were 123 stanzas were there, metrical stanzas were there in Aryabhattiya. And everything was in a Sanskrit literature kind of thing, literature language. And then there was nothing like writing the sutras, formulas, numerical formulas or anything, but everything was told in Sankhya-Vaachaka. That means that all the numbers or any other calculations were there in the word form, not exactly using that 1, 2, 3 or eka, dvi or 3, traya. So then, and then of course, it looks like if somebody goes into the Aryabhatti, he was trying to talk about the square roots, cubic roots, powers of 10, and all those things. And then even now the shlokas are available if you go to any Vedic mathematics books or anything. So then what happened is that as we go further, there are several other astronomers came after Aryabhattiya, that is the early centuries of ADs. But one scientist, we could say, I came across while reading the book. That was the inspiration for me to go further to study on this previous era of the Indian philosophers, how they viewed the world, how they came up with their conclusions. One is Kannada. I don't know how many of you should be knowing it. He belongs to, this is what I have here. This is the book the Bharatiya Vijnana Shastra Vijnana Vettalu by Dr. Pullala Ramachandrudu. So he tried to cover all the Vijnana Vetalu, he called them. And then he has a mention of one philosopher or one scientist, we could say, that Kanadudu, his name is, and he belongs to the Kristu Purvamu Arava Shatabdi. That means that before Christ, he belongs to the 6th century. And then he has written a treatise of his findings that is called Vaisheshika Darshanam. Most of you, all the scholars over here, must be knowing it. And then he mentioned lots of sutras in that. And one interesting thing that I found is that, I mean, we know that all the philosophers we mentioned as Panchabhutas. I mean, this universe is made of Panchabhutas, Prithvi, Apas, Tejo, Vayur, Akasha. But he tried to add the Kanada. His name came because we know Kana is autumn now. Maybe he was trying to go further in more than the Panchabhutas. That is why he might have got his name. That's what Pullena Ramachandra mentions, the author. So what he has added, apart from those 5 bhutas, he added 3 more, is called 4 more, called total 9, 5 plus 4. One is Kala, the other is Disha, the other is Atma, the other is Manasu. The last one is Manasu. So that is where it caught my attention too, that, okay, let me read further, but I'm not going full details of it. So instead of 5, he came up with 4 more bhutas, which are Kala, Disha, Atma, and Manasu. And then once he has these bhutas, so he tried to explain the bhutas, giving the gunas. So he came up with a set of gunas. It's called Rupa, Rasa, Gandha, Sparsha, Sankhya, Parimana, Sanyoga, Paratva, Buddhi, Sukha, Gurutva, Dravyata. Gurutva, Dravyata, where we use very much in physics today. But he has those words, and then he has those gunas attached to each one of those bhutas. He called it dravyas. And then he tried to explain. He took one of each dravya, bhuta, and then he tried to attach these gunas and then try to explain these gunas to that. And not only gunas, so he tried to explain, I mean, he might have explained, I should not say try. So he has the karmas. Karmas means what actions those bhutas will have it. So then whether it is like some of them is that uttepana, avakshepana. Uttepana means going up, right? I mean, paiketadam. Avakshepana, kindiki visaradam. Akunchanam, I mean, whether it can bend. Prasaranam, whether it could propagate. Gamanam, whether it can move. So these are all the karmas he's trying to attach to those bhutas and then trying to explain. And then there are so many other visheshas also he's trying to came up with and then explain more in detail these bhutas of 9 bhutas. He tried to, I mean, he categorized the Vishwa into 9 bhutas. And one thing that we found is that Kalamu is the one that he came up with. Like we see, I mean, we see that I'm not a really big PhD in physics or something, but everybody knows that the Einstein has brought the importance of Kala, time, into the physics, and he tried to explain the universe. So he was also trying to introduce our Kanada, introduced Kala into that one, and then he's trying to explain the past, presence, and then Nitya, and all that. And then
talking on time, please.
So then these are all the things I thought I will bring out to the eminent scholars over here. And then there are more work to be done. Definitely, I need to do that. But thanks for giving me this opportunity, Satyavani Garu. And then thanks all other people listening to me and spending their time. And excuse me if there are any mistakes. Thank you so much.
That's so beautiful. Thank you so much, MJ Garu. Now, you mentioned about Gurutva. So we have Shri Ram Bhaskar Nauduri Garu, database architect, to bring insights on ancient relationships between a teacher, student, guru, sishya.
राम भास्कर महोदय अस्ति वा?
नमस्कारः।
अस्ति अस्तु। एकवारं राम भास्कर नवडोरी महोदयः भारतीय सनातन गुरुशिष्य परम्परायाः वैशिष्ट्यं कथयिष्यति। महोदय स्वीकरोतु।
Thank you very much. Namaskaram, everybody. I think I missed my slot, or I was into another group. I normally teach students from 2nd grade till 12th grade, and I will tell them as an example how the relationship between Guru and Sishya should be there. When I am a student, Mr. Surya Bhagavantam, the director for IISc Bangalore, before Baba and Swamiji's, he has narrated this story, which I am trying to narrate, where it has its own meaning. How a Guru and Sishya should be there, and always Guru will be ahead of the Sishya. That is where the story starts with. Between teacher and a student, the teacher is expected to have at least few qualities above the student. The parents should have higher qualities than children so that they can teach. But here the relationship is ahead of the game. That's where it is in the form of a small story, and the story goes like this. Once upon a time, there was a guru, has lots of sishyas under him. That guru is prominent to teach logic, Sanskrit, as well as how to be a guru in presence of people, how to get yourself acquainted with unacquainted environments. So he used to teach each Shishya one quality. And one Shishya among the 10 pre-Sishyas was always with the Guru, wanted to do seva and see all the time what is that he is telling and what is that I am learning and how I can become better. So the Guru, wherever he goes, he used to take the Sishyas with him, and in so many places he took the Sishya and then told them practically what is possible, what is not possible. In one country when he visited, the Sishya felt very happy. He says, Guru, I am with you for a longer time. I wanted to stay back in this country and serve the people because they need to know so many things. It is few days we are here, a few programs we have given, that may not be sufficient. Then Guru said, oh, you are that much interested, then I will leave you and then check on you. Then the Sishya was in that country or that place. This is like a very old story. And Parampara, the Sishya became bigger and he got married. He is in the kingdom. He is trying to advise everybody in the kingdom and everything went well. But on one fine day, when he is 32 years, he made one mistake. And the king was very unhappy. The king said in presence of everybody, this Guruji in our country was good, but yesterday or 1 week he made something which is intolerable. So I have to hang him. I have to see that he is no more because I have to stop that activity. Then everybody agreed to what king says. And the final day came and the king said, okay, tell me what is your last desire. You made a mistake, this so and so, let us not discuss about that, but this is a message to be passed on. Then the Shishya said, I wanted to see my Guru who taught me everything, so that you can give your punishment. I am willing to take it because willingly I did it, but it never appeared good to this country. Then eventually the king got the Guru from the original place, and the Guru came. And the king explained, you left him, we enjoyed so much for 26 years. And now there was an error, which we felt uncomfortable, because this is a kingdom and this I have to make the people's wish. Then the Guru said, King, excuse me, sir, it is my mistake. I am the guru who trained him. I am the reasonable. First you hang me. Because my teachings went for 27 years in your country and you flourished a lot. So please hang me. Then you can hang my Sishya. And the king said, no, you are a guest. Then the argument or the discussions went between king and the guru. Then the Sishya raised his hand and said, no, king, I made a mistake. You hang me, not my guru. He is a guru for so many people. No, that is not the point. So the discussion between two happened to be discussion between three in presence of the kingdom and in his kingdom hall. This went for one day. Then the king got so much convinced that Sishya, Guru, how close they are, even though they never met, one wanted to sacrifice with the other. Then he took the presence of other Samantris, everybody, and said, why don't we excuse him? Because after 27 years, he made a mistake. So what happened is, Then they were excused. Then the king said, okay, for now I excuse, but you should go away from our kingdom and let us see what happens. Then while they are stepping down the throne, the guru said to Sishya, you see, I protected you. Couple of times I told you, a guru is one step ahead of you. You didn't listen. Now it is a practical example. This is the only story. Then the Sishya told the Guru, sir, I will be with you forever. Don't go any place and learn. And then I want to be with you and teach what you are teaching so that I will be there in your absence. Not absence means at one point of time, one has to go two places. And this is the essence of the story which I would like to tell everybody. I teach from 2nd grade to 12th grade children such stories to make them understand what they want to know and how they should lead their life. Sorry for taking lesser time, but this is the message I wanted to tell everyone. And I am one among that Sishya from IISc Bangalore, got trained and then came here 91 and trying to be one of the teachers in many schools and in the temples. Namaskaram. I am done.
You're on mute, man.
Thank you so much, Ram Garu, for the beautiful story on giving an empowering message of a Guru Sishya. We will move on to the next talk. We are on talk 13. We have Dr. Appaji Panchangam Garu, a forensic expert, biomedical engineer, physicist, mentor, scholar and orator of Hindu scriptures. I have attended many of his Bhagavatam classes. He does a wonderful job. Thank you, Panchangam Garu. He will be presenting on Hindu mythology, history, and more. The power of Sanskritam as the medium of expression is discussed here. Thank you. Welcome.
त्रिमः अंशः इतिहासः इत्युक्ते के तान् कथं वयं कथम् अवगच्छामः इति डॉक्टर अप्पाजी पंचांगम महोदयः अस्मान् बोधयिष्यति. महोदय कृपया आरम्भं करोतु इति प्रार्थये.
Gurubhyo Namaha Harihi Om. Hope you all can hear me. Thank you very much, Satyavani Garu and Panini Garu, for Upaasana-SMRITI organizers and all my fellow speakers. Welcome, and we are conducting some kind of a Dharmic Sabha here at the time of Ram Temple inauguration. So I think it is a very auspicious sign, and congratulations for everybody. And my topic today is on Hindu mythology. Probably it might sound like very repetitive and boring. I'll try my best not to make it boring. I did not have an understanding of the level of scholarship we have in this group. I would have opted for a mature subject if I had known. Anyway, my name is Dr. Appaji Panchangam. Just to be clear, Panchangam is not my name. It's my family name. And Appaji is the name given to this body. And it has some loose association with my personality and maybe some garbled up memories associated with this for some time. But it has nothing to do with the qualities and my nature. And doctor is not my name at all, just to be clear. Because this is an important problem, particularly in Hindu mythology. I will explain. Sorry, these slides jumped up. Let me move this screen away here. Yeah, that would be better. The problem is that the blue guy on the left side we call Shiva, and the blue guy on the right side we call Vishnu. And we have a tendency to name them, label them, and treat them as Mr. Shiva and Mr. Vishnu. That's a fundamental problem. We all know, all the practitioners of Sanatana Dharma, at least some basic level, understand that Bhagavan is one and only one. And when we are referring to the qualities of Bhagavan, such as auspiciousness or being a repository to the entire universe, we use the term Shiva. And when we are referring to the omnipresence and omnipotence, then we use the term Vishnu. But there is no Mr. Shiva, there is no Mr. Vishnu. And we all know that. The problem of mislabeling the names or misassociating them with forms is very rampant in what we call Hindu mythology. We know the word mythology originated with some Latin words. It is to mean the meaning of that is to convey something with allegorical stories. But the current meaning of mythology is quite different, though. Some dictionary meanings here, you can see mythology has to do with some kind of exaggerated, fictitious stuff. And the bunch of myths form the mythology, and the mythology we know is widely held but false beliefs or ideas. So that is the idea we have. And some author in India said myth is mithya. And I totally agree with it. There is nothing to deny. But are we talking about mythology, Hindu mythology, or what are the texts or scriptures that are referred to by this term Hindu mythology? So basically the Puranas, 18 Mahapuranas and 18 Upapuranas, and the 2 Itihasa, Ramayana, Mahabharatas, collectively called Upabrahmana, are referred to by this term Hindu mythology. And let's understand what these texts actually mean. Purana is not a single word. Pura plus na. There is a pratyayam, a suffix added to that. And they illustrate, they expand and expound Vedas. And Padma Purana says if a Brahman studied all the Vedas along with all its auxiliary texts and Upanishads, whatnot, but did not learn Purana, then they haven't really learned anything. So their main idea is to illustrate and expand and expound Vedas or Vedic Dharma. So Purana, some people have defined Pura Picha Navam, meaning that it is ancient but ever fresh, ever new. So it is bringing the concept of Sanatana, something that has no beginning, or we can't speak definitively about the beginning, but something is ever fresh even today. And it is a Chirantana. Chirantana means something very, very ancient. And I think Purana is referring to a kind of teaching that teaches about the former that cannot be attained by the later. By former, I mean the Brahman, which is always preceding, and the later one is mind and speech. Yato vacho nivartante aprapya manasasaha, says Upanishad. And Purana says, Srimad Bhagavatam says that manograyanam vachasa niruktam, when it defines Brahman. So it is talking about Brahman that cannot be reached by mind and speech. And there are some true stories, maybe some historical accounts, but they are of very negligible value. And what about Itihasa? Itihasa is made up of 3 words, Iti, Ha, Asa. And Dr. Sarada ji mentioned Ha means Prakasham. It is referring to the sun. So Iti, Ha. So a lot of times Valmiki and Vyasa use the expression Ha. Ha means Ascharyam, Prakasham. There is something very deep in here, something that you have to understand. The literal meaning of Iti Ha Asa is so it was. That's how it was. But the expression actually means that that's how it will be forever. So it is. That is Itihasa. And Ramayana and Mahabharata are Itihasas, and they have some limited historicity, but they're also referring to the same concept of Sanatana, something that has no beginning and something ever fresh. So if we are struggling with the historical or historicity of these texts, then the value is very limited. But the life and spiritual value is unlimited. So there is no need to bicker about it. Mythology has a by-way inequality with Purana and Itihasa. So it's totally misnomer. To use the term mythology is a misnomer. And so what is the value of Purana and Itihasa? We all know that in history, there is no future. Everybody knows that. Because nobody really learns from history. That's the reason why it repeats itself, I guess. The wisdom to data ratio is very, very small. If you are looking at the amount of knowledge that you gain and the amount of data that you have to put into your head, it's not worth it. Compare it with sciences, any kind of science discipline. The Purana and Itihasa aim to give far greater wisdom than the data. So there is a particular method. Some people say that it's not a historical documentation, but history presented in a very usable, understandable, or teachable way. And there are, of course, some allegorical stories. Maybe in that way, we might call it mythology. But actually, they are purposeful narratives given by rishis that are misunderstood by a cluttered mind, a confused mind, as cock and bull stories or some kind of allegorical stories. Therefore, this is a problem with the mind. The mind has this disease to create clutter, to create confusion. So Puranas and Itihasas actually make a sincere effort to provide all the techniques to declutter, to remove any kind of misconceptions in the mind and to treat the mind so that it is prepared for the experience of truth. And at the core of the problem is what somebody has earlier showed, a small vision illusory image. It looked like some kind of a bird or some kind of a rabbit. So there is an illusion. The mind is the one that is projecting all these images. Let's just demonstrate a small thing. You see an image on the left side here. I don't know if you can read that. Vighneshwara is what I mean to say by that image. And now I'll show another image on the right side. So there are 2 images on the left and right. So what do you think is the relationship between these 2 images? Is there an association? Are they same and equal? What is it? What do you think? A lot of times we think that they're one and the same. And this is a problem. They are not one and the same. Vighneshwara is the Shabda Pratika. It's a verbal symbol. A vast majority of what rishis have provided to us are verbal symbols. Rarely they have provided some visual symbols like maybe like yantras, maybe chayanas. Somebody has showed that a chayana that you do, like a brick pattern that you do in yajnas. And some activity symbols like, namaskara, mudra, pradakshina, all kind of activities, anjali, offering and all that stuff. But a vast majority are verbal symbols. So it is very important to understand the verbal symbols as they are. Don't translate or take it to an artistic depiction by a movie maker or a picture maker or a sculptor and say that this and this are same. If you do that, then Vighneshwara becomes an elephant god who is eating sweets. That's a meaningless notion that is perpetrated. The problem is, as one other scholar has pointed out, that there are no one-to-one word meanings from Sanskrit to English. Sanskrit works at a completely different level. So Vigneshwara is not an elephant god. But the thing is that what Puranas, Itihasas, Vedas are trying to tell is the truth that is beyond language and mind. But alas, we have only language and mind to understand. So there has to be a way to express the ineffable, the inexpressible. There is drift in word meanings, like dictionary meanings are all the time changing. Are they confused? They create, like there are so many words like dharma, karma. Some people say karma, and so many other words have been misused and abused, and their original meanings are lost. So what is the relevance? If somebody has written something thousands of years ago and the dictionary meanings are drifting constantly, the relevance is lost, right? How do you preserve that relevance? And how do you deal with the problem of the mind, which creates endless associations between name and form, language and thought, and by objectifying, personifying, concretizing things that should not be objectified or personified or concretized, like Mr. Siva, Mr. Vishnu, Mrs. Lalitha, Mr. Ganesha. All this problem has to be avoided. And if you can express the ineffable, then how do you preserve it? How do you give it to the next generation? A very simple solution, you know that you can see that there are three kinds of fruits here. Which one has long shelf life? Which one keep the substance inside intact and fresh for longer? Obviously the coconut, because it has several protective layers. If the person doesn't understand how coconut works, they might try to grab it. The teeth will come off, blood will come out of their mouth. But you have to carefully work hard to remove all those wrappings. So rishis have provided sufficient wrappings so that the freshness of the message is preserved forever. But at the same time, they are not really making or doing an injustice by expressing something that should not be expressed. So the layers that were provided are self-unraveling wrappers. And that's where the language becomes very important. There is an image here. You can all understand what this story is about. When Krishna was a 7-year-old boy, just after Pauganda Vayas, he stole the clothes of beautiful young girls who were taking a bath in a pond out there. And then they discover that their clothes are stolen. And they pray to him, and he says, you have to come out and stand naked in front of me and raise your hands all the way up above your heads. That might look like a very ugly story, a very kind of a bad kind of a prank to play, but this actually symbolizes the purpose of language and how language should work in one way. That is one interpretation of the story. So we can all know that those are called gopis. Those girls are gopis. And the clothes that they're wearing are called vasanam. And the Lord sitting atop the tree is Krishna. If you're just looking at the visual symbolism, as you see in this picture, this is a depiction given by an artist. Some Mahatma has to jump in and explain that, oh, Krishna is Bhagavan, and clothes represent some kind of a Maya Varanam, the cover of Maya, and the Maya had to be dropped, only then you can reach Bhagavan. That's okay. That you cannot, normal people cannot come up with that interpretation. It has to be a Mahatma to come up with that. But rishis have given enough tools or wrapped this truth in sufficient amount of wrappers so that even a normal person can understand. So if we look at Krishna, Krishna has so many definitions, the word. The one thing that is one definition that I like very much is from Mahabharata. Krishir bhuvachaka sabdaha nascha nirvriti vachaka tayo raikyam param brahma krishna ritya bhidiyate. So the Krishi is a bhuvachaka sabda, meaning that it is worldliness. Simple meaning of that is Bhagavan Krishna represents nirvriti or nirvana sukha or nirvishaya ananda. That is the closest thing that you can get to nirguna parabrahman. And what are gopis? We think of cowgirls. Gopi is a cowgirl, cowboys, gopas. But that is a very poor English translation, terrible English translation. The Akshara Ardhas, I think Dr. Sarada ji was talking about Akshara Ardhas. The Akshara Ardha, Dhatu Ardha, they are very important when we are trying to understand the meaning of it. Go can mean Indriyas, mean senses, the earth, Swarga, Ishu, Pashu, Vak, Ghrani, Vajra, Netra, Ambu, Vrishnishu. There are 9 different meanings given for go. So the simplest meaning here is all these gopis are actually great Mahatmas who have been taking the teachings of Veda. One meaning of go is Veda Vak. And they are taking them and conducting their Indriyas. Another meaning of go is Indriya. And conducting themselves in this worldly plane. Another meaning of go is earth or bhu. So they are doing it in such a way that they have become pure Shuddha Bhakti Rasa Tattvas. And at that time, they are able to shed off all their identities. You know, I talked about some identities: doctor, Appaji, Panchangam, male, Hindu, human, all these layers of identities. And people will not be able to drop these identities that is covering up the ego and ultimately the supreme consciousness that they are. So to be able to drop all these things is essential. So one meaning of Gopa is Gopayati Rakshati Suddha Bhakti Rasam Tadadhishtanatvat iti Gopaha or Gopi. So basically, there are methods of unwrapping. Definitely, you will require some Sanskrit knowledge and some study. Swadhyaya is required. Swadhyaya is not simple self-study, a person studying by themselves. That's not what Swadhyaya is. Swadhyaya is study of the self using the scriptures as guides. And penance is required. Without proper tapasya, you will not be able to unlock the truths. And a lot of contemplation. So with all these unraveling of these wrappers, there is definitely learning value, discovery value, shock treatment value for the mind, wonder value and whatnot. It is all a sadhana by itself. And ultimately it culminates in realization of the absolute. The key for self-study is vyutpatti, etymology. In Vedic times, people used vyutpatti pakshiyam. Everything was based on the vyutpatti artha, aksharartha, dhatu artha, and all that. But now we are jumping to rudhi artha. What do you open a dictionary and you think that Sanskrit is like English and say, okay, this word means this. That doesn't work. Names are the keys to the gem and gold mines of Purana and Itihasa. The Krishna, Gopi, Vasana, these are the names. So all the names, Jati, Guna, Sambandha, Kriya, everything has to be taken from that Vyutpatti Pakshiya. And only then we will be able to understand what the Rishi's intention is to say. Aitareya Upanishad says, Paroksha Priyaiva hi devaha prachaksha dvishaha. Therefore, the words should not shed any direct light. You know, what happens if you take light to somebody who is in darkness? They are also taking a huge shadow behind them. So direct light, when shed onto the cluttered mind, creates a huge shadow and a confusion. Therefore, the words should shed indirect light. And they should not shed direct light. And they have to allude to the abstract and fluid meaning like Narikela Phalam when you open up, and should not objectify or personify the indescribable. So when you express the inexpressible in this manner, is it possible to do? Yes, it is. That is made possible by Samskritam, one of the greatest tools ever available to the human mind. And I say, I have been studying Purana Itihasa for the last 12 years, seriously, from this Vyutpatti Pakshiyam. I will not leave any story or even any word without interpreting it from the Vyutpatti Pakshiya aspect. So what I say, what my belief is, what mathematics is to science, Sanskrit is to spirituality. So the method of study, somebody has talked about the algorithm of thinking, Dharma algorithm. In the same way, we should have a dharmic, tarkic thought process through Swadhyaya. The most important thing is Samanvayam. You have to resolve all the contradictions. If there are contradictions, there is something wrong in the model. What are contradictions? Self-contradictions, like within, contradictions within, and contradictions with what Veda says, contradictions with what Mahatma's experience is, and contradictions with the purpose. Because if you see any Purana Itihasa, they are nested loops of question and answers, where everywhere there is a question, something called pariprashna. And there is a adhikari asking that pariprashna. And there is a vakta who has an eligibility or ability to speak about those things. Whenever you find contradictions, that model has to be rejected, and we have to go into a deeper meaning, where all the contradictions are resolved. Samanvayam is absolute. Only then you will be in Sama state. Sama state is nothing but Sama. So with that, I will stop. I just want to limit myself precisely to 15 minutes. I don't know if I am. Thank you so much for the opportunity.
Thank you so much. Beautiful one. You really shed so much light how we should view what we are seeing so far. Thank you. Now, moving on to talk 14 with Sri Venugopal Rao Gummidi Dala. He's an engineer, telecommunications. He worked both in India and US, author of travels and Hindu philosophy, will be emphasizing on how an ethically enlightened society can help its members live happily. Venugopal Rao garu, please.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. My subject is ethically enlightened society will help members of its group. For example, Hinduism is ethically enlightened by Sanatana Dharma. Its values are imbibed in the life of Hindus, mostly Indians, now Indians. They work everywhere and everybody is happy and they keep others also happy with their attitude, with their knowledge, with their work culture, ethics, and all those things. The happiness and health of people living in any society depends upon the ethical coexistence. Any Hindu group generally illuminated by the influence of Sanatana Dharma, which is a way of life based on its Vedic foundation and values, lives happily due to its moral influence. People by and large look up to God, who is an unseen factor, a creator, a sustainer, and withdrawal force, or Almighty you call him, treating it with reverence, helping others while hesitating to do things that harm the society or the others. Society at large. They live showing concern for others and wishing them well. They are mostly guided by the prayer. Om Swasti Prajabhyam Paripalayantam Nyayena Margena Mahim Mahesha Gobrahmanebhya Subhamastu Nityam Loka Samasta Sukhino Bhavantu. May there be well-being, auspiciousness to all the people. May the people who rule the land go on the right path. May the cows, bulls, and brahmanas who know Vedas and other knowledge, and have acquired other knowledge, and knowledge will always be fortunate. May all the beings in all the worlds live happily. Mind this, may all the beings in all the worlds live happily. And may there be peace everywhere. And also, Sarve Bhavantu Sukhina, Sarve Santu Niramaya, Sarve Bhadrani Pasyantu, Ma Kaschit Dukkha Bhavet. Om, may all be happy. May all be free from illness. May all see what is auspicious. And may there be no one suffering. And the third one, Om Bhadram Karnevi Sriniyam Deva. Most of the people know. Oh Devas, may we hear that with our ears what is auspicious, worthy of worship, May we see with our own eyes what is auspicious. May our sense organs remain steady in our bodies. Praying, we may spend the full life finding fulfillment in our lives given by Devas. After all, what we all need is a happy life and comfortable existence and peaceful departure from this mortal world. This is what the various Vedas say. The Vedas are ones. Actually, Sanskrit is yes. Here, Vedas are revealed by sages, two sages, in various parts of ancient India. They were heard, that's why they are called Shrutis, not written by somebody. In fact, initially, Sanskrit was not having a written language, written script. Written script was provided by later on, after many years of its revelation. In fact, they orally learned and passed on to the disciples using the Sanskrit language in the oral format. That the same oral format has been passed on to different countries, and they used their own scripts to write that particular oral format. And that was revealed to, in fact, there are many hymns like that. First the Raleigh. Oh, yes. Hymns were read by sages and Shrutis. This, in fact, there are many hymns which were collected by sage Vyasa, who is called Veda Vyasa because he compiled those hymns into different Vedas as Rig Veda, Yajur Veda, Sama Veda, and Atharvana Veda. And he has compiled them in different forms and propagated through various Shishyas. And that were propagated. In fact, there were more than 400 rishis who had these Vedas as hymns. And most of them, they appear in the Rig Veda. They later on differently put in Yajur Veda, Sama Veda, Yajur Veda and Sama Veda. Atharvana Veda is totally different, which is a controlling set of hymns which are used for organizing the various rituals, organizing the proper functioning of the various facts, various aspects of the Vedas rituals actually. The Vedas have got Brahmanas, Aryankas, Upanishads, and Upavedas. Sutras also. There are certain things that are brought out of them. They are Gita, Yoga, Darshanas, Brahma Sutras, and similarly, there are other derived ones, such as Puranas, Itihasas, literature, music, dance, drama, sculpture, and other arts, which are influencing the society today. And they are bringing up a happy living in the people, in the society as such. Actually, these books influence the Hindu philosophy and ethics also. The Vedas have got Brahmanas, Aryankas, Upanishads, Upavedas, Sutras. Sutras are pithy elements, pithy statements. Rig Veda has got different, every Veda has got its different formats of Brahmanas, Aryankas, Upanishads, and Upavedas. And they have got the Smritis. These are all Smritis are the books that are derived from the Shrutis. They are law courts and Itihasas, indeed, which were, as he mentioned, it is a history, part of history. Puranas are indeed old and is new, is also called they have 5 characteristics: history, cosmology, secondary creation, genealogy of kings, etc. Later on, Agamas are also another section of these Smritis. The Upanishads are, Rigveda has got 10 Upanishads, Sukra Yajurveda has got 19 Upanishads, Krishna Yajurveda has got 32 Upanishads, Samaveda has got 16 Upanishads, Atharvana Veda has got 31 Upanishads. These Upanishads are extension of Vedas. They contain the knowledge portion and they are the one which give the show the path to enlightenment. Vedas has revealed by 2 sages in various parts of ancient India. Sanatana Dharma has come out of that, from the Vedas only. It is a matter of the way of existence, or rather leading life, ethical way of leading life. From there, Hinduism has been named. It is named as Hinduism, but actually it is Sanatana Dharma. From Hinduism came Jainism, Sikhism, and Buddhism, as shown here in this. From this, Vaishnavism, Saivism, Sikhism, etc. they have come out. Yes. Next. Next. Every Veda has got its own way of working, and most of these most of them, they are prayers in the form of prayers. They are in the form of eulogical accounts, and
Looks like we have some difficulties showing your slides.
yes. One second. Okay. I will conclude. You can continue with the other one. That's better, because I'm not able to produce as such. Thank you.
Oh, no, sir. Amir, would you like to say a prayer?
Yes.
Please.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And actually, there are some quotations I wanted to say. Actually, every Veda has got a great noble thoughts. For example, Rigveda has got A, No, Ana, Padraha, Kartao, Yentu, Viswataha. That means let noble thoughts come to me from all directions. And there are other things also. May all our energies become one. May all good thoughts come together. And may we become greatest among all the mighty. There are several prayers like this, which inspire many people today. And all these, prayers, they work. They are shown, they are available in the Vedas, and they rather illuminate us, our minds, and create us great.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Andy. Namaste.
Thank you so much, Venugopal Garu. It was an honor to have you here.
Thank you.
Now, moving on to our next talk, we have we have Sekar Boddupalli Garu, a scientist, is taking us on a reverberating journey on the power of hymns, the Sri Rudram, its application in daily life. Please.
ॐ शुद्धस्फटिकसङ्काशं शुद्धविद्याप्रदायकं शुद्धं पूर्णं चिदानन्दं सदा शिवमहं भजे ऋषिभ्यो महद्भ्यो गुरुभ्यो नमः. Offering my salutations at the lotus feet of my divine master Bhagavan Sri Satya Sai Baba. Good afternoon, everyone. Perhaps good evening somewhere else. I sincerely appreciate Satyavani Garu for her humongous work in bringing together not only these great scholars who definitely, I do not belong to the clan of such incredibly erudite scholarship and knowledge of Vedanta, etc. It's a privilege, and when she has requested that to discuss about it, one of my personal quests, and I also sincerely appreciate what Brother Appaji Panchangam Garu had shared. It's pretty much, he has taken away almost 8 minutes of my talk, for which I am really grateful. Because what we are truly focused on most of the time is the literal aspects of what the mantras are, what they represent, etc. But we have lost connection to the fundamental principles that these are indeed vibrations. They are not truly any language. No language, including Sanskritam, can truly come to completely experiencing that vibration of a Veda mantra. And that is very much even proven in music, simply because if you write musical notes on a piece of paper, those musical notes do not become the music. They are simply script on which you are imposing a vibration. And just in music itself, from sa to re, if sa is 100 frequency, re is 114 frequency, between that sa to re, you can experience many vibrations. And at the end of the day, therefore, these mantras are actually called para. They're unmanifest vibrations that are pervading. And even though they call Sanatana Dharma as eternal wisdom, eternal implying time, this is timeless. These vibrations are existing since the sky existed. And those vibrations are in the sky, in the space, all pervading. And so such vibrations are not to be verbalized, even though we try to verbalize them, because at the end of the day, from that unmanifest divine energy, by the time it manifests in the mouth, as we all know, pronouncing various swaras, pronouncing various vyanjanas, are the everything associated with the Veda mantras. I think we lose more than 95% of what the divine vibration truly is. Because through the medium itself, there is refraction, diffraction, everything. When sound or when light goes from one medium to another medium, as we all know, it goes through diffraction, refraction, all kinds of aberrations. So truly speaking, all these meanings that we perceive truly are interpreted based on our own awareness. For example, when somebody says, I am nobody, and colloquially that nobody is interpreted as I am irrelevant. That is the colloquial awareness of the word I am nobody. But truly speaking, nobody means I am not the body. I'm identified with the body, and I'm completely identified with my body and all the vagaries associated with that body. Therefore, in that identification, when somebody asks, what is your name? We say, I am, and you fill your blank with the name. But we never say, I am called so and so. I am identified as so and so. So therefore, my quest for the past 20 years is through this experience of this hymn called Shri Rudram. And actually this Shri Rudram as a means to totally go into this self-awareness, as Brother Appaji was pointing out too. And this Shri Rudram is the center of the Vedas, and we all know the details about where which Veda it is present, which Kanda is present, why is it called Namakam, why is it called Chamakam. That's all, in my opinion, technical information that is important, but the true essence of Rudram is elsewhere. And when we look at this Sri Rudram and what is its essence, very simply put, three words: purity, unity, divinity. That is the essence of Rudram, and that is what is a true representation of the inner meanings of the mantras that are pointing out to. If we can take an example of the sun shining in a pot of water, if the pot is impure, the sun won't shine in the water. If the water is shaking, the sun won't shine as true himself as a reflection. Therefore, what needs to happen first? The water has to be pure, the water has to be still, and hence the reflection will be perfection. And there are 11 anuvakas in Sri Rudram. Each anuvakam truly brings to that level of simplicity of practice in daily life. What is this purity associated with? And to begin with, the very first mantra of the Sri Rudram, in my opinion, as a shabdar, as a vachyardha, as a literal meaning, is totally misinterpreted. Om Namo Bhagavate Rudraya. Namaste Rudramanyava Utota Ishave Namaha. Namaste Astu Dhanvane Bahubhya Mutate Namaha. Now, if you go and read most of the books, what is written is, O Rudra, Namaskaram to you, Namaskaram to your anger, Namaskaram to your bow, Namaskaram to your arrow, Namaskaram to your shoulders. This is the meaning that is written in books. It's not that it is incorrect, but it is, like brother was saying, it is looking at a dictionary and writing the meaning of it. So from a Sanskritam dictionary point of view, all the words are given the same meaning. But Manyu means anger. Yes, Manyu means anger in a point of view of one of the meanings. But Manyu also means supreme wisdom. Ishano me manyo shritaha manyur hridayam majid. In that context, Manyu means wisdom. So therefore, if you look at this Rudra as the source of the supreme presence, as in existence, awareness and bliss, from that existence, awareness and bliss, when the movement happened, different forces have emerged from the source. One of the force is the force of wisdom, another is the force of thought, another is the force of action. Therefore, when we are saying Namaste Rudramanyava Utota Ishave Namaha, Namaste Astu Dhanvane Bahubhya Mutate Namaha. This is what is the true ritual associated with that mantra. Suddenly what we are doing is cross. But does the symbol of cross represent something associated with Jesus as in body identity? No. The cross means integrity of the heart, the head, and the hands. So the very first mantra, practical application of the very first mantra of Sri Rudram is Trikarana Shuddhi, purity of the thought, word, and deed. And therefore, when we understand and contextualize the meaning of these mantras in such a way, it becomes truly an inspiration, not simply to chant the mantra, but to become aware of the mantra, and most importantly, bring that practically as a life application. And now when we go into the each and every mantra, and since time is very short and it is impossible and impractical to what this summary in 15 minutes, because in 52 weeks we could not complete Rudrajnana Yajna. But what I will share with you is a couple of few slides that would actually very simply elaborate on the principles associated with Sri Rudram. Give me 1 second. I hope you are able to see my screen with the Sri Rudram. Please let me know. Are you sharing my screen with Sri Rudram? Yes, ma?
Yes.
Okay,
Yes.
thank you. Thank you. So let's just simply jump into this. Om Namo Bhagavate Rudraya. What does the word Bhagavan mean? Bhagavan means divine effulgence and wisdom. So such divine effulgence and wisdom, the source of all the beings, can only be perfect in reflection if the reflection has no impurities and it doesn't, if the water has no impurities and it is still. So the 15 mantras of Sri Rudram point out, as I just pointed out, invoking awareness in thought, mind, and action. And this acronym for that will become Atma now. Awareness in thought, mind, and action. And that purity of the thought, mind, and instincts. Now, as I said, I cannot take each and every mantra and explain. The very first 5 mantras, Sive Navachasatva Girishacha Vadamasi Yatha Nasarvame Jagada Yachmagum Sumana Asat, means purity of word. And then there is emotions that cause disturbance in the mind. So the mantras, as in the 6th mantra, the 7th mantra, the 8th mantra, and the 9th mantra, the ruks as they are called, because there are 2 or 3 lines. The ruks represented in the first Anuvaka represent stillness of the emotions, going beyond fear, going beyond judgments, going beyond pleasures, going on sealing on desires. As we go through the next level with the next 5 mantra from the 10th to 15th ruk, you will see how to be an instrument in the divine, for the divine, how to transcend perceptions, etc., etc. And that is the essence of first Anuvaka of Sri Rudram, which 100% you can relate to as a practical way of implementing Rudram in daily life, to have purity of thought and stillness as in emotions, and stillness as it relates to the being as the existence. The second Anuvaka, the third Anuvaka, and fourth Anuvaka are very interesting because they have what are called Ubhaya Namaskara. Namo Hiranyabhagave Senadye Dishancha Pataye Namaka. Like that. So these Ubhaya Namaskara represent what is Namaskara. As you see, the 5 inside, the 5 outside represents oneness. This is the symbolism of Namaskara. What are the 5 inside and the 5 outside? The 5 inside are the earth, water, fire, space, and wind. And in addition to that, the mind, the intellect, and the doer. So together, how many are there? 8 are there. So there are 8 embodied within me, and these 8 represent the Ashtamurti Tattva. So the second Anuvaka invokes this Ashtamurti Tattva associated as earth, water, fire, wind, space, moon, sun, and consciousness as the outside, and the whatever the earth element within us, which is the bones, the cartilage, the nerves, the hair, all of it as the earth element, the fluids in the body as the water element, the hunger, thirst, etc. as the fire element, our own breath as the wind element, the space as in the memory, cognition, etc., the moon as the mind, the sun as the intellect, the consciousness as the ego itself. So now you see, now complete synergy between what is inside to what is outside is what this Ubhaya Namaskara represent in this. And those Ashtamurtis are Bhavaya Namaha, Sharvaya Namaha, Rudraya Namaha. All those things represent the Ashtamurti Tattva associated with Ishvara. Now, the next Anuvaka is about omniscience. Omniscience as it relates to the faculties that are actually negatively propelled by the mind as in the ego, the desire, the anger, the greed, attachment, arrogance, and jealousy, and the mind, turning them into positive values of forbearance, contentment, humility, forgiveness, acceptance, sharing, caring, and self-esteem. Namassahamanaya nivyadhina avyadhininam pataye namaha. Now when we look at those mantras, where it is Taskaranam pataye namaha, God is referred to as the chief of embezzlers, thieves, burglars, dacoits. How can God be all those things? Because all those things actually steal away our presence to the Sat, Chit, Ananda. Your jealousy, your arrogance, our attachments, etc. They are stealers. And when we surrender to God, what happens is the Hari and the Hara will come into play, and they will turn all these negative attributes into positive values. So hence, the second Anuvaka, the third Anuvaka, and fourth Anuvaka represent how we can achieve perfection of this reflection of the source through realizing ourselves through the omniscience, the omnipresence, and the omnipotence of the divine infinite self that is embodied within us as a small self. Now, long story short, and I'm not going to go into each Anuvaka and describe this. This is essence of 20 years of tapas. And what we are now going into is the fifth Anuvaka is transcending beyond time, space, time, identity. Brother talked about that very nicely about identity. Unless you lose this identity, you cannot be one with the divine. And space, time, and identity are the three that is binding ourselves into this Maya. Desha Kala Kalana. Maya Kalpita Desha Kala Kalana Vaichitriya Chitri Kritam. So Desha Kala Kalana, all those three things when you transcend, then you hit the center point of the universe called unity. And that center point of the universe is Namah Shivaya. Therefore, in the eighth Anuvaka, which is supposed to be one of the supreme Anuvaka of the Sri Rudram, Namassomaya cha Rudraja cha Namastamraja cha Runaja cha Nama Shangaja cha Pashupataye cha Namo Agrevadha Antre cha Haniyase cha Namo Vrukshebhyo Harikeshebhyo Namastaraya. Tara means transcending. Taranam means to cross over from the individual self to the supreme self by transcending our complete limitation in space, time, and identity and becoming one with the divine. And then what happens? It's not that suddenly you have realized and you are walking like a projected hologram in the universe. What we become is truly that enlightenment leads to opening of the heart, which is Bruhat Daya, is a Hridaya. Bruhat Daya is a Hridaya. Therefore, in the ninth Anuvaka, you will see reference to Deva Nagam Hridajebhyo Namo Vikshedakebhyo Deva Nagam Hridajebhyo. Hridaya Shabda comes innumerable, at least 4 or 5 times in the ninth Anuvaka. The 10th Anuvaka is about love, and the 11th Anuvaka is about service. Now you can see from purity, we have gone to unity, and when there is unity, there is divinity. And the 10th Anuvakam, each breakdown of each of the rooks, what that does mean, fundamentally what it means is the end of wisdom is love. Take any scripture, the end of wisdom is love. And these are Bhagavan Sri Sathya Sai Baba's essential statements. The end of culture is perfection. The end of education is character. The end of knowledge is freedom. And the end of wisdom is love. There is no religion that doesn't talk about this supreme love. And then finally, we have this Chamakam, in which there is 338 times repetition of the word Chame, Chame. Some people interpret this as desires, but actually these are not desires. Once you are divine, every action of yours becomes an yajna. And when you are involved in this yajna, you have to have resources to conduct the yajna, the ritual, but also certain skills and capabilities to execute the yajna. So chame means may I be blessed with that. Chame also means may I be that. Meaning the application context of chamakam is about seeking 338 things, as in skills, resources, as well as the capabilities that are required to conduct our life as a yajna for universal peace and prosperity. And with that, I'll conclude my talk offering this at the divine lotus feet of Bhagavan Sri Satya Sai Baba, who is the source, the path, and the destiny of this individual soul. Jai Sai Ram. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Wow, what an enlightening talk. Thank you for sharing the real meaning. And definitely, we are going to view the Rudram with a different angle now, with more commitment. Thank you. Now we have Dr. Anjaneya Prasad Calyam, Professor, University of Missouri, USA. Importance of our ancient Indian knowledge systems in the present day, relevance in technology particularly. Thank you. Prasad.
Thank you, Satyavani garu. And good morning and good afternoon, good evening for all of you in different time zones. I'm very happy to be here and present a talk that I think is mostly motivated by Satyavani garu's vision for what would be a good contribution from my side. So I consider this Gnana Yagnam that's going on very nicely organized by Satyavani. I have this Ahuti I'm putting, which hopefully adds to our sort of discussion of the Sanatana Dharma and also how we are able to better ourselves and also the society around us with the Sanatana Dharma. So this is my attempt to kind of give you a sense of my understanding of how we are able to learn from the knowledge systems from ancient India, all the way beginning from the Vedas to my own personal journey of being a computer science researcher, where I have tried to kind of use some of this, I would say, ideas in application of computer science. So hopefully I can make that connection in a way that makes sense. So today my goal is to kind of first start off with just giving a sense of what I think are the important knowledge systems in ancient India, and how we are able to kind of appreciate it today. There might have been knowledge systems we lost, but we have some today. So how are we able to again use it in our present day? What are sort of the challenges for really adopting our ancient knowledge systems? And also end with if we do adopt it, how does it look like from a more science and technology perspective for reaching the masses or improving our lives? And I want to give a few case studies from my own research in my lab and how it applies. So with that, let me make a prayer to get started. Om Asato Ma Sadgamaya Tamaso Ma Jyotirgamaya Mrityorma Amrutam Gamaya. Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. So if we want to understand knowledge systems in ancient India, I think we have to go all the way back, and I think we can probably begin from the Vedas, right? We have so many rishis, even before the Vedas were compiled, who have come up with a number of what I call samhitas, or essentially compilation of knowledge. And these are elements, right? So if you think of a rishi as an individual, they're creating basically individual elements of knowledge, right? And when we say samhita, it's a compilation of it. So it's more like an edited version or a more systematically organized body of knowledge. So Veda Vyasa, at least we attribute to having edited the Vedas, right? He put a lot of the, as I said, the samhitas, which are elements of different rishis in a way that is organized in some sort of logical and maybe not even logical, but I would say magical way, right? That we can still today appreciate in terms of the Rig Veda, Yajurveda, Samaveda, and Atharva Veda. So we can go back to our root of knowledge systems in ancient India, and to some extent say, we have built basically a compilation, a samhita, and then organized it into a system. So when you say a system, it basically means it is composed of several parts that have some interdependence or interrelation or some way of creating a more holistic application ability, right? So it's a framework, right? So the system essentially is a framework, but we have to implement it to actually bring it into practice. So let's see what sort of frameworks were put in the past, right? So if we look back into some of the ancient knowledge systems that we have developed in India, it starts mostly with something that's material, right? To do what we need to do to get through our lives. It is social. It is to be with people and work with people and serve people, right? So this is the second stage of understanding knowledge systems. The third is obviously and most importantly spiritual, right? And it is for human development. So the goal of the Rishis was always for human development, for people to be better human beings. And if you look at every aspect of this knowledge system, there is a very important piece of service that's oriented with it. So when I say service, it is impact, it is helping people, or it is benefiting somebody else's quality of life. So that's really how our ancient knowledge systems were built in India. So if you look at, for example, yoga as a knowledge system, and again, as a system, as I said, there are many pieces. When you say yoga, right, there is, the aspect of breathing, there's an aspect of how we think, there's an aspect of physical exercise. So there are all of these, again, I call them as samhitas, right? And when they're put together in a holistic system, you have I would say, technology of yoga that if you can actually apply in your life, it can help you experience life better. It can help you serve other people better. And it gives you a new and more positive perspective about life, right? And so yoga as a technology, I think we all today still practice and appreciate. And so that knowledge system absolutely is alive and thriving. Another knowledge system is the medicine, right? The Ayurveda, and in some sense you can even say food, right? When the food is like medicine in ancient Indian knowledge system. So what type of food you eat, when you eat, how the proportion of food that needs to be eaten. So again, that knowledge of what makes us vibrant human beings has been, organized as, obviously the kinds of food traditions we have, but also as a medicine tradition that we've, gone in support of, dealing with issues that come from food or other things, right? So, so Ayurveda is obviously another very important knowledge system, and to some extent we also understand it, appreciate it, and we use it today. Surgery and other kinds of medicine also, right? In some sense, there has been a lot of knowledge, but again, today it's not directly used. So we don't have, we have probably better technology today, but we still can relate to the idea that the ancient Indian wisdom has produced a number of technologies or samhitas related to how to deal with medical procedures or surgeries, and maybe that has not as much stuck, right? That's not as much taken off. Again, the same idea of Sanskrit, again, a knowledge system of linguistics, right? How we can communicate as a society in a very coherent and systematic way. We say what we mean what we say, and the script matches diction. That sort of perfection, I would say, right? Again, is a knowledge system in linguistics that we have still somehow preserved, but unfortunately, we're not using it. I wish we could all be speaking in Sanskrit in this Gnana but we're using English, right? But that is definitely a knowledge system we still appreciate and we still have today. And last but not least, the arts of music, the instruments, the the Carnatic music, and the dance. All of those also again have been the samhitas that somehow we were able to preserve, bring it back, keep it alive today. And so, what I think is a good news and a bad news is, the good news is we still have some of these knowledge systems today that we are able to use. We are uniquely identified in India as sort of the creators of some of those knowledge systems. The world appreciates it, but a lot has been lost, because we have used mostly oral tradition to convey this knowledge systems, which are very complex topics, complex, I would say, knowledge compilations through oral tradition. And a little bit some are written down also. So for a fact, I think we all agree that we have probably lost a good number of really valuable knowledge systems from our ancient past. But we have some, and I think we can still celebrate that. And the invasions in India have definitely not helped, right? The Islamic invaders, the British invasion of India, and they have brought in influences again that have, I would say, maybe I wouldn't say corrupted, but I would say they have changed the way we have accepted what is the ancient Sanatana Dharma and the knowledge systems that were passed on. But what we have today really have stood the test of time, right? So there have been ideas that are still leading ideas in yoga, in Ayurveda, in Sanskrit. Some of these things we still have leading ideas, and they have stood the test of time. But for sure, we have a sort of a mixed adoption of those in our present life today. And definitely capitalism like we have today, with all of us, as I said, we're speaking English, we are very busy, we are stressed out, we don't have time, right, to basically adopt all of some of these values from our Sanatana Dharma, and our attention span to really understanding and applying it, we have a very short fuse. So again, that's another, I would say, unfortunate situation we are in. So if we think about, okay, where do we actually then see some benefits from our, ancient samhitas, and how that knowledge has been somewhat systematized, right? We're talking knowledge systems, and how do we actually use it in terms of science and technology for today, right? So if you think of modern day, a lot of our engineering, a lot of our philosophy, a lot of our medicine, linguistic, even sports, astronomy, all of that are influenced and still, luckily for us, thriving because of our knowledge systems from the Sanatana Dharma that have stood the test of time. So one of the best ways to kind of understand how those knowledge systems can be relevant to present day, we can refer to the Chatushashti Kalas and Chaturdasha Vidyas that clearly show the application, right? So how those knowledge systems or ability for, as I said, social, spiritual, material, well-being and human development translates to how we did jewels, how we did utensils, to how we created energy medicines, how we created dance, music, or even solving riddles, and the compilations essentially of the Vedas, the Vedangas, Upangas, and the applications of the Vedas, Upavedas, right? So all these essentially have become something we use, right, still today, and we still have some influence. So we want to have this both artistic and scientific ability to apply these knowledge systems in today. So I'll switch to the last part of my talk, where I'm going to try to relate to how my job as a computer scientist take some of these ideas from our ancient knowledge systems, which I think are very valuable and still are very relevant today. So my research is in cloud computing. So if you understand what is a cloud, it's basically what we're using now. So the Zoom is happening on the cloud. Our internet is connected to the cloud. We're able to see all kinds of movies whenever we want. We're able to store all kinds of data in the cloud, get it wherever we are. We're on the car or we're in the house. We're able to access all of it. So if you imagine the cloud, it is a computer that is built, right, by somebody. And in my case, it is my students and me. We are building the clouds. And when we build it or when we architect it, it is like building a real building. If you build a skyscraper, it has to have the ability to have hundreds of rooms with thousands of people, all safe in a building. So the same way, when we build a cloud, we are thinking about how do you build something that can scale to millions of people, that can be resilient in the event of cyber attacks or computer hardware failing or software failing. So we think about what we do as a way that, or an act or a design that helps millions of people, right? And so in our ancient tradition, I think we had this idea that if I did a deed, can it multiply that and impact millions of people? So in our Indian tradition, Sanatana Dharma, we sit down and after we eat food, we say, Aurave Apunyanilaye Padma Budanivasinam Archinam Udakam Dattam Akshayam Upatishthatu. So if I give a drop of water, this act that I'm offering a drop of water may it multiply to serve hundreds of millions of needy people. Padma Arbudas, they're very, very big numbers, right? It's billions and millions of people. So I kind of equate my job of cloud computing as a way to translate whatever I do, right, is able to help people at a very large scale be benefited from my deed. So I think it's a very powerful idea, and how they imagine that is really amazing, that they could think about a deed multiplying to benefit millions. Another thing that I have done in my lab, which is develop a software called Narada Metrics, which is a company that I started from my PhD research. And it was again inspired by this idea of Narada Muni and Narayana Bhakti, which is serving the world in the name of Narayana. And Narayana, essentially Vishnu, is what I call a form of Maya that makes things real. So if you think of something, if you have an objective of achieving something, you need the Narayana or Venkatesha blessing to make that happen. And so in that make things happen bhakti, right? Narada, one of the things he did, which we all know, is take information from one adversary to another adversary. He would share information that the two adversaries by themselves would not share, but through Narada, they are able to share. And why do they want to share? And if you look at where Narada comes in our mythologies or in our, again, going back to our ancient scriptures, is Narada comes always in a crisis. When the story is stuck, it can't go anywhere, Narada comes. And the way he solves the crisis in an auspicious way is to take information from one adversary to another adversary. And by sharing that knowledge, the story moves on, it goes to a good completion. Dharma is protected. So in that sense, what we have done is, if, for example, you're using the internet, somebody said my audio video is clipping, or if you're trying to save some files on the internet, if it's very slow, we don't know where the problem is. So our software basically helped the internet provider at your house and the cloud provider in the data center far away to share information in a way that the problem for the user is fixed. Now they won't share the information naturally, because if they share, both of them will be, kind of having a bad reputation, right? So you are causing problems to my customer. And so they'll have a lot of finger pointing. But through this Narada Metrics software, they actually agree to share some information that solves the problem. So we were able to actually translate, again, this Narada Bhakti in the context of internet measurement software. And one of the last things which is going on today in my research lab, and we all are experiencing, is the AI revolution, the artificial intelligence revolution, where we have so much information online, so many videos, so many great talks on Sanatana Dharma, but we cannot access it very easily, right? So this is the story of Vidura and Dhritarashtra. So Dhritarashtra in those days had the biggest library in the world. He had all of the compilations of knowledge that anyone could have ever imagined, but he's blind. right? This is the way we are. So if we sit in front of the computer, how do we find the right information, the right knowledge for us to make very clear, wise decisions, right? So we need first need a Vidura. So my chatbot, just like your Siri or your Alexa, we have built a chatbot in my lab called Vidura. And Vidura is basically giving wise counsel to doctors, to material scientists, manufacturing scientists, journalism, journalists, and things like that. So we've built this chatbot, and it uses these two ideas of Vidura that actually is featured in Vidura Niti. So one is what I call retrieval-based machine learning. So when Dhritarashtra had some crisis or some thoughts that he needed some advice, for maybe state affairs or health or spiritual things, he would go ask Vidura, hey, what do the scriptures say? And Vidura would go into the library, bring all the information, and present it in a very clear and useful way for Dhritarashtra to understand. That's what is basically called retrieval-based machine learning. So we've created Vidura to search like people's publications, people's activity in terms of their social network, and we're able to provide information about, for example, who what kind of knowledge or publication would be best suited to solve a material science design problem or a health problem. The second type of thing that Vidura did is called generative machine learning, which is basically what we're seeing with ChatGPT and other new AI technologies. Is when there is a situation, you need knowledge that is not already present, right? It can't be retrieved easily. You have to generate that knowledge. How do you do that? So in that case, Vidura would actually do what you would think is a very intelligent way of generating new knowledge. The way he did it is to find new experts to generate knowledge. So when Dhritarashtra, for example, asked questions on Brahma Vidya, Vidura said there is no knowledge that actually explains what is the Brahma Vidya or the Atman ideas that Dhritarashtra wanted to learn. So the only way you can generate that knowledge is to go find some experts. So he went and found the son of Brahma, right, Sanat Sujati, and it's one of those texts where Sanat Kumara comes and helps Dhritarashtra understand this Brahma Vidya. So we also do that. So in our Vidura's algorithms we've developed, we have a scholar finder that looks at publications, citations, other aspects of a scholar, grants that they've got from funding agencies, to create a team that we can predict can be the best to answer a question about knowledge that we don't know yet. So we are able to then, in that sense, adopt these knowledge systems to our modern computer science. So with that, I want to end this talk to say that I think we have a great fortune to at least have some of these knowledge systems today, which help us in material, social, and spiritual aspects. And if we were able to use it, I think it is very much relevant to modern science and technology. Thank you.
Thank you, Prasad Calyam garu, for beautiful insights, drawing us from ancients to the present day world. Thank you. Now we have Dr. P.V.R. Narasimha Rao, teacher of simplified rituals, astrology researcher, engineer, and a Sanskrit scholar and scripture scholar, will bring insights on the role of jnana and karma in march towards moksha. Please.
Thank you. Thank you, Satyavani garu, and thank you all the scholars present. A lot of people these days who are interested in Vedanta, who are interested in Upanishads, a lot of people with incomplete knowledge have this notion that karma and jnana are opposites. Real jnana or moksha requires basically giving up action, not being engaged in a lot of actions. Particularly at the time of a few thousand years back. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay.
Yeah, we are good.
Yeah. Okay. So at the time of Buddha, when Buddhism was taking over parts of India, when Hinduism contended with Buddhism, aspects of Hinduism that were somewhat similar to Buddhism became more prominent, and some of the notions from Buddhism dominated and replaced some of the concepts in Hinduism, and also shaped the understanding of people of some of the Upanishadic teachings. But if you go back to our Upanishads and also various other scriptures like Tripura Rahasyam, Uddhava Gita, Avadhota Gita, and Yoga Vasishtam, etc., there is a more nuanced approach which does not denounce karma while praising Gnana. I'll go back to Yoga Vasishtam. Yoga Vasishtam is a great Advaita Vedanta text that is basically the teachings of Vasishta Maharshi to Ramachandra. When Ramachandra was a teenager and he was in depression, not understanding what is the purpose of life, what is going on, he was really depressed. And then Dasaratha called various rishis. Vishwamitra was there, Vasishta was there, and all the gods were seeing from the skies. And Vasishta taught the essence of Upanishads to Ramachandra. And there's an interesting saying that puts Gnana and Karma in the right perspective. He says, Gnana and Karma are, in other words, wisdom and actions are two wings with which the bird of individual self flies into the infinite sky of undivided self. So if you say Brahman or Atman or undivided self is the infinite sky, the individual self that we perceive as I currently, that flies into that infinite self, flipping both the wings. If a bird has only one wing and it basically keeps flipping that wing, it won't fly at all. You need a balance between the two wings for a bird to fly. Similarly, Gnana and Karma, wisdom and action, they are both required and you need a balance between them. Let me give an analogy. Suppose somebody is going on a mountain road. There is a ghat road on a mountain. Gnana is like knowing that you want to reach the top of the mountain. And Karma is driving to that place. If somebody has only Gnana, somebody knows that all is God, Sarvam Khalvidam Brahma, but does not engage in actions that ingrain that permanently in one's consciousness, then that person is akin to somebody who's looking at the mountain top. He knows that reaching the mountain top is the target, but he's not driving there. He's not driving his car along the ghat road to reach the top. So somebody who has only Gnana but not really engaging in karma is akin to somebody who's staring at the top. He knows that he needs to go to the top, but he's stuck where he is. Similarly, somebody who has no Gnana, somebody who just engages in karma continually, is like somebody who's driving on the ghat road continuously, doesn't really realize that going to the top of the mountain is the end goal. If you don't know that, you're just driving, having fun, you're just stuck there. You never reach the top of the road. Similarly, if you know that you need to reach the top of the road, top of the mountain, and also you keep driving, and while driving you keep looking at where you need to go and where you are currently, and keep modifying your route so that you are going in the right direction, then at some time, at one time or the other, somebody will indeed reach the mountain top. So in other words, you need a confluence between karma and gnana in order to become liberated. Now let us go back to just having gnana and not engaging in karma, because some people think that just repeating the Upanishadic knowledge or just reading books, just contemplating the teachings will make them liberated. But the problem is, you intellectually understand it, but intellectually understanding it and that being ingrained in your thoughts, so that all the time your actions, your instincts are guided by that notion that Ishvara is the doer, Ishvara is the experiencer, you're just an instrument. That basically, it is very easy to say intellectually, but unless it becomes really permanently ingrained in your consciousness, unless all the vasanas that are making you think that I need to experience this, I should not experience this, I am doing this, I am great, all these vasanas that are leading to those thoughts inside you are completely burned. All those vasanas are either completely discharged by doing karma or completely burnt away. You may delude yourself that you understand the essence of Upanishads, but those vasanas are still there. I'll give you an example of a story. There is a story in scriptures of Jadbharata. Before in a previous life, he was a great emperor called Bharata. And that emperor, he engaged in a lot of good deeds. He ruled people very dharmically. He was a very dharmic king. And at the end, he thought that all his desires had vanished. He experienced whatever pleasures were there to be experienced in the world. And he realized that he had no desire for any further pleasures. And he said, okay, now I am a sannyasi. I have renounced. I have no desires. I'm free. I'm a liberated person. So he went to a forest. He took sannyasa. He was living a very modest life in a hut. And then one small deer, the deer's mother was killed by a lion. So the deer, a baby deer, was alone, and it was unable to fend for itself. And the king took pity on the deer and took it with him, and he started taking care of the deer. And then he wanted to feed it the best grass available. So he used to go far, fetch nice grass to the deer and feed it and feel really nice about it. And at the end, when he was dying, he had a thought. What will happen to the deer? Oh gosh, the deer, how will it struggle? Because he was contemplating a deer at the end. Because Shastras say, Antevati Sagati, basically, whatever is your last thought, that becomes the seed for the next life. So he was born as a deer. So a great emperor who ruled the whole earth, he was born as a deer. Of course, a few lives later, he finally became born as an enlightened, as a liberated person. But the thing is, irrespective of how small your desires are, irrespective of how sparse your vasanas are, the bottom line is, as long as there are some vasanas, as long as there are some latent desires left as a seedling at the bottom of your consciousness, you are not liberated. And until you are liberated, you have to keep engaging in actions. You have to, without actions, you cannot survive. So you have to keep engaging in actions. So karma tyaga or karma sannyasa is not really a way to liberation. What you really need to do is karma phala sannyasa. So engaging in actions, but realizing that Ishvara is the doer, Ishvara is the actual karta, and Ishvara is the actual bhokta. So renouncing the bhoktritva bhava and kartrutva bhava is the essence, not really renouncing the karma itself. There is another analogy given in the scriptures. Somebody who focuses on gnana without karma is like a handicapped person who can see a forest fire approaching at one, but he cannot run away from it because he's handicapped. He can't. He doesn't have legs, so he's stuck where he is. He can clearly see that the forest fire is coming towards one and it will burn him, but he can't do anything about it. On the other hand, somebody who has no gnana keeps engaging in karmas, keeps engaging in a lot of good actions, maybe dharmic actions, great rituals, but doesn't realize that in the end, the goal is to realize that Ishvara is the bhokta, Ishvara is the karta, and you do whatever you are in a position to do, but with no impact of the karma phala on your state of mind. Whatever karma phala happens, let it happen. You just engage in the karmas that are natural in the situation you are in, and then that's it. So without realizing that gnana, if somebody keeps doing karmas, even if they are good karmas, one will get stuck. The analogy given is, if somebody doesn't have eyes, take a blind person. He has legs and he can run very fast, but the thing is, he doesn't know that a forest fire is coming at one. So he may be running, he senses some heat, and he sees that people are saying that there's a forest fire approaching, run away, but he may be running towards the forest fire. So what you really need is, you need the eyes to see the forest fire coming at you, and you need the legs to run away from it. Similarly, to escape the samsara, to escape the bondage of the samsara, you need both the gnana, that you need to realize that Ishvara is the karta and bhokta. At the same time, you can't stop acting. You have to keep engaging in actions based on your previous ranas and based on the circumstances life creates for you, which are based on your previous ranas. You keep engaging in karmas, but you keep the gnana at the back of your mind. So you need to strike a balance between karma and gnana. Finally, before I conclude, I want to give one story from Devi Bhagavatam. In Devi Bhagavatam, Vyasa Maharshi, his son Shuka Maharshi, he thinks that he is realized. At a very young age, he has no desires. He has no desire for anything in the world. So he says, I don't need anything. And if I get married and get children, that will become a bondage. I'll become stuck unnecessarily. Now I'm free. Suddenly I'll become bound if I get married. So I don't want to get married. And then Vyasa says, no, you have to get married. And Shuka says, no, I don't want to be stuck in the samsara. I am a free man and I want to remain a free man. And then Vyasa sends him to Janaka Maharaja. And Janaka Maharaja asks him, do you think that wife and children are the one that bind you? And he says, the bondage is in your mind. It's not in the external objects. It's not in the wife or the children or a kingdom. Suppose there is a king. The kingdom is not what binds the king. The notion that I am the king, I own this kingdom, the sense of ownership, the sense of I am, ahamkara, and then this is mine. That is basically mamakara or mamata, asmita and mamata, or ahankara and mamakara. Those are what bind you. And he gives a small story. He says there was a great sannyasi, an ascetic, who renounced everything. He had no desire for anything. He renounced, and then he went to a forest. He was living in a small hut with very minimal belongings. And then Janaka asked Shuka, do you think he's free? He has attachment to the loincloth that he is wearing. He has attachment to the tree under which he is doing his sadhana. He may have attachment to the hut in which he is living and doing his sadhana. So he says, do you think that the ahankara, the attachment a king has to the kingdom, is any different from the attachment an ascetic has to the loincloth that he is wearing? He says, if you think that it is different, that is just a notion in your mind. The bottom line is, whether it's a loincloth or whether it's a big kingdom, attachment is attachment. In the end, thinking that I am experiencing, I am doing things, and these are mine. These experiences are mine. These actions are mine. That is basically what binds you. Not the actions themselves, not the objects of your actions themselves that bind you, but your attachment to the action, your attachment to the experiences that are coming your way. That is what binds you. And he says one more thing, interesting thing there. The ascetic, who's the sannyasi, who's living in a hut in a forest and doing sadhana whole day, doing meditation whole day, he may even be attached to his detachment. He may be attached to the notion that I gave up all that. Look at my cousin. He's a big king. I gave up that kingdom. I'm living in this hut. I'm living such a modest lifestyle. And he says that itself, that is probably a bigger attachment than the attachment to a loincloth or attachment to a kingdom or attachment to a wife, attachment to a child, etc. So in the end, he says the what binds you is not the karma itself. What binds you is your attachment to the karma phala and your attachment to the notion that you are doing the karma, instead of seeing yourself as an instrument that the divine is using to do the karma. So if you don't have that kartrutva and see Ishvara as the karta and bhakta at all times, you are free. But the problem is it's not easy. So to do that, you need the gnana. But just by repeating words and understanding them intellectually, that gnana doesn't become ingrained in your consciousness all the time, that whether somebody is praising you or somebody is criticizing you, you are not in the same state of mind. That comes with practice. And that practice comes if you keep engaging in karmas and then keep contemplating, okay, in this particular action, I got too attached. I'm not the doer. Ishvara is the doer. So you keep performing karmas and you keep contemplating. And whenever you realize that the kartrutva or bhoktatva are affecting your consciousness, you basically tell yourself, no, naham karta. I'm not the karta. Naham karta, hari karta. Naham bhokta, hari bhokta. I'm not the doer. I'm not the experiencer. Ishvara is doing through me. Hari is doing through me. If you keep telling yourself that, so you keep practicing. As you practice more and more and more and more, at one stage grace will come and it will become just the second nature of your mind. and then only you become enlightened. Then only you become free. So freedom is not easy. Freedom comes only when there is gnana and there is karma. And then the karma is basically informed by the gnana at all times. So you need to strike the balance between karma and gnana. Then only you become free. That is why Vasishtha, as I said in the beginning, Vasishtha said, karma and gnana are two wings, by flapping which the bird of individual self flies into the infinite sky of undivided self. So we should all keep that in mind. Unfortunately, in the last couple of millennia, the notion that wisdom means detachment, means not doing anything, not caring about things, that has become a plague in the Indian society. Instead of having Nishkama Karma Yoga, Indians have got to Nishkarma Yoga, basically, thinking that karma is a bondage. If you are granny, you basically should not do karma. You should not basically care about the world. You should just not care. So that attitude has really plagued Indians. On the other hand, what we have in the West is, they have a lot of karma, but they do karma. So this is Sakama Karma Yoga. So they do a lot of karmas, a lot of actions. They figure out what is the optimal way to get what I want to get. They do it. But the thing is, they will never become free because there is karma. And in India, actually these days in modern India, it is not even Nishkama Yoga, Nishkarma. It is actually Sakama Nishkarma Yoga. There are a lot of desires, but no action. You just want things free. So anyway, so what we need to go is to go back to the old times, to go back to a few millennia back when there were a lot of Indians who were practicing Nishkama Karma Yoga. Based on who you are, what your abilities are, what your life circumstances are, there are certain actions that are natural to you. So engage in those actions, but all the time basically keep in mind that Naham Karta, Harish Karta. So that is Gnana. So strike a balance between Gnana and Karma. That is the only way to finally at some stage become liberated. Thank you very much for this opportunity.
Thank you, Narasimha Rao Garu. What a beautiful insight. I couldn't stop you because you had an empowering message here and you had to deliver it. Thank you once again. And next time, please do bring insights on astrology, and you can bring the compass of human and how we can perform better. Thank you. Moving on to the next topic, we have the very revered Dr. Prasad Kaipa, co-founder of Institute of Indic Wisdom, CEO coach, a professor, author, talking on Dharma, how Sanatana Dharma can be made Nitya Nutana, ever new. Thank you, Prasad Garu, please. You are, please unmute your microphone.
Okay. Thank you very much, Vani Garu. And I have been enjoying listening to Narasimha Rao Garu and Shekhar and many other people. I appreciate the quality of speeches and wonderful things that you organize. Thank you again. So the topic I want to address is, when we talk about Dharma, we say we are operating from Sanatana Dharma. Sanatana Dharma obviously is eternal Dharma, beyond time. It is not in the time-space domain when you talk about it. The way in which we might want to look at is, how do we take Sanatana Dharma, which we grew up with in India. At that time, Bharatadesham was Akhanda Bharatadesham. It was much larger than what it is right now. And we were operating from a place where there were no specific religions that were actually operating. So that's the reason why Hindu religion, it is not called, it is a Hindu Dharma. Now that we are around the world, actually we are becoming dominant species, not necessarily in number, but actually the influence in the United States and in the rest of the world, as more and more technologically and IT, AI, all of them, as they are becoming more and more, the role of becoming a Vishwaguru, the Hindu Dharma becoming something that can teach the entire world, is becoming very, very relevant and important. That's a topic which I want to do. How do we take the Sanatana Dharma, make it into Nitya Nutana? What we have been doing, we are a small organization. It's called Institute of Indic Wisdom. We are focusing on bringing Indic wisdom into organizations around the world. Because just like yoga, just like Ayurveda, I believe some of the Vedantic and Yogic and other knowledge systems are very relevant in self-knowledge, leadership, organizational governance, and all of them. It is becoming more and more relevant. So it is important for us to look at how we can be a design studio, how we can be a think tank, like an institute for the future may focus on outside, especially with the artificial intelligence, general artificial intelligence, as it is becoming more with the chat GPT and everything else. The relevance of what is it that we can bring. Maybe chat GPT can bring alignment of all the knowledge that is already out there, and it might be able to integrate the external stuff. For human beings to be relevant and meaningful, we cannot depend anymore on the intellect alone. We need to go back to who are we? What is it that we can bring from the inner essence? And how do we make ourselves to become relevant, come up with tools, come up with frameworks so that we can become extraordinary? That means we need to take the Indic wisdom, which is primarily inner wisdom, if you want to call, contextualize it into the current time, Desha, Kala, Paristhiti, as they say. These are the ways in which, and these are the places, these are times in which the dharmic teachings, lessons from Upanishads, from Bhagavad Gita, from Puranas, from Itihasas, how do we contemporize it and contextualize it in such a way we can bring whatever has been there into self-knowledge, management knowledge, organizational wisdom, innovation, change management, and all of it. That's what we are trying to do. So that the people talk about, like in Stanford University, there is something called a Institute for Flourishing. Same thing in Harvard University. Now, the Western psychology has come up with something called positive psychology. Positive psychology has got a lot of roots in the Indic psychology, Buddhism, Hinduism, some of those, and also Mormonism. For example, Stephen Covey and many of the people, Kim Cameron, Bob Quinn, many of them are extraordinary scholars, not only in management, but also in their Mormon tradition. They brought several of them and created what is called positive psychology. That's why there are lots of books on happiness these days. But when they talk about happiness, they talk about it from a very single-minded purpose, like a happiness, like a pursuit of happiness, as in the American Constitution. They look at it like a very superficial. When I spent some time looking at the happiness, there are 14 Sanskrit words that I found. Ananda, Brahmananda, Paramanandam, like, Moda, Pramoda, Modo, Dakshinapakyaha, Pramoda, Uttarapakyaha, Ananda, Atma, Brahma, Pratyam, Pratishtha, Taittiriya Upanishad. There is an entire, like a Ananda Mimamsa. You talk about even a scale of Dhrudishta, of a human being's happiness, and how it can keep on going higher and higher in a logarithmic scale to reach Brahmanandam. So we feel some of those things have to be translated and brought into organization so that we can use the same terminology. How do we develop flourishing ecosystems across the globe in the management so that we can become popular? There is a wonderful way in which we can talk about our responsibility as how do we take Sanatana Dharmam, like a Sanatanam Nitya Saswatam Puranam. If we were to look at it, It is something that is ancient, but it can be eternal and ever-renewing only if we play our role in making it that way. If we try to keep it separately, it doesn't work. As many of you, like today, being all the diaspora scholars, like like Shekhar Garu, who has been in Syngenta, or when you look at biological sciences, or Narasimha Rao Garu, who is in Boston, or Appaji Garu, who is in computer science, variety of you are bringing your Vedic knowledge plus the technical, scientific, biological, medical, all of this financial knowledge you are bringing in. How do we actually work together to create what you call what is appropriate for the time, for the place, so that we can develop the strength of our Sanatana Dharma, making it into some kind of a management knowledge that we can teach in Harvard and Wharton and Kellogg, not just as this is the model that for change management from the West, this is the model from on Elizabeth Kubler-Ross on death and dying. We can also talk about Shankaracharya talking about various stages from Bhagavad Gita, or all of it. Because yatha kalam, yatha desham, yatha balam, yatha srutam, the idea of as the time is there, as the place is available, we need to bring strength and create it. So what are we trying to do? How do we do it? Our way of translating it, we found there are 4 essential principles in Sanatana Dharma that are extraordinarily important. Just like, Narasimha Rao Garu talked about in the Yoga system, when you talk about the 2 wings, I found Dharmam, Purnam. Purnatvam is something that is essential for Sanatana Dharma. And that is only in Hindu Dharma that we talk about Purnatvam. Whereas, even if you talk about other Indic wisdom traditions like Jainism and Buddhism, they talk about Sunyavadam. Very rarely they talk about Purnatvam. So the idea of wholeness, that is connected, we can connect it to systems thinking, systems theory that the Peter Senge talks about, and what you call various people about looking at it from a holistic perspective. Like Ken Wilber talks about that. So Sri Aurobindo principles have been taken in by Sri Aurobindo principles have been translated by Ken Wilber and several of the people. They are talking about the holistic ways of looking at it. Holans, they call. Arthur Kessler model of Holan has been really looked at. When we can talk from the perspective of we are whole and complete, then the way of looking at it becomes a strength-based management. It is not a weakness-based management, not a competencies that we need to develop, but we are whole, but somewhere we kind of strayed away from it. We actually started looking at where we are weak rather than where we are strong, where we are empty instead of where we are whole. If we can begin to bridge, help people, to help them to say, for you to be whole, how do we work with it? For that, we need the 3rd principle, Tattvam. Tattvamasi, we talk about. Of course, Tattvam is not just about the Mahavakya Tattvamasi, you are that, but actually, when you talk about Sakshitvam, you can say Sakshi Bhavam, that means a witnessing characteristic, like Narasimha Rao Garu, when he talked about, or the previous speakers, many of them address the whole idea of Kartrutva Bhavam and Bhoktrutva Bhavam. And somewhere we need to do Karmapala Sannyasam. When you do the Karmapala Sannyasam, then Nishkama Karma is the way in which you can operate from. When you are operate from a Nishkama Karma, for that, you need to know who your true is. You are not the body, you are not the mind, you are not the buddhi, but you are tattvam, you are that. When you operate from that, then it connects with the Purnam. We are connecting with who we are, all of who we are. When we operate from the Brahmatvam, from there, then flourishing becomes a natural expression of who we are. Like Anando Brahmeti Vyajanat Anandadyeva Kalvimani Bhutani Jayanti. So the idea of Varuni Vidya, as they call it, the whole idea of coming from Ananda, not reaching towards Ananda. Where are we? That pregnancy, the delivery, the child nourishes and is get nourished continually based on the love of the mother. If the mother starts saying, hey, you are 9 months old, the neighbor's kid is also 9 months old, that person is standing up, he is actually saying some mama, dada, apma, why are you not saying? Are you stupid? Do you think kid will ever actually grow into becoming a full potential capable person? We operate with children as if they have all the capabilities that are waiting to be unfolded. Same way we need to deal with as we grow in management, when we review people's performance, when we develop other people, we need to deal with them as they have the capability, except it has not yet been developed and it has not been unfolded. That way of managing them, that way of helping them will allow them to flourish, and at the same time we will also flourish. So one thing which I found very important to bring the Sanatana Dharma into Nityanutana, we have to compare and contrast with the Western management. Luckily, from the time I was a fellow at Apple, I had an opportunity to follow the growth of neurological sciences, brain sciences. At that time, there were no, what you might call non-invasive techniques to study the brain and what's happening in the brain. Now we have fMRI and all kinds of non-invasive techniques. So we can actually understand when a person is creating poetry, when person is really in an ecstatic state, we can actually notice what's happening in their brain, where it is happening, what's happening in the frontal lobe. When they are anxious, what's happening in amygdala, what's happening in hippocampus, all of that we can track it. If we can map what's happening according to the brain sciences and connect it to what we know according to the Vedic and the Vedantic and Yogic sciences, we find there is a very close correlation to what are discovering the brain sciences are connected with what has been written up in some of the Upanishads and some of the Dharma Śāstras. So when we can compare and contrast what's happening in the Western wisdom methodology principles with Indian principles and develop them, then chances are we can bring the Sanatana Dharma into management beautifully by comparing and contrasting. That is where we can take away the beliefs and faith, connect it to rationality and logic from the scientific principles. We can bring growth and success not only in an individual context, but also in the organizational context. So let me give you some quick examples before I end it. We talk about 3 gunas, the Rajasic, Sattvic, and Tamasic. These are the whole idea of Swabhava are connected with it. Of course, in leadership, we talk about how do we make decisions, how do we communicate difficult decisions, and how do we take difficult actions. Wisdom is the one that comes, makes this all alive. Our Sanatana Dharma is about wisdom. It is not a data, information, knowledge base. And why is it wisdom? Because it is connected with the values, and it takes the spiritual wisdom, and we need to translate it into practical wisdom. And so how do we do that? For example, 18th chapter of Bhagavad Gita, if you go, somewhere around 23rd, 24th sloka, you talk about a framework of 6 principles that Krishna Bhagavan talks about, where he gives slokas for each of them with Sattvic, Rajasic, and Tamasic, like a Sattvika Gnanam, Rajasika Gnanam, Tamasika Gnanam, like that. So there are 6 things: Gnanam, Karma, Karta, Buddhi, Dhruti, Sukham. Now, I took these 6 with the 3 slokas, that is 18 slokas. I interviewed several CEOs of companies like Apple, like what you call Tata at that time, Tata Group, Tata, Kiran Majumdar Shah, Alan Mulally. He was being led by Alan Mulally and Tim Cook. Several people where I had an opportunity to interact with, and I translated these and created a book called From Smart to Wise. For example, Gnanam, which is Sanatana Dharma word, I translated it into Nityanutanam, perspective. So Gnanam is not knowledge as they talk about in the AI, in the data, information and knowledge, but it's actually giving you the perspective. Sat perspective, I called it as a wise perspective. Rajasic perspective, I called a smart perspective. And Tamasic perspective, I called it as a functional smart perspective. That means if I'm a domain expert, but I am not willing to take the risk, even though there is a fantastic opportunity to start a plastics company, I'm a plastics expert, that means I'm a functional expert. I am willing to stay in my domain. If somebody starts a startup, I'm willing to join them as long as they guarantee my salary. That is the functional smart perspective. That is a tamasic perspective. Rajasic perspective is where they don't know diddly squat about what biosciences, biotechnology, but they find out that venture capitalists are looking at starting a biotech company in a particular area. They go to various Thai meetings or something else and find biotechnology experts and say, you and I will start the company. I will be the CEO. I will get the money. You provide the technology. Between two of us, we will build it. That kind of a taking the risk, going beyond what they know, spreading broadly instead of narrowly is the Rajasic characteristic. But knowing when to stretch, knowing when to be grounded is the Sattvic. That is what I call a wise perspective. So similarly, I could translate the 18 slokas. You might want to go back and look at the same 18 slokas in 18th chapter. You can similarly think about karma. I translate it as an action orientation. So you can have a Sattvika karma, Rajasika karma, and Tamasika karma. What are am I muted?
No, you're fine. You're fine. You have 2 more minutes, Prasad Garu.
Yeah, sure. So the Tamasika, Rajasika karma, Tamasika karma are like going on a what you call a traffic at Friday evening 5 o'clock. You see the exit coming up about 2 miles, but the right lane is already completely blocked because everybody who want to turn and get off the exit are in that. Then what do? If you are Rajasic, left lane is free. You zoom on the left lane towards the end and you wait for the guy to give a little bit more space between the front car and the next car. You get in and say, yes, I saved 15 minutes. That's a Rajasic karma. So the action orientation is always about how do I save time, but not necessarily looking at it. Tamasika karma means, you know what? I got in the right lane. Let the traffic move when it moves, but I'll be able to get out without having to have stress. That is Tamasika karma. So like that, the most important I should say is I translated what you call the role clarity. Essentially, when you look at it, karta bhavana, which we talked about, I translated it as a role clarity. This does not exist in the Western management at all. This is an extremely important thing. Clarity do I have at home, in society, or in the organization? Buddhi, I translated it as a decision logic. What is the buddhi with which you are actually making decisions and making choices? Dhruti is translated as fortitude. And Sukham is another very different way of translating that. Is Sukham, I translated it as motivation. Because if I'm very comfortable, I'm not very motivated. Only when I see an urgency, when I see something, I'm willing to look at it. So you can look up the book From Smart to Wise. I wrote it about 10 years ago with Navi Raju. And it ended up becoming a reasonable bestseller. and translated into multiple languages and used in many colleges over a period of time. But this is simply directly taken from Bhagavad Gita 18th chapter, of course, connecting it to Viveka Chudamani and Devi Bhagavatam, taking some more things about it and creating a work around the simple principles. So let me say that the way to translate Sanatana Dharma into Nitya Nutanam is you have to know what is the context, what is the time, who are the audience, what is the place. If you can pay attention to some of them, just like Shekhar Garu or Narasimha Garu or Prasad Garu, many of you who are taking wonderful, whether it is Rudram or whether it is astrology or whether it is Bhagavad Gita, or you are taking it, translating it into current time and world. Only thing I'll say is I would little bit, if I provoke you guys a little bit, Shekhar Garu, how much of Rudram and some of this are you using in your management in your organization? If we can figure out a way, if you can begin to integrate Sri Satya Sai's messages and some of it, and then if you can start giving the talks, I would fall at your feet. And I would love to, figure out a way for many of you, bring this wisdom. Don't keep it as something separate. Bring them together, because we alone can do that. Nobody can do that. There are lots of Western translations. Those are useless because they do not have the tattvam. They do not have the connection, deeper connection to it. What we need to do, the timing is very right. If all of you who are in diaspora, who are using the Indic wisdom, who are using Sanatana Dharma in variety of ways, please don't keep them as two separate. This is my day job. This is my evening job. No. See whether ways in which you can work with it. And if there is anything I can do to help you, we are very, very interested in helping you and working with you, co-creating, presenting. We can develop all of this together so that maybe 10 years from now, 20 years from now, just like they say, I want to do yoga or I want to try alternate medicine yoga in Ayurveda, they also say the traditional Western management is very incomplete and very psychological. Let us bring philosophy. Let's look at some deeper values. Let us look at a holistic Indic perspective, because we then can understand maybe we can be as smart as Indians can be. We can be as successful as Indians are in the United States. Maybe if we can help people to connect and integrate that, I feel that would really, make our movement tenfold, burn brightly and take it forward. Thank you for this wonderful conference that you are organizing, Vani, and I'm enjoying being with you. Namaste.
Thank you so much. We now have, thank you for bringing the word connected, Samaṣṭi, the connect, today as part of the very first annual summit that we are doing. It's been such an enriching experience. We've been sitting for hours from morning. Thank you all for patiently, the speakers, waiting for your turns, listening to others, and viewers on YouTube. It is just beyond words that I can explain to you what a great pure joy it is today. And as Prasad Garu was mentioning, Nutana, we have a youngster who is going to bring us a perspective now from her world. We have now Pragya Pradeep, a management consultant, taking us on an experiential journey, navigating the battlefield of the mind, the challenges on being an Indian American young adult. And she also made me stress on a particular point here. That's why I want to bring, because whenever I talk to her, she brings universe. And I was so delighted the very first time I heard from her. She thinks universally. And Pragya, the mic is yours now. Please share your journey, your personal experiences. Thank you for being here.
Thank you so much. Let me share my screen quickly and then start it. Okay, not sure if you're able to see my slides.
Oh, we can.
You can?
Okay. Oh, no, not yet. We only see your you should
okay.
share your screen.
Oh, you know why? It just crashed. There might be just in case. Let me try one more time, and if it crashes, then I don't need to use it.
Okay. No, I think yes, we can see now. Wonderful.
Okay. Yeah, I'm sorry. I think the computer itself can't handle sharing and Zoom, so I won't use the slide. But anyways, hi everyone. Thank you so much for the opportunity to speak to you all and share my experiences on this topic. A bit of background about me. My name is Pragya. My family and I are Sri Sathya Sai Baba devotees. I live in the state of Maine in the United States, and I've lived here since I was 4 months old. So I've only ever been in the US, and now I'm 24 years old. I am still navigating life, working as a change management and technology consultant. I also, outside of work, engage in mental health workshops for South Asian youth as well as groups within our Sai community, drawing parallels between spirituality and mental equanimity or mental health. So I wanted to note or preface that I personally am not well versed or versed at all with our scriptures and Vedas, although I have a very great and high appreciation for them. And I have learned so much today just listening to everyone's talk. So that's been very, very fun for me. What I do know in regards to scriptures comes from pieces of discourses from my guru, Sai Baba, and also from my parents that I've heard growing up. But generally in my household, we were not very particularly religious or partook in too many rituals. So the extent of my childhood experience with God was all I can remember is being 7 and seeing pictures of the gods around our house and me saying out loud to those photos that, hey, I don't know who you think you are or why. Whenever I walk around the house, your eyes in the pictures are following me wherever I walk. But I'm going to figure out why, whatever is happening here. So almost like a threat to God in some ways, but I find it funny. So on the topic of Sanatana Dharma, so what I would like to share with you all today is how through my personal life experiences and mental health challenges, I've learned to align my life with the ways of the universe. In other words, my interpretation of Sanatana Dharma. I think that this can look different for each individual. I think that we're all various manifestations of the same universe or the same source, like a body of water with different pots, but it's still the same water in each one of them. So we all have our own relationships with the universe and our own paths carved out for us. So therefore, I think we each have our own truths, but everybody's truth is correct. So, and that's why I think Sanatana Dharma makes me think eternal truth. So everyone's truth falls under that umbrella of eternal truth, which I find very beautiful, and that's how I like to think about it. So I'm going to share the context with you of the time in my life where I started to realize some of the principles that I'm going to share with you today. So just as everyone has challenges in their lives, varying degrees, I also had some difficult situations that I faced growing up that really impacted me at a young age, and it forced me to grow up fairly quickly and play an adult role as a child. So whatever it was that I had to traverse in childhood, the mental effects of that or those situations manifested in my life as an adult, as a student. And so I've struggled, especially when I started college. I had a crippling fear of failure. And I was a perfectionist, and I still am, I think, but to the point where my fear of failure resulted in non-action, at least my first year of college. So I did very poorly, and I was getting pulled into the wrong groups at my school. And so no matter how hard I tried, I could not succeed academically. And I got a warning from my school after my second semester, first year, that my GPA was so low and they were going to put me on academic probation if I didn't change what I was doing. I think I had a 1.9 my first year. I did not graduate with that, but that was when I first started. And so I think there was such a cognitive dissonance happening in my mind because others would have looked at me and said that, you know, she's lazy and she needs to practice discipline. And that's how it did seem, and very clearly on the surface. But ultimately, my paralysis or the fear that I was going through, where my mental state was rooted in a place of not being, it was rooted in a place of fear and a place of disconnect, and ultimately a place of not being fulfilled. And I want nothing more than to be fulfilled. I think that's human nature. So I felt abandoned from myself, from my family and friends, from God even. I just felt that he had left me, you know, to rot wherever in college, and I just felt very alone. So the first step that I took, and this is the first pillar of 3 pillars that I want to talk about. The first step I took was trying to practice present awareness and emotional awareness. So being present and practicing emotional awareness. So this was to stop the toxic cycles in my mind that were trapping me before I could move on to the next step. I think there are so many gifts to being fully present and in full awareness of what's happening right now and what your body's experiencing. I think that acknowledging everything that your body experiences is a very first step to almost transcend that. Noticing when emotions happen, how does it feel? Acknowledging that it's happening, being able to maybe label those also, so that you can overcome it. And it's I think that like taking a moment to notice the emotion, where it's coming from, and all of that, is such a pivotal tool in your spiritual journey, or at least in my spiritual journey. I think it can be very scary to sit with your emotions and understand them. And I'm not sure if emotional processing is mentioned much in our Vedas, but I imagine that I think of the battlefield almost from the Bhagavad Gita, and Arjuna, he could have run away from the war or chosen not to participate in it, but he faced it head on, and I went through it, right, along with Krishna's hand. So I see that same analogy to whenever I have an emotion that I'm uncomfortable with or I feel discomfort with, the only way to transcend that is to go through it, to acknowledge that it's happening and let it pass through me. I find that sometimes people can conflate, you know, experiencing your emotions or acknowledging it with getting attached. And I heard a few talks before this about attachment. I think there's a difference between getting attached to your emotions versus letting them pass through you so that you can actually detach from them. I think detachment from your emotions is different than ignoring your emotions or suppressing your emotions, which when we do that, I feel they don't actually go away from us. It's like how energy is a concept. Energy is not created or destroyed, it just takes another form. So when we don't allow an emotion to pass through us, it just takes another form within us, whether that's a physical component or as like a sanskara, something that will continuously keep being brought up and us having to face it over and over again in our lives until we can let go of that. The other beautiful thing about being present is, you know, no matter how less control I have of the situations that I go through, what I have control over is the present moment. And that's another reason why I love to start with this idea of being present, because a lot of mental health afflictions or mental health issues happen because of things that happened in our past, and we identify ourselves to those things. So every time you bring yourself back to the present, it's like starting with a clean slate, a fresh slate. So there's just technically no afflictions in the present. In the present, you the only thing in your power is to choose what to do next. And so it's such a blessing. I think every time you recenter yourself, you detach yourself from the things that were pulling you back in your past. So that's my first pillar. My second pillar moves on to, so that was the first thing that I started to do in my second year of college when I decided, okay, I have to change, you know, my ways and my approach to life. So the second thing was to, I decided to talk to the universe again, to engage in a dialogue. I felt encouraged to do this just because I was sick of feeling alone, first of all. And my guru, like Satya Sai, he not only refers to God or universe as Mata and Pita, but also as your friend. And so I thought, you know, might as well, this is a good time to make the universe my friend, and then maybe it can walk me through out of whatever it is that I'm going through. And at this time, I was very skeptical of this concept, but I didn't dismiss it entirely because I do like the idea of relative truth. I take the analogy of like the earth, for example. The sun goes around the earth, but sorry, no, the earth goes around the sun, but what we see is that the sun goes around the earth, right? And so, but we know that it's not actually how it looks. And there's a benefit of knowing that, even though it's not our experience. And so I try not to dismiss anything that we hear in the universe. There's just so much that we don't know. So I approached it with this open mind. So I started writing letters to the universe. At least once a week, I would rip a paper from my journal and write, start Dear Universe with my pencil at my study desk. And then I'll just dump all of my worries and all of my fears and everything I'm thinking through in that letter. And I will end it, not asking for anything, but just saying that, whatever is happening, I know that is happening for my own good. And I know that you are looking out for me at the end of the day. So thanks. And I just trust that this is all happening for my good. And then I would just sign it and I would fold that letter and keep it on my study desk. And each week I would add more letters to that. In the beginning, I didn't know if anything was happening or if I necessarily believed those words that I was writing. But the funny thing about writing something over and over again is that eventually it starts to seep into your subconscious. So I started to really feel, after at least a few weeks of writing letters, I saw it almost like the universe was just welcoming me with open arms. And I got so much, I just saw so many signs of it reaching out and by hand, either with people in my life offering things for me or opportunities coming my way, whether it be through professors or through people that I was interacting with or strangers that I would talk to. Even my own energy, like writing those letters, the morning after I would write letters like that, I would wake up at 6 a.m. fully recharged, actually wanting to go to the library with my books and get ahead on my studies. And I never felt that before. So I started to get very motivated and very excited by what was happening through engaging in this dialogue. And I spoke very, very unfilteredly to the universe, just as I talk to my friends, just as I'm talking to you. And it was in turn empowering me a lot. So that was kind of where my relationship began. And one thing that I will say, it reminds me, and I learned this after this experience from my mom, that in Bhagavad Gita, Krishna actually explains to Arjuna that once one surrenders to me, I reciprocate accordingly. He said, if the devotee says to me that, Lord, I will try my best, but internally my faith is upon your grace, my efforts are only instrumental, and it is your grace that will take on the truth. And so there, after saying that, now God is obligated to step in and intervene for the devotee. And I didn't realize, but sounds very similar to how I was ending my letters in my second year of college. And I found out years later that that's actually this kind of a very similar thing that Krishna had said to Arjuna. So that was very reaffirming to hear. The last pillar that I want to end on, so that second one was on surrender. And the last one I want to end on is on expansion and connectedness. So another definition of Sanatana Dharma that spoken by another guru of mine is that the universe's nature to expand. So the defining trait of people, I find, is we're always wanting more. Whatever we want, once we get it, we want the next thing. And I think it's interesting because that in itself is a form of us wanting to expand. And when we look at the universe, what is it doing every second? It's expanding. So everything, we're just a reflection of that same thing. We are just little pieces of that source. So I think that the desire of constantly wanting more is rooted in our subconscious desire to expand. And when it comes to that expansion, there is no end. And even in Vedas, like the Supreme God they say that the Supreme God has already expanded himself into the living entities of the world through his energy. And I see truth in this concept when I go back to emotions and feeling of happiness, for example. What do we do when we feel happy? If I think about that for myself, when I feel happy, I want to share that happiness with someone. I want to go to my friends or my my parents or my partner and share that happiness with them. And why do we feel like we want to do that? It's because when I share my happiness with you, I'm expanding my identity within you. So I feel the expansion of my identity when I'm happy, when I express that. And so that is that just reaffirms for me that that is the thing to seek in life. You know, one step beyond happiness is bliss. So that affirmed that for me. And so my reality began to change when my friendship with the universe slowly grew. And I began to feel a constant high of emotions. And it was like an everlasting feeling of happiness. And so it was just very exciting because I affirmed so many times in my letters that, you know, universe, I know you're looking out for me. I know you're showing up for me. So subconsciously, I started to seek connection with the universe at every moment that year specifically through storytelling, through my interactions with people. And I wanted to learn about other people through storytelling. So I had this mindset that everyone was the universe and everyone has now become my idol. Meaning that, like, in the sense that each person has every single person that you meet has something that you can learn from. So in a sense, I have no idols, but in a sense, everybody is my idol at the same time. And so no matter caste, creed, of anything. So there's not enough time for me on this talk to share the stories, but one thing that will always remain with me is I had so many conversations with the drivers of my Uber drivers or my Lyft drivers when I was in college that would take me from place to place, or the train conductors, for example, or when I went to New York City, and I was meeting people and having conversations with folks who were in Central Park and exchanging stories with them. And it just felt so good. And I always looked forward to getting in, in an Uber, going in somewhere public and just connecting with the people in that space. Because I saw them as another version of me, another vessel of me with the same source, but just with an entirely different purpose on this earth and different experiences that they were meant to learn. And I just wanted to learn about that because I see them as just me living a different life. So that helped me kind of reaffirm the universe's omnipresent energy, at your fingertips, ready to help you recharge. Everybody around you is, an instrument that can help you, and you yourself are an instrument to help others in that sense, just exchanging information. That's how I interpret this seminar and all of your talks, and how I benefited from hearing you bring your perspectives and how I can relate to your perspectives or translate them into my understanding of the universe, which is very much less, centered around scriptures or Vedas, but I can definitely draw the parallels and almost draw the labels to what you were saying to what I've experienced in my life. So all of this just to say that these are my personal experiences, and I know I have much more to learn in life. But so far, these are the guiding principles that I follow to maintain alignment with my highest self. And I'm just sharing to share. And if anything resonated with anyone, then that's all that I can ask for. So thank you for listening.
So wonderful, Pragya. It was so nice. Thank you for being you, as Pranav said in the very first beginning presentation. So you guys are doing awesome. Please continue what you're doing and keep up the wealth of Sanatana Dharma with you along the way. Thank you. Oh, what a journey it has been again. We are almost to the end. I have a presentation myself. I put myself a little bit, chose the topic on Shanti mantras. Well, we are running out of time. There were glitches in the beginning. We ran almost more than half an hour. Then with the announcements to an hour, we are behind schedule. So we'll have to wrap up. But I would like to go through a few slides at least, because I did prepare them and they are meaningful before we do the Mangala Shasanam for the segment 1. Please bear with me. Thank you. Yeah. This. Shanti mantras, the peace showers from Vedas and Upanishads. Are they just from Vedas and Upanishads? They are coming from beyond. Generally, Shanti mantras are recited at the beginning and at the end of religious rituals, discourses, gatherings, and in our daily meditations. Several Upanishads and stories from them are popular. The dialogue between Nachiketa and Yama, Bhrigu and his father Varuna, the story of Jabala and her son Satyakama. Through these stories and sutras, rishis taught and to this day are teaching how ignorance and forgetfulness of our real nature can be overcome through karma, bhakti, jnana, and tell us that jnana is the direct medium that demystifies Maya. When the curtain is raised, in the light of truth, the small set that we are becomes one with Brahman or universal consciousness, duality ends and dissolution happens. Shanti mantras always end with the sacred syllable Om, Aum, and 3 repetitions of the word Shanti. The reason for the 3 utterances is regarded to be for the removal of obstacles in the following 3 realms. Physical or Adibhautika realm can be a source of obstacles coming from external world, such as wild animals, people, natural calamities, etc. The next one, divine or Adidhaivika realm, can be a source of obstacles coming from extrasensory world that is beyond our reach, but we do overcome those. We do come across those. The third one, internal or adhyatmika realm, is a source of obstacles arising out of one's own body, as Prajna was mentioning, the pain that can be caused or any of the inabilities that we are able to perform a better being at certain times. So these are all called tapatraya, or the 3 classes of obstacles. The presentation is based on text from a write-up by my father, Sri Kalluri Satyarama Prasad Garu, in 2016, on request to make a document of the Shanti mantras together with their source. It led me to know the background of Upanishads, the source of Shanti mantras. The entire Vedic literature can be divided into 4 categories. We have heard numerous scholars today talking on Samhitas, Brahmanas, Aranyakas, Upanishads. They are the mantra portions, procedure portions, the subjective worships, and the philosophical truths. There are 108 Upanishads. Each have its own Mahavakyas. Out of these, the following 10 are Mukhya Upanishads. The Aitariya is from the Rig Veda, Kata, Krishna Yajurveda, Taitariya, Krishna Yajurveda, Ishavasya, Shukla Yajurveda. Brihadaranyaka Upanishad is from Shukla Yajurveda. Kena Upanishad is from Samaveda. Chandogya is also from Samaveda. Prashna, Mundaka, Mandukya are from the Atharvana Veda. I'm going a bit fast, again to keep the time here. The 11th one, Shvetashvatara Upanishad, by virtue of its sublime content, is also regarded by many as one of the Mukhya Upanishads. And among the Upanishads, 4 Mahavakyas come out. Many of you all have heard it. And for the younger generation, the first one is the Prajnanam Brahma. It's from Aitariya Upanishad, Rig Veda. Tattvam Asi. I'm sure many of you would have heard from the cultural arts that we all participate in. It is from Chandogya Upanishad, Samaveda. Ayam Atma Brahma, Mandukya Upanishad, Atharvana Veda. Aham Brahmasmi, Brihadaranyaka Upanishad from Yajurveda. The Shanti Vakyas of different Upanishads, these vary according to the Veda that the Upanishad belongs. Just to name a few and a quick glance at them, because we do have Mangala Shasanam, we'll get more praise from our Vedala Acharyalu Garu. Just a quick glimpse, the Shanti Vakyas of different Upanishads. From Aitariya, the Rig Veda is the Om Vagme Manasi Pratishtita, Manome Vachi Pratishtitam, and it goes on and it ends with 3 Shantis in all realms. The Ishavasya and Brihadaranyaka from Shukla Yajurveda, the most famous Purnamada, Om Purnamada Purnamidam Purnat Purnamudachyate, that is from Shukla Yajurveda, ends with peace on 3 realms. Taittiriya from Krishna Yajurveda, Om Shanno Mitrasham Varunaha Shanno Bhavadravyamaa. It goes on, it talks about sun as Mitra, Varuna, and on. Again, that also ends with all 3 Shantis to help us with all obstacles in the 3 realms. The Shanti Vakyas from Kathopanishad, from Krishna Yajurveda, is the most common one. Every child is taught, and I'm sure everybody would know it. Om Sahana Vavatu, Sahanau Bhunaktu, Sahaviryam Karavavahai, Tejasvinavadhitamastu ma vidvishavahai, Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. May we be protected together. May He protect us all together. May we attain vigor together. Let whatever we study be invigorating. May we not develop hostility at each other. Om, peace, peace. And from Kena, from the Samaveda too, there is the Shanti Vakya, Apyayanto Mamangani. And this is another one. It is for more people who get into Upanishads. They would definitely come across this in Mundaka and Mandukya. Prashna also has this from Atharvana Veda. Om Bhadram Karnebihi Shruniyama Devaha. And it goes on. And so covering all the realms of obstacles, and we also had some obstacles in the beginning, and at least it is, as Pragya was mentioning, that there was divine intervention, we should say, and what a galore it has been that all of us got together at Samaṣṭi, the Connect, the Upasana very first conference to bring people together. Let us all stay connected, and we are concluding segment 1 with the diaspora scholars, and we resume at 4:30 to begin with 4:30 p.m. Pacific time, California time, with our scholars who are in India waiting for us to listen to them. So please join us back, and we'll end the segment 1 with Mangala Shasanam by Vedala Srinivasacharyulu garu. The medium.
I don't know if he's on the Zoom, Andy.
No, he's not on the Zoom, but I have a
Okay.
recording. Thank you for, yes, I'll be playing that. Can you all see? So we have Vedala Srinivasacharyulu garu giving us showers of peace and blessings, Mangala Shasanam, for all of us all around the globe. Thank you.
Mangala Shasanam. Sarve bhavantu sukhinah, sarve santu niramayah, sarve bhadrani pashyantu, ma kaschid dukkha bhag bhavet. Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. May all be happy, may all be healthy, may all see what is auspicious, may no one suffer at all. Om, peace, peace, peace.
Thank you. So thank you all once again. Let's resume and meet again at 4:30 PST, California time. Thank you one and all. Namaste. Thank you for being part of Samaṣṭi, the Connect, Upaasana-SMRITI Summit, the first one, virtual annual summit. Thank you.
It was a great one and learning one, Satyavani. I learned a lot.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ma. Thank you.